Good afternoon, friends. I welcome each and every delegate to our first seminar of 2024, which is in the series of Manthan. And we started this series in the financial year 23-24. And today is the 17th such program of the Manthan series. Last we had our program at Kalamandir, which was attended by many people in thousands, and we were overwhelmed by the presence of the delegates and the members of CA fraternity. First of all, I welcome, I asked the dignitaries to come on the dais. CA Nitish Morji, please take Mr. Ashok Raghavanji on the dais. Please, CA Saparia ji, our own past president, CA Nitish Morji, CA Hariram Agarwal ji, CA Pankaj Verma ji, and CA Chandrabhanu Sinha ji. Mr. Ashok Raghavanji, he has come all the way from Bangalore only for this seminar. So, I request all the members on the dais and the past president and EC member to come on the stage, and we will light the Deepak. I request Sunil Bharodia ji to present flower bouquet to Ashok Raghavan ji. Acha, Patni ji, you also come. You also come. P.R. Patni ji, please come on the stage. Sunil Bharodia ji, please present memento to Ashok Raghavan ji. I request Jyoti Mandal ji, CA, to present flower bouquet to our own KK Saparia ji.
Thank you very much.
I request Pallavi Todi to present memento to KK Saparia ji.
Thank you, Pallavi. इसको फोटो के रखो. फोटो.
सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाएं. अपना CA मोतो सॉन्ग चालू हो रहा है.
सुप्तेषु जागृति येष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः अस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यधिकश्चन एतद्वैत 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 एतद्वैत.
धन्यवाद. Now I request Nitish Morji to have his welcome address.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you to the first program of this year at Mahajati Sadan with one of the best speaker of India, Ashok Raghavanji. Big round of applause for him. He traveled from Bangalore. Before that, from some other place, he came to Bangalore. Then today he came. Then night he will catching the flight. Thanks for his commitment, friends. Today the delegates may be thin. I tried my best. We at the Views Exchange, we tried our best to disseminate the knowledge among the members. And we at the Views Exchange, every executive committee members and past presidents, they work together to form a program which are beneficial to the members with best of the speakers. Now it is the members' duty to come and attend those programs. Friends, at Views, we do not provide any CP hours to members who do not attend the programs. That culture we are not having at the Views Exchange, and we will not have, because Institute asks 20 CP hours for the members in a year. If that members can't attend, how he will update, and how he will provide the better service to the members if he is not updated? Friends, with that set of mindset should be changed, and we should adapt the changes. We should learn the changes, and learn. After learning, then only we can provide the best of the better services to the members, so that the services, the standard of service to the members, to the society, that raises. So with these, thanks to those who have attended on time. Big round of applause for yourself who came on time. Friends, we have our journals also. If you want to write the articles, just send us this month's journal. We are just finalizing. That will come out. So if you want, you can send us. You can connect with any of us, or we have circulated the email IDs also. You can send with the word copy along with the photos. We'll try to include in the journals. Then annual membership scheme is there. Then our parent organization, that Views Exchange. This is the program of the Views Exchange CA Study Circle. The Views Exchange is also there. You can be a life member there. If you want to be life member, you can avail that benefits also. With these, on the 15th and 16th February, friends, we are again organizing at this venue only the program. On 16th, Bimal Jainji from Delhi, he has consented for the GST programs. Tomorrow also we are having the program is this venue. Request you to kindly attend in large number. Friends, the name of the association, the study circle, is Views Exchange. It was formed in 1992 by our forefathers. And why the name they had chosen the Views Exchange? Because here we think whether the junior members are there, senior members are there, the views of both the juniors and seniors are equally important. Thereby there is exchange of views. So thanks to our forefathers, Jhamarji is there, Patniji is there, Jhapadiyaji is our one of the past president, Sunilji is there, who has chosen a big round of applause for them. He has chosen that type of name, Views Exchange. Everybody is equal here. Request you to kindly be part of the study circle and association. With this, thank you everyone.
Thank you, Vinayji, for giving me the opportunity of introducing past president of Views Exchange as well as the learned faculty, CA K.K. Chhaparia. We all very much know K.K. Chhaparia ji, but as a ritual I will introduce in short introduction of K.K. Chaparia ji. He is graduate from Xavier's, FCA, ACS, DISA, insolvency professional, AASM, MIA USA by profession. By profession, he is practicing chartered accountant more than 25 years. Secured 22nd rank all India basis in CA examination. Also regular faculty at CA Institute, its branches, study circle, CS Institute, ICIW workshop, IIPM, Chamber of Commerce, CAG, etc. He is also regular faculty at Direct Tax Regional Training Institute at Kolkata, as well as National Academy of Direct Taxes, Nagpur. Has given presentation to more than 3,000 income tax officials at these training sessions. He has contributed several articles in various professional journals, and his articles have been published in CA Journal, EIRC ICI Newsletter, EIRC ICSI Newsletter, as well as magazines published by various other study circle like Views Exchange, VIP Study Circle, DTPA, ACI, and so many others. In the past, he has been a co-opted member of Direct Tax Committee of ICI New Delhi, past president and editor of Views, The Views. He has been president of Lions Club of Calcutta, Toligons. This is his little introduction. A big round of applause for K.K. Chaparia ji. At this juncture, may I request the audience who are sitting in the back seats to please come forward for the comfort of the speakers as well as you all to listen and grasp the matter. Thank you.
Now I request Pankaj Verma ji, although Mr. C. Ashok Raghavan ji is a national figure now, and his deliberations are very much available all where. So I request to introduce C. Ashok Raghavan ji by Mr. Pankaj Verma.
Good afternoon all. I am given a responsibility to introduce well-known figure of India, C. Ashok Raghavan ji. He is Bachelor of Commerce from Bangalore University with Income Tax, Company Law and Foreign Exchange Management Act, Property Laws and several other subjects. Was Chairman of SIRC Bangalore branch of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India 2001-2. And during the chairpersonship, the Bangalore branch was adjudged as best branch of SIRC and was also given the Excellence Performance Certificate by ICAI New Delhi. Was a member of the Professional Development Committee of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2006-7, New Delhi. Was a member of Accounting Standard for local bodies of the ICAI New Delhi in the year 2009-10. Was member of Legal Committee of Board of Control of Cricket in India for the year 2009-10. Was earlier the Vice Chairman, Secretary and Treasurer of Bangalore branch of SIRC. Was the Secretary of Southern India Chartered Accountants Student Association Bangalore branch. This is very brief profile of Mr. C. Ashok Raghavan, but he is very known and he will attend you and give all the knowledge you required in his subject. So kindly welcome Ashok Raghavan ji with thunder of applause. Thank you.
So we are starting with the first technical session, which is for joint development agreement and impact of income tax and GST on this. So I hand over the proceeding to our chairman, K.K. Chaparia ji.
Thank you, Vinay. C.A. Nitesh Moore, convener. C.A. Ashok Raghavan. C.A. Hariramji Agarwal, past EIRC council member. C.A. Vinay Singhania, Pankaj Verma ji, C.A. C.B. Sinha. On the dais, off the dais, I find B.L. Patni ji, past president, then Sunil Bhalotia ji, and my personal friend, very good friend, Vikas Baid. I'm referring to Vikas Baid because I remember when 194 IA was introduced for the first time, and there was a lot of confusion with respect to real estate transactions. At that time, we could not find a good speaker who can address the real estate issues in Bengal. And so me and Vikas Baid at that time, we used to have a morning walk together. So when I was discussing with Vikas, किसको बुलाएं यार, real estate में समझाना है, इतना confusion budget में आ गया है. He said, I know one guy from Bangalore who can be there, who can address the issues. At that time, in Calcutta, we have hardly heard the name of Mr. Raghavan. So he suggested the name of Mr. Raghavan, and he suggested मैं उनसे बात कर लूँगा, उनको बुला लूँगा. Sir, I still remember on that day, that was a seminar at Kala Mandir, and that was organized by Views Exchange only. And you were there in the first part, and the second part, I think Dr. V.K. Singhania from Taxman was there. So, so that at that time when you came with so much materials with you, and that materials was published in our magazine, and that came as a handy to everyone. In fact, I got a chance to meet some of my colleagues, professionals after that meeting, and I found that material was lying in their table whenever there was real estate confusions, etc. So it became so handy for all of us. So we are really fortunate, those who have come here, and whatever little bit I know about the real estate taxation laws, etc. I think quite a lot of things I have got inspiration from Mr. Raghavan sir. So who has always been an inspirational force to all who are doing practice in real estate and who want to learn something about taxation in the real estate. Even today when I had some extra time with me, I had discussed a couple of the issues with him, and I am very much confident that those who have attended here, they will be really getting a lot of experience, a lot of great insights from when Mr. Raghavan started speaking. So it's a very, very relevant and important topic. Why it's so relevant and important topic, I tell you. Just 10 days, 15 days back, as I was told that I was a speaker, I am also a speaker at the Income Tax Training Institute also. So on 4th and 5th of Jan, there was a seminar which was organized by the National Academy of Direct Taxes regional campus at Kolkata, and the topic was the real estate only. And I tell you, there were 2-day sessions. I think there were more than 300 officers who had attended that seminar. Out of them, there were 50 officers who had attended physically, and 250 were there on the virtual platform. First day, the session was on the taxation issues in the real estate, and second part was the investigation issues in the real estate. And the second day, full session was on the joint development agreement. Mr. Ashok, PCIT, Ashok Jha sir had came all the way from Mumbai to address on the real estate development issues. Why I am trying to refer to? Because this topic is very important for us to grab, because Income Tax Department is also taking a lot of pain to understand this topic. Now, when I talk about I think I have heard in the past also from Raghavan sir only, that when you want to do something in the real estate, you want to advise something in the real estate, we have to understand 5 T. So what are the 5 T? You have to understand transfer, transferor, transferee, title, and taxation. So, so this is the 5 T, which is a basic crux, basic start point for understanding the real estate laws. Then, when Mr. Raghavan sir will be speaking, he will be speaking at length on the real estate part. Now, I have couple of days, for last few days, I have some my own experiences as far as the real estate joint development agreements. Though Raghavan sir will not be agreeing with the use of the word joint development, because he always said, why you are using the word joint development, because it is raising a lot of litigation issue from the day one. Again, but as it commonly it is called as joint development agreement. So in a joint development agreement, see what generally happens, you all are aware. There is a landlord, there is a person who is having a land. He may be having ancestral land and he does not have the expertise to develop the property. So there is a developer who has the expertise to develop the property, but he does not want to invest in the land. So that's a win-win situation for both of them to join together, whereby the landowner gets more than what he would have got otherwise because of that exploitation of that property, and even the developer, without investing too much funds, he gets the return on the investment. He has to part some of the return to the landowner. So that was the start point when the JDA started. But what happens, in last few years, I am finding a unique situations, because nowadays in Calcutta, we find a situation where there is a ULC Act. There is a Urban Land Ceiling Act, whereby you cannot hold more than a particular portion of land. So whenever a developer wants to build a big residential complex, then he has to form a number of companies, because each company has to conform that to the ULC Act. In the agricultural land, you can have a big chunk of land, but when you want to convert into the Vastu land, then the ULC applies. So generally what happens that a person, developer, Now, developer has its own problem, has their own problem because they may be constructing a number of projects. So, it is not like this that one project, so if he constructs one project, there is a ULC Act and he wants to purchase another land. So the ULC Act will be combining both the land together. So then, naturally, what has happened in the recent past, developer cannot form so many companies, so they have started looking for investors. So now what is happening here is that we find earlier what used to happen in a joint development agreement, there used to be a person having ancestral land, and there used to be a developer, and there was a understanding of a development agreement between them. Of late, especially in this part of the country, we find a lot of cases wherein there is a couple of investors. So when we do a practice, when we are doing a practice as a chartered accountant, we shall be finding a number of cases wherein we are finding our clients are investing in the land and they are into a JDA, joint development agreement, and we have to advise them whether to show the land as a capital asset or as a stock in trade, or whether to show as a conversion of the capital asset into stock in trade, and so many other things are coming into place. So on these issues, who can be the best speaker than Mr. Raghavan sir? Now, before I give the total session to Raghavan sir, just my experience I would like to share that as far as real estate transactions are concerned, one should know the facts very well, because I have seen as a chartered accountant that whenever, without involving chartered accountants, the agreements are made by the advocates, and they don't, because nowadays what is happening here is any agreement, any real estate agreements, any joint development agreements, that has to take care of not only the Registration Act into place, the Specific Relief Act into consideration, they have to take into consideration the RERA Act, the taxation laws, income tax law, as well as GST law. So all the points kept together, then only meaningful advice can be given. Otherwise, there can be a situation that GST starts on day one, or there can be multiple tax implications. So first thing is that one has to understand whenever you are entering into advising anyone on the real estate transactions, we should be understanding the facts actually, what is the commercial agreement. Then there has to be we have to ensure that there is a proper statutory compliances with respect to the all the laws, including RERA Act, GST laws, etc. Now, when Raghavan sir speaks, I always remember one thing. Whenever he speaks, he puts so many insights into the subject that whenever I listen to him, I always think of, he does not teach us. For him, I always have a small phrase for him. He does not, he says, sikhana nahi hai, sikhna sikhana hai. So it is like this. He throws so many insights. It is like this, he is not teaching us, he is enabling us to learn so many things with the insights that he gives. Sir, sir will be discussing on the on this part, this joint development agreements. I will request Raghavan sir to speak not only about the taxation issue, including income tax and GST, but also touch upon the RERA Act, RERA portion also, because nowadays any advice on the development agreement cannot be complete without considering the RERA part. Then I would also request him that for some minutes he can give some insight on the percentage completion versus complete contract, though it is not strictly the subject today, but it is a very much a litigation issue. So I would request him also to consider that also. Coming to the JDA, I will not speak much. There are a lot of confusions right from Chaturbhuj Dwarkadas case, Jasbir Singh case, Balbir Singh Maini case, Sesasai Steel case, and so on and so forth, Section 45(5)(a). So on those, then whether 54F, when can 54F be claimed? When you enter into a JDA agreement pursuant to 45(5)(a). So all these issues, sir, I think who can be the best person to speak on, sir? We are looking forward to listen to Raghavan sir. Thank you very much.
Now request Sri Ashok Raghavan ji to start this celebration.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nitesh Moli ji, again, Thank you for being kind enough to call me over here to share what I know about this subject, which according to you is not been the flavor of the season, but it's been a flavor of long time to come among chartered accountant professionals and advocates, which is the so-called joint development agreements and all issues related to that. While just my majority of my presentation would be on that, I would like to answer any question relating to real estate. There's no problem as far as I'm concerned, but the time is the constraint. We're already starting almost 50 minutes late. So Chairman has given me, Chaparia ji has given me permission to probably carry on till 5 o'clock and then maybe take questions for you all for 15 minutes. So at 5:30 I'll be able to get back to the airport to catch my flight. So first of all, again, thanks to Nitesh Muriji, and Chaparia ji has given a very lucid, precise introduction to the whole session as to what I would be covering and what he expects me to cover and what are the intricacies involved in this particular topic. Now, I fondly remember, which he had also touched upon, that the first time I came to Calcutta was in 2012, thanks to my friend Vikas Baid, who's right here. And he's kind enough whenever I come to Calcutta, not only to ask me to speak, but also get my lunch for me, which he got half an hour back. And he's been an inspiration to me of a person who wants to learn every single day of his life. So that is the principle I've also learned from my late father, Mr. N.C.S. Raghavan, that life to me is a continuum of knowledge. Life is a continuum of knowledge. The day we think we know everything, we know nothing. This is the principle with which we lead our life. The day we all think we know everything, we know nothing. And if we practice the profession today, the way we practiced it yesterday, we will not be in profession tomorrow. If we practice profession today the way we practiced yesterday, we will not be in profession tomorrow. Because every day is evolving into a completely new set of rules, new set of procedures, new set of laws coming in, new set of draconian way of implementation of these laws. So the profession of CAs have actually got much more scope than what we thought we have. Unfortunately, in our profession, we always think that, this development agreements and drafting is the domain of the advocates. I beg to disagree, because we as chartered accountants are far more equipped to draft these agreements than advocates. Reason being that without a working knowledge of the Income Tax Act, the GST law and RERA, you cannot draft a single document in this country, especially when it comes to real estate. And there we are far ahead of them, because with great respect, I have a twin brother. I have a twin who talks like me, walks like me, everything is same. He's also addressed Calcutta earlier. Fortunately, he's in my office, so we integrate well. But I find that some of the other legal luminaries, they forget the question of GST. They don't even know the spelling of it when they draft. It's completely one-sided. They draft like what we used to call in Karnataka, I call it as Hyder Ali Jamana. That means Tipu Sultan's father, Hyder Ali. The way Hyder Ali used to draft, you're drafting the same way and thinking that that is the best draft you have got. The draft changes literally every day. Today, when I'm doing a draft of a development agreement, my RERA clause is 3 pages. My GST clause is 2 pages. It's as detailedly draft as, because it's not because of I want to show off my skills. It's because the law requires the ambiguity to be arrested. Therefore, I said, this is a favorite topic of mine. I've been speaking all over the country for now, long time. And right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, I've covered RERA. In fact, I've spoken about RERA in Kolkata also. I always love to come here because Views Exchange introduced me to Calcutta. Then I did VIP Circle, if I'm right. Then I did DTCPA. Then I did EIRC conference in Bhubaneswar. Sir had called me there. So here I have an audience who's always very intuitive. They are always willing to learn and far more intelligent, in the sense that if I give you all an inch, I know you all will take a yard. Because that is the intuitive attitude of the people, the chartered accountants from Calcutta. So I love coming here every time they call me, however busy I am. So I took the flight today morning. I'm getting back tomorrow. I'm addressing a conference tomorrow in Mysore. Again on Tuesday, I'm addressing another conference. But this is special to me. So let me go to the topic, since I have exactly 2 hours to deal with it. And as I said, question hour after that, anything unrelated to this also I'm willing to take up. Now, what is so the basic thing will be about the development agreements, area and revenue sharing. Then I'll go into the income tax aspects of it. What according to me is law which was wrongly interpreted, what is buried now. And then I will go into the GST aspects, and then I will go into the RERA aspects a bit, and I will also give you some tax planning measures possible. I require indulgence for 2 hours. I hope I can keep you all engrossed in these 2 hours. Yeah. So, like Chaparyaji was saying, how did this so-called joint development emerge? It's simply because it's a marriage of convenience. We had this so-called landowner who had a large parcel of land which was inherited from his forefathers, or was bought by him and kept in the outskirts of Calcutta, thinking Calcutta would never reach there. Suddenly he realized that this land is a gold mine, but he doesn't have the wherewithal to develop it. He doesn't have the capital. So therefore he goes to a developer, or he calls upon, invites developers to come and see his property. And therefore it's a marriage of convenience between a person who's looking for another person who has got the experience in construction, expertise in construction, who's got the marketing ability, who has got the brand name, and who has got the wherewithal to finance the project. So therefore a landowner is looking for a person who's got a brand name, who's got the expertise in construction, who's got the marketing ability, and who's got the capacity to raise finance for the project. That's how this marriage of convenience comes in. And like Mr. Chaparyaji rightly said, the builder does not want to lock up his capital by investing in land and buying land. Therefore, this is how the marriage of convenience was structured, and so-called joint development agreements. Why I keep using the word so-called joint development agreements is, from the time I started drafting, thanks to my late father, I've never used the word joint development. We have used the word only development agreements. Because please understand, in most of the Hyder Ali Jamana drafts, we used to have one standard clause saying that the landowner is not an expert, he doesn't know anything about the field of real estate, therefore he approached a developer for doing his development. When you're writing a preamble like that, where is the question of joint development? It is only the developer who's doing the development. There's nothing joint about it as far as development is concerned. You're marrying together for the purpose of a commercial transaction, but the landowner is not jointly developing. Unfortunately, after RERA came into picture from 2016 and 2017, when the rules were framed, most of the states, I'm sure including West Bengal, I'm not sure about that, I think so, have now insisted that both the developer should be the promoter and the landowner should be a co-promoter of the project. So therefore, they are trying to rope in the landowner for fulfilling certain obligations which are not his domain, which are not his expertise, which are not under his control. That's the way they're trying to rope in the landowner and trying to give a color that this is a joint development. But in my opinion, it is clearly a development and not a joint development. Now, what are the two models which are in the market, or we call it as the flavor of the market? I will put it this way. I'll be, of course, covering the basis of development agreements. I'll be covering area sharing and revenue sharing, all the issues related. I'll be covering 45(5)(a) with effect from 1/4/2017, the new section which came in. I will be also looking at different structures of models which I can give you all, what you can adopt to minimize your tax impact. And then I will also sort of go through what changes in documentation is required, especially post RERA 2016. Now, what are the types of development we can look at? First, we have got a landowner who suddenly realizes, okay, I bought land in the periphery of Calcutta. Now the land is very valuable. I find the surrounding areas developing very beautifully. So I now want to remove my white shirt as a landowner and wear a colored shirt like a developer. So landowner converts himself into a developer by deciding I'm going to develop my own land. So that is own land plus self-development. Next is, you have a classic case, we just said marriage of convenience, a development agreement between a landowner and a developer. It could be an area share, it could be a revenue share basis. Then we have a new type of a development model, which I'm sure is there in Calcutta now. It's called the DM model. That is development management model, where the land belongs to the landowner. He doesn't part with any share of the land, undivided share of the land and to the developer, neither he gives the developer a revenue share. But he gives him a fee on the top line or the bottom line, depending on the commercial transaction, which is clearly defined in the agreement, for the developer to lend his brand name, to oversee the project, to ensure the costs are within the budget, to ensure that the vendors are actually performing as per their respective contracts. So that is called a DM model, where the land continues to belong to landowner, but the developer is roped in only because he's got a brand name, because he's able to lend his expertise by overseeing the construction. He's able to validate the various costs involved so that nobody takes you for a ride. And ultimately, he's also able to market your project. So he's given a percentage either on the top line or the bottom line, or on a specific definition of what the revenue could be for the purpose of giving him his fee. The fourth type of model, very interesting, where now me and my twin brother have developed a new concept called doing a development under the co-ownership basis, where I completely avoid GST between the landowner and the developer. The GST, which is now killing the market, we are able to completely avoid that concept of inter-C GST between the developer and the landowner under a co-ownership structure. So, typically in a real estate transaction, what are the steps? You may have an agricultural land. You first have to convert that to non-agricultural. Then there will be an MOU entered into between the landowner and the developer either before or after conversion, deciding what is going to be the commercials between the two. Then we execute a JDA along with that development agreement. We also have on the same day executed a general power of attorney to the developer to do all acts, deeds and things required for the purpose of development. With that the GPA, the developer then goes on to apply for all permissions, sanctions, clearances and licenses required for the project. Then before the first attempt is made to sell a unit in the project, before a first attempt is made to sell a unit in the project, it could be a small leaflet coming in your morning newspaper, it could be a small board outside this building, it could be a pamphlet which is just patched on the wall somewhere in your area. A first visible attempt, or in social media, if anybody decides to advertise, he has to go for RERA 1 day prior to that particular attempt to sell. So that will be the next step, RERA registration. Then after that is over and your permissions and licenses to commence construction starts, 30 days or 60 days after the plan sanction is obtained, we normally enter into an area sharing agreement in the case of an area sharing development agreement. From there on, the marketing and sales starts depending on owner's area and developer's area. Finally, we also have a complete clause on starting of the project, completion of the project, and the various consequences for late completion, etc., etc. So these are the steps. Now, as I said, the nature of transaction is that both of these two people, the owner and the developer, agree to develop this property either as a residential, commercial, or a mixed-use development. Residential, commercial, or a mixed-use development. In residential, again, there could be simple plotted development. There could be development of apartments. In commercial, there is going to be a development of a commercial complex. There could be an a tech park. There could be a different flavors of commercial buildings on build-to-suit basis. Mixed use will have a township type of a concept where we have both commercial and residential mixed. Then, but now I will, for about another 10 minutes, I will just get into area share and then I'll come under revenue share. I'm going to go a bit fast because of the lack of time, and I've got so much of information. I have 76 slides for all of you today, which can be shared later on by our Niteshji, no problem. But I'd like to quicken a bit. So when it comes to area share, what happens is that, as I said, after post plan sanction, we have an area sharing or an allocation agreement, deciding how many units the landowners get, how many units the developer is going to get. Here we either share floor wise, or we share vertical wise, or we share Vastu compliant flats and non-Vastu compliant flats. We share east facing and west facing flats. We share so many ways of sharing. Sharing is also adopted. My advice to all of you who are advising landowners is please take shares in every floor. Do not have a separate complex for yourself and separate for the builder, because you'll invariably find that the builder would have done something much better in his complex than what he has given to you. The landowner, you will be shortchanged. It's better you have in every single phase, every single floor, a share, so that there is no disparity in the quality of construction. Now, as I said, a general power of attorney will be executed on the same day, giving the developer all the powers and authority to do all acts, deeds and things required for the purpose of the intended development. Now, in the development agreement also, I'll just run through a few important clauses. We will have clauses that the developer will have the right to go and mortgage the developer share for the purpose of raising construction finance. As a corollary to that, we will have the owner to deposit the title deeds with the bank or the financial institution or the lending institution. The original title deeds will be deposited by the landowner with that institution, and there will be an endorsement given by the developer to the landowner and by the lending entity that his share of constructed area has not been mortgaged. And the agreement also will clearly specify that the developer share is the only share which is mortgaged, and the landowner share is completely encumbrance free. And in the event the landowner is held liable for any default by the developer will indemnify him all losses, damages and costs arising out of the default of the landowner in making repayment of the loan. Then we also have the TDR clause dropped in along with the area sharing clause to say that in case there is a possibility of applying for a transferable development right and constructing more area than what is permissible, who will be funding that? If the developer funds that, will he be entitled to the entire accretional space? Or if both of them want to fund it, will they be in the same ratio? If the landowner has no money or he wants to fund only 20% and the developer wants to fund 80%, whereas the original ratio was 40-60, how do you meet that in that TDR clause? So TDR clause has to be brought in at the right point of time. The most important clauses which we draft are relating to the so-called possession given to the developer in pursuance of the development agreement. Right from the time this Chaturbhuj Kapadia started troubling us in 2003, we have been drafting agreements in our office in Bangalore very, very clearly to state that the permission given to the developer under a development agreement is a license giving him permissive possession to occupy the land for the specific purposes of development, and such a license is considered or construed as a license under section 52 of the Indian Easements Act 1882. This is the long sentence we write. I've seen hundreds of development agreements which simply say that possession handed over to a developer is not possession in part performance under 53A of the Transfer of Property Act, read with 2 bracket 47 bracket 5 of the Income Tax Act. That type of drafting is insufficient. We have to draft very clearly saying that the possession given to a developer is only a permissive possession under a license for the limited purpose of development contemplated between the parties, and such a license is considered or construed as a license under section 52 of the Indian Easements Act 1882. Why this wording is important, I will come to it when it comes to the point of taxation, when it comes to the GST applicability and the point of taxation under GST law also. Then of course we have got a clause, what will be the compensation the buyers have to pay in case they delay in payment of installments. Now after ERA that has to be standardized. You cannot have a separate compensation for owners built up area and the developers built up area. For both the compensation will be dictated under ERA, and therefore you cannot have a disparity of the compensation for either share, it has to be uniform. Then agreements on price parity, very, very important. Some of the developers, leading developers in Bangalore, took it as an insult when we bought this clause for the first time in 2003. What we said was, to be brutal and honest, we said as far as the landowner is concerned, it is one land which he has inherited or which he owns. For the developer, it is just one more project. You are one more entity for the developer. But for the landowner, it is his lifetime earnings, it's his lifetime future. So he cannot compromise on any of the aspects which may trouble him. Based on this concept, we started drafting very clearly on two aspects. One, we said, when we give a general power of attorney to the developer, it comes with a rider. It is irrevocable because it's an agency coupled with interest under 202 of the Indian Contract Act, because the developer is putting in money, materials and time on the land. There is no doubt about it. But the general power of attorney can be used by the developer to enter into agreements to sell, to collect advances, but the general power of attorney cannot be used to execute the deed of absolute sale and conveyance till he hands over the owner's share of constructed area in habitable condition, post a joint inspection by the parties to confirm that the quality is in adherence to the annexure which is there in the development agreement. I repeat, the clause which we had put in was that the GPA can give all rights to the developer, it's irrevocable. But the GPA cannot allow him to execute a deed of absolute sale and conveyance even for the developer share until he hands over the owner's share of constructed area in habitable condition, post a joint inspection by the parties, post an architect certificate for the project, and after ensuring that the amenities and facilities granted in the annexure of the development agreement are fully fulfilled. This way was the only way the landowner was able to have some control over the developer. Otherwise, once he had given the land to the developer, some joke he is another person who will have to go sit in the developer's office every day in the morning and keep waiting for the big man to call him into his room and give him an update. This was the fate of landowners, to be frank. But then initially they protested, then every developer started following this rule, and now most of the agreements where we draft are very clear that this clause is prevalent. Now, an agreement on price parity. What do you mean by agreement on price parity? Now, if I'm handing over the entire marketing to the developer, which is normally done, there could be a situation where a buyer comes and is ready to give 80% Rama and 20% Krishna. Rama, Krishna, you know what it means, I don't have to elaborate. A buyer comes and is ready to give 80% Rama and 20% Krishna. If I'm giving the entire marketing to the developer, he is taking 80% Rama, which is above guideline value, 20% Krishna is going to him. 20% will also belong to the landowner, which is not being shared properly. So we said, the best thing is to have a price parity agreement where we write in the development agreement very clearly that every quarter or every half yearly, depending on their comfort level, they both have to meet and they have to go through the average sale over the last 6 months or quarter and decide the minimum price at which the units can be sold for the next quarter. Now, when we started putting this clause, some developers started saying, agar COVID 2 aa gaya, COVID 3 aa gaya, to ye agreement mein hum, we have a problem that you have etched us in stone. We cannot now sell below because agreement has now put a clause like this. Therefore, we now, because of learning, then we added one more line. In the case of force majeure events, including COVID, pandemic, lockdown, partial lockdown, blah, 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 the developer will be given the unbridled authority to sell at a price not more than 10% of the minimum agreed price. Again, we stopped it at 10%. So these are price parity clauses becomes important. And again, I said the general power of attorney clause becomes very, very important. Then, the last one is important. The RERA and GST clause. Believe me, if you see some of the agreements we draft, my RERA clause, as I said, is almost 2.5, 3 pages. My GST clause is almost 2.5 pages. We look at every aspect of the obligations, the interplay of obligations, the consequences arising on the landowner and the developer on either fulfilling or non-fulfilling of the obligations. And we draft the agreement in such a way. I will show you the clause towards the end of my presentation. I have no problem in sharing every clause which we draft because, as I said, knowledge in the cupboard is as useless as the wood which it is made of. Knowledge can be shared, and I will learn from you all. Every single seminar I address anywhere in the country, when I go back, I've learned a few tricks of the trade even from the audience, because I find that there will be some inconvenient question for which I also won't have an answer. So next time I go, for example, to Bhubaneswar, I'd have thought, okay, that lady there has asked me a question. I didn't have an answer. Let me go and read it so that next time I'm not embarrassed on stage. So this is a continuous process. Now, what are the issues arising out of development agreements? I'll go fast because these are concluded. We were all troubled by Chaturbuj Dwarkadas Kapadia from 2003 onwards, wherein the Mumbai High Court held, in a particular circumstance, that the landowner would have to pay the capital gains tax on the date of entering into the development agreement itself. by holding that the possession given to the developer in pursuance of the development agreement is possession of the nature referred to in section 53 of the Transfer of Property Act, read with 2(47)(5) of the Income Tax Act, and therefore there is a transfer, there is a taxable event, and therefore the landowner has to pay tax on the date of development agreement itself. This was followed by a plethora of judgments in the case of Dr. T.K. Dayalu. In Karnataka, T.K. Dayalu became one night, 2 o'clock, I wake up, T.K. Dayalu will be hitting me. You know, the income tax department was making our life miserable with this T.K. Dayalu. And my late father told me, he wrote a book, we write a lot of books, in 2008, where he mentioned a particular statement in his book. He said, Section 53A is a legal concept. It cannot be diluted by the Income Tax Act. It is a concept which is standalone under the Transfer of Property Act. You cannot deem a transfer which is not a transfer under the main Transfer of Property Act by including certain provisions which are actually starkly in contrast with the Transfer of Property Act. The wording which he wrote in 2008, I'm sure he's smiling today. Unfortunately, when the judgment of Sheshasai Steels came in December 2020, he had passed away. In the judgment by Rohinton Nariman, the exact words my father wrote in 2008 is there in the Supreme Court. Exact words. That 53A is a legal concept, it cannot be brought into the Income Tax Act. So this is the vision we had. We were one of the few offices in Bangalore which fought this case tooth and nail. We said we will never allow our landowners to pay tax on the basis of Chaturbhuj, Kapadia or Dayalu. That is not the law. We were harassed, our parties were searched, surveyed, forced to pay tax. We went to High Court for everything. And believe me, today I stand testimony of the fact that what we have said is the law in the country today. And I will demonstrate why it is. So, there were plethora of decisions. Ved Prakash Lakra, Pramila Krishnan, Potla Nageshwar Rao, Jasbir Singh Sarkaria, I think sir mentioned. They were hounding us with these decisions. So we were wondering what to do. First, the developer is to be raided. They have to take a sworn statement from him. They have to ask him what is the ratio, what is the refundable, what is the non-refundable deposit. Then they have to ask him when did he come and take over possession, when was the plan sanctioned, how many flats are going to the landowner, how many flats are coming to you. After recording his statement, they have to come and raid the landowner. The landowner, poor man, was as it is, not doing anything. In the under search and the pressure which they put under search proceedings, he used to go and say, okay, whatever developer said is right, I will offer my tax in so and so year, I will offer it at this particular rate, etc. Basically because of coercion. So this was the harassment which was going on. Now we fought this case. Many of the professionals unfortunately told their respective assessees, go pay up as per Kapadia, go pay up as per Dayalu, go pay up as per Potla Nageshwar Rao, Tahir Ahmad Porawala, Jasbir Singh Sarkaria. It's a waste of time fighting. Please go and pay up. And those people today are in bigger trouble, and I explained to you why they are in bigger trouble. So, when this Dayalu's issue was going on, Kapadia's issue was going on, we said, okay, now let us give some relief to our clients. So people who said, sir, we don't want to fight the department, mine is a chota sa development, मैं आज नहीं तो कल टैक्स भरना ही पड़ेगा, मैं आज ही भर दूंगा, ऐसा. There are many people who come like that also. So luckily for us, there were some judgments which came that the transfer doesn't happen on the date of signing the development agreement. It happens when there is a willingness to perform the contract by the developer. Because section 53A says that one of the principal aspects of 53A of the Transfer of Property Act is both the parties should have performed or be willing to perform the terms of the contract. When does the willingness get manifested? It gets manifested only when the builder comes into your property, lays the first brick or puts a compound wall or levels the land, then only the willingness to perform starts. Therefore, we said you cannot do it on the first day, you have to do it on the day when the willingness is displayed by the builder. So why this became important was, there were some development agreements which entered in, say, December 2011 or January 2012. But the builder actually took possession only after April 2012. In such cases, we took all these decisions which are given on top to our advantage and told that now, since section 50D came into the income tax statute with effect from 1/4/2012, which provided an alternative mechanism for the landowner to pay tax, not on the basis of the construction cost given to him, was based on the land value given away by him to the developer. that came into the statute only on 1/4/2012. So in these borderline cases, we managed to shift that taxable event after 1/4/2012, and where we found that 50D was more convenient to offer than the cost of construction method, we managed to push these clients into the 50D regime. So these are various decisions which we now said, it is not on the date of development agreement, it is on the date when you actually start some activity displaying your willingness to perform obligation. Now, this is what I'm just now going a bit quicker. The third decisions were very few decisions which were there which said that the possession given to a builder is only a permissive possession under a license for the limited purpose of development. It is not a transfer under Section 53 of the Transfer of Property Act. We had Atam Prakash from Delhi. We had Naju Daru Debu from the Bombay High Court at Goa. We had the Sadia Sheikh's decision. Allahabad. This was Sadia Sheikh's decision of the Bombay High Court at Goa. We had Kemuzen. We had some few decisions. And we had an interesting decision in the case of Giridhar Yadalam in Karnataka, wherein the landowner had given his property on development area sharing basis, and he declared his wealth tax return. In the wealth tax return, he didn't pay tax on the land. So they said, you should pay tax on urban land. Why didn't you pay wealth tax? He said, I've already given it for development. That structure has already started coming up. Therefore, there's already a transfer. So there's no question of me paying tax on plain land. Interestingly, Karnataka High Court said, sorry, even though you have given it for development, the land is still in your legal domain, control and possession. Therefore, you have to continue to pay wealth tax. Based on that decision, we changed our whole argument and said, for wealth tax, you are saying that he continues to be the owner. But for income tax, you are saying there is a transfer, there cannot be a dichotomy. So based on Giridhar Yadalam, we managed to win a lot of cases in the Bangalore tribunal at that stage. Now came the icing on the cake. The decision of Sheshai Steels in December 2020, 421 ITR 46 Supreme Court, wherein it was beautifully written by the Supreme Court, and I will read that particular passage. All it said was that Section 53 is a legal concept. The possession given to a developer is for the limited purpose of occupation to carry out the development. The occupation cannot be treated as a possession in part performance under 53 of the Transfer of Property Act. There is a difference between occupation and possession. Therefore, whatever possession, so-called possession is given to the developer is merely an occupation for the purpose of limited purpose of development under a license. Therefore, there is no transfer at the point of entering into a development agreement. This was given in Sheshai Steels in 2020. After that, which was our position in our office right from 2003 onwards, plethora of judgments in my favor. Following Sheshai Steels, some of it clearly stating that Dayalu is no longer good law. No longer good law. So now it's settled now. It's a settled position of law that the question of the landowner paying capital gains on the date of development agreement no longer arises. We'll come to 45(5)(a) separately. We'll come to that separately. I'm talking about cases which were prior to 45(5)(a), which will still apply to a landowner who is a company, LLP and a firm. 45(5)(a) applies only to individual and HUF. All of you are aware of that. So these decisions will help you all to draft replies to anybody who is trying to reopen based on Kapadia or Dayalu, or even if they have reopened and the case is still progressing, or either it's in the tribunal or in the Commissioner Appeal or in the High Court or the Supreme Court. Please use all these judgments to rebut, negate the department's claim that there cannot be a transfer at the point of entering into a development agreement. Some of these decisions like N.A. Harris, Margaret Govardhan, Balu Reddy, etc. In that one of those are my cases. We have managed to even get the judgment in such a way that the transfer of the landowner share of the developer share of land area given by the landowner is only when the landowner receives possession of his share of constructed area. That is the type of result we have managed to get from the tribunals which I have quoted on screen. So you can use all these things for the future. Now, very quickly, even without these case laws, let's assume today Sheshai Steels was not there. I used to ask some very famous questions to the audience. Now there are quite a few number sitting here today. So, I used to ask some famous questions. According to you all, whether a development agreement is a contract of sale or a contract for sale. What is a development agreement? Is it a contract of sale or a contract for sale? Anybody else? Is it more towards a contract of sale or more towards a contract for sale? Brilliant. So if you are all saying it is more towards a contract for sale, then section 54 of the Transferable Property Act strictly applies. What does 54 of Transferable Property Act say? You read 54, very interesting. Even if you enter into an agreement to sell, it says it does of itself does not create any interest in or charge on such property. It does not of itself create any interest or charge on the property. So if you enter into an agreement to sell, do not think you are owner of the land. It does not even create an interest, forget a right. It does not even create an interest in the property. This is what section 54 of the Transfer Property Act says. Section 53A of the Transfer Property Act, the wording itself was very clear. It said that there should be a written contract. It should be between a transferor and a transferee. And the next part was beautiful. It said the transferee should be willing to perform his share of obligation. Who is the transferee? Can a developer who is a nomad, who comes in for the limited purpose of development, finishes his job, gives the property to somebody else and goes out, can he be a transferee? Or is it the person who ultimately enjoys the property by way of buying it as a unit holder? Does he become a transferee under the Transfer Property Act? It says the transferee should have fulfilled the obligations. In our opinion, the developer could never have taken the status of a transferee. He is only a person who is a transient entity in the scheme of the entire development. He comes, does his job, gives the property, walks away. So he can never become a transferee except to the extent of unsold stock of his share which is left to him after the project is over. Otherwise he can never become a transferee. So by the very wordings of section 53A, by the wordings of section 54 itself, the question of this Dayalu and Chaturbuj Kapadia should never have arisen. Unfortunately, the courts were not brought to speed with this type of arguments, to be frank. Take the decision of Govind Saran, Ganga Saran of the Supreme Court under VAT. What did they say? For a taxable event, you should have 4 basics. 1, the person who has to be taxed, at what point of time it has to be taxed, the rate at which it has to be taxed, and the value on which it has to be taxed. The person who has to be taxed is known, the point of incidence is known, the rate of tax is known, the value at which it is to be taxed. Is it known at the point of the JDA? Answer is no. So one of the ingredients fails. If even one of the ingredients fails, Supreme Court said there cannot be a taxable event. So even under Govind Saran, Ganga Saran, since there was no value which was possible to be arrived at the point of entering into the development agreement, one of the limbs failed, and therefore that case law could have also been used to rebut the department's claim. Then we have Ishika Vajima Industries versus Harima Industries, Heavy Industries in Supreme Court, where they said in a different context that it is best settled between the two contracting persons to decide when the taxable event is and what should be the value, etc. You cannot impose that on them. If they have a legal relationship where the document itself decides what is the taxability, how much the tax is to be paid on, what is the valuation, that will override anything else. The officer cannot sit in judgment over what has been agreed to in principle between two commercial, supposedly wise men. So this is another point you could take when you answer those questions. Now somebody said Balbir Singh Maini, I think sir said, Chaparia sir said Balbir Singh Maini, somebody said that, yeah. What were these cases? Now some of them said, for a small development agreement, why should I go register the development agreement? We all know each other very well. My families were, the developer's family, owner's family were neighbors. We used to play gully cricket together. We have implicit faith in each other. So we won't register the development agreement at all. We'll do the development, we'll finish it, we'll transfer the respective shares. So in the case of unregistered development agreements, Supreme Court came out in the case of G.S. Satwal, later on Balbir Singh Maini, to say that after 24/9/2001, when Section 17 and Section 49 of the Registration Act was amended by virtue of the Registration and Other Related Laws Amendment Act, which clearly said that any unregistered agreement cannot be regarded as a transfer of the nature referred to in section 53 of the Transfer of Property Act. Based on that amendment and the ruling of G.S. Satwal, Balbir Singh Maini, etc., it is settled law that as far as the unregistered development agreement is concerned, there is no transfer at all at the point of entering into the development agreement. Now, come to another thing. Let's assume that there were clients who said, sir, give us a solution where prevention is better than cure. What happens if the tax officer, which they were doing all the while, imposes tax on you based on Kapadia, based on Dayalu, etc., and tells the landowner, you jolly well pay the tax on the date of entering into a development agreement. Even if later on it's found that the builder has run away and abandoned the project, also a taxable event has occurred. You please pay the tax, whether you beg, borrow, steal, do what you want. The landowner did not have the money to pay tax. And as per our recovery mechanisms, you all know, you pay 20% as per CBDT Circular 1996, read with modified by para so and so, so and so. If you don't pay 20%, I will do a 226(3) notice against you. If you don't adhere to that, I will go attach your property. All the problems have started. So the landowner was forced to pay tax. They said, come up with a solution where prevention is better than cure. So there is no operation successful, patient dead concept. In a sense, by the time you get relief, the patient would have died. So we said, okay, let's start thinking how to get out of this. Then some of us started telling the landowners, please convert your property from an investment asset or a fixed asset to a current asset or a stock in trade in your books of accounts and financial statements. After converting it to a stock in trade, then you enter into a development agreement. And in our development agreement, we write one separate paragraph in the owner's covenants, representations and warranties, saying that the owner has held this property as a current asset and discloses the same as stock in trade in his books of accounts and financial statements. That's part of the development agreement itself. So a department doesn't say tomorrow it's a manufactured thing which you have done. So we started advising them, please convert this into a stock in trade and then enter the development agreement. Immediately they said, sorry, we don't agree with you, Dayalu applies. Then we went to the tribunal. When we come to the next slide, I will tell you, there is a classic case of one Dira Jamin proprietor JV Builders, which is my office case. What happened in that case was exactly this. This man was Dira Jamin, a proprietor, and he had entered into a development agreement and they, as a landowner at that time, and immediately they had gone and invoked Dayalu. They asked him to pay tax. He couldn't pay tax. They attached his share of property and they literally, the Commissioner Appeals rejected. It went to tribunal. When it came to tribunal, they said, you pay 50%. We will not give you stay till you pay 50%. Then, one chartered accountant from Mangalore, he was from Mangalore, they sent him to me. First thing I saw his balance sheet was very surprising. It was mentioned, Dira Jamin, proprietor JV Builders. So I asked him, are you a proprietor of a builder? Yes, sir. In this case, I'm a landowner, but I also have other lands where I'm a developer. I said, fabulous. Can you show me a balance sheet? In the balance sheet, I found that this land was lying in stock and trade. I said, then it is under current assets. Why did you bring it to the notice of anybody? He said, sir, I didn't know what difference it makes. He said, it makes a huge difference. This land is held by you as a stock and trade. Section 2(14) of the capital asset clearly excludes stock and trade. 2(47) is only in relation to a capital asset. If I read 2(47)(5) harmoniously with 2(14), the deemed fiction of transfer created under the Income Tax Act does not apply to you. Therefore, the question of transfer doesn't come into picture. Therefore, the question of Dayalu or Kapadia or Sarkaria, nobody will come trouble you in any manner whatsoever. So we filed appeal before the tribunal. They asked for an early hearing. So tribunal said, why early hearing? What's so special about your case? Then he said same thing, operation successful, patient dead. Sir, my property is going to be attached. If you're going to give me 1 month, 1 year later the hearing, my client would have gone. There's no point. Then they agreed for an early hearing. In that early hearing, we brought about all these facets and the court gave a ruling that if you are stock in trade, the development agreement cannot result in any tax at the point of entering into development agreement. Since 214 doesn't apply, 247 doesn't apply, and Dira Jamin was not even appealed against by the department to the High Court. So it became settled law. And the father of Dira Jamin is standing before you today because I was the one who drafted the entire appeal and I got that verdict in my favor, including a line written in the judgment that T.K. Dayalu judgment of the Karnataka High Court is respectfully observed that it does not apply to the present case. So that is the relief I gave to all my brethren in Karnataka to use that judgment and then fight this litigation. There were many judgments in the same line, R. Gopinath, Valvarkar, Vidya Vihar, so many, which had the same principle to say that if it's a stock and trade, question of these other judgments do not apply to you. Now, so controversy 1, I've discussed with you, what is the point of incidence? So to me today, forget 45(5)(a) for a moment, let's keep it aside. To me today, the point of incidence for an individual or a HF, keep 45(a) aside, company, firm, LLP owning an immovable property as a capital asset, the transfer takes place only at the point when you get your share of constructed area post development. The transfer does not apply, does not arise at any point of time prior to such an event. This is my very clear finding based on all these judgments. What is the next controversy? The next controversy was the consideration for the purpose of transfer. When landowner gives a 60-40 development agreement, 60% to developer, 40% to landowner, what is the consideration for having transferred 60% of land? Two schools of thought. One school of thought was the cost of construction with the developer spent on my 40% of area which is giving to me. Other school of thought was 60% of the land guideline value which has been given to the developer at the time of entering into the development agreement. Two schools of thought, I repeat. One was what the landowner gets in return as constructed area, the cost of that. Other was the guideline value of the land of 60% which has been given to the developer by adopting section 50D. There were two methods which are still there according to me. Now, when it came to the cost of construction, then the issue started coming up. The department is to go to the developer, get a certificate from the developer. The cost of landowner share of construction is 2,507 per square feet. They should send a notice to you. You have paid tax. Builder says he has spent 2,507. If I look at your tax, it's only 1,500 rupees. You pay extra tax on 1,000. The builder is to give a certificate, it's 5,500. Very well knowing that to construct what his construction is embedded in my, can make out from any registered value, it would not have costed even 3,500. But he would have given a certificate 5,507. So the question then came up, whether the builder certificate is sacrosanct, whether the builder certificate is the basis for the landowner to pay the capital gains tax. We fought this at various levels. Now, I've given a plethora of judgments which have ultimately said that the certificate given by a builder is not necessarily to be taken for the purpose of deeming the cost of construction, which is the deemed value of consideration for the landowner to pay tax on his share of constructed area. So these are the judgments which have said that the builder's certificate is not etched in stone. It is not sacrosanct. Now the bigger controversy. Having said that, then what is to be taken when it comes to cost of construction? We are saying builder is not correct. Landowner is not in a position to give the cost of construction because he has not spent the money. It is coming to him free of cost. So can the landowner get a valuation done by a registered valuer of the income tax department? Can that valuation be challenged by the officer by sending it to the DVO under the powers of the income tax officer under the Income Tax Act? If the DVO's valuation differs from your valuation exercise which you have done, what has to be taken? These are a plethora of issues which are coming up. Now, after reading this left, right, center, fighting this battle every day, I am now fighting a very interesting appeal where it's a huge development, so it costs a lot. The developer has given a beautiful certificate. Direct cost 100 crores. Finance cost 35 crores. Administrative cost 5 crores. Total cost of construction on owner's share is 140 crores. Certificate given by the developer to the income tax department after they issued 133(6) notice on him, please come and give the cost which you have, because they were assessing my landowner's case, and in order to pin me down, they made the developer to come and give a sworn statement and give a letter in writing that 100 is my cost of direct cost, 35 is my finance cost, 5 crores is my administrative cost, 140 crores. They've added back in my assessment 140 crores as the cost which I should have taken as the deemed value of consideration. Because I did not know what was the consideration and the developer was never giving me that information, I went and got it valued by a registered valuer of the income tax department. He valued it at 89 crores. I'm giving you a live example. I can't mention names for confidentiality. When the assessment came, the officer referred it to the DVO. She said, builder is saying something, you are giving another certificate of a registered valuer, I will refer it to DVO. Me and my client went to the DVO 3 times. We told him, we'll send you Mercedes, BMW, whatever you want, please come to our property and check it. He never came till the end. Never came. Ultimately, he gives a report. I've observed from the report of the valuation officer, registered valuation officer taken by the SSE, that the quality of construction and the name of the builder who has constructed it itself shows that he has lowered the valuation. It should have been higher than 89 crores. Next sentence he says, however, I am unable to value it. But officer said, I'm sorry, I'm taking 140 crores. Now in my appeal, which I'm fighting, which is the day after tomorrow, Tuesday is my next submission, I've taken a very interesting point. I've said, okay, fair enough. Builder has given 140 crores. His letter itself says, direct cost 100, 35 crores finance cost and 5 crores admin cost. Can his administration cost of his salary to manager, tube light, fan in his office, air conditions, petrol, vehicle, etc., can that be added to my cost of construction? Point 1. Now he has borrowed admittedly for this project, but he's borrowed basket for the entire group. He's taken 500 crores. In that he has apportioned 35 crores to my project. Whether that apportionment is correct, whether it's logical, whether he has purposely taken finance for some other project and pushed the interest here, whether I can have a right to question the builder's way of working, right, is the point. First of all, should I even take finance cost? Because if you look at the contractual obligation, we have said that the developer has to give me the building at his cost free to me. Now, whether developer begs, borrows or steals, it's his job to give me 1 lakh square feet of super built area. If he goes borrows because he's unable to do whatever he wants and loads it onto my cost, although it will be cost for the developer, there's no doubt, in his books of accounts it will be added as cost. Whether I should pay capital gains on a finance cost incurred by a developer, whether I should pay capital gains on an administrative cost incurred by a developer, is the critical point which we are trying to analyze. I've got some judgments on that also, which I'm still researching, wherein we have said that you cannot take all the frills which have been given by the developer. What is the lime, brick and mortar which is embedded in my property only should be taken. Maximum, I'm ready to concede that even if he had taken 25 crores, 35 crores as finance cost, on 100 crores of direct cost, he couldn't have taken 35 crores finance cost for 3 years of construction. Obviously, he has not borrowed on day one. He's also used the money from the development itself. So he should average that cost, bring it down to 8% and try to reduce that to a logical level. Or I've taken an extreme position that I won't take the finance cost at all. There are 2 positions which we can take. But these are the things which you will be having every day. These issues will be coming up every day. The other alternative, like I said, was adopting 50D after 1/4/2012, where we were given the liberty to take what land I'm giving up. That was very simple. Take the guideline value on the date of development agreement, offer under 50D. Because 50D started with the wording saying that where the value of the capital asset transferred cannot be determined or ascertained at the point of transfer, then 50D can be taken into cognizance. 50D, if you look at the Finance Act 2012, it did not come for development agreement. It came for a Raja Ravi Verma painting, M.F. Hussain painting. You look at the objects and reasons. They said it's also a capital asset. People are selling paintings in crores. We don't know the value. Therefore, 50D was brought into statute. But intelligent people like us started using it for development agreements. And we said we can offer under 50D. Luckily, we have got a plethora of judgments to say that 50D can be adopted by the landowner if he doesn't adopt the cost of construction method. And Sarojini Kushe, Karnataka High Court, interesting decision. It came in 2022. It said that 50D is even retrospective. Even before it came into statute on 1/4/2012, we can use it retrospectively also, because it's laid down a principle that cost of construction is not necessarily the only way to go about it. So it's a retrospective decision of the Karnataka High Court itself. So Now we'll come to your implications of 45(5)(a). Now 45(5)(a), when it came into the statute from 1/4/2017, I honestly thought I have to close down my office because I do so many development agreements every day. Everybody said, fantastic, now the Finance Act has cured all the problem of this development agreement, point of taxation, rate of taxation. We are free now. So let us enjoy. And we don't have to get into Dayalu and Kapadia, etc. But I was feeling sad because I don't get any work now. What do I do? Then I read this 45(5)(a), and believe me, my practice only flowered further. Reason being, 45(5)(a) was brought into statute supposedly to cure the landowner's problem of not having money in hand but forced to pay tax at the point of entering into the development agreement. Supposedly to cure him of that particular operation successful, patient dead problem. However, it's only compounded the problem. In what way? First of all, very clear, it applies to a development agreement entered only on or after 1/4/2017. 45(5)(a) cannot be applied to any development agreement entered prior to that particular date. Second, it applies only to individual and HF, and it applies only for transfer of a capital asset. So it will apply only to an individual at HF, it will apply only for transfer of a capital asset. Third, the term specified agreement, if you read carefully, it will apply only to a development agreement on area sharing basis. It doesn't apply to a revenue sharing development agreement. Next, this section is only prospective. It cannot be applied retrospectively. I have given 3 decisions for you, which you can use. That 45(5)(a) is not retrospective. In other words, I repeat, 45(5)(a) applies only to individual HF. It applies only to a transfer of a capital asset. It applies to only a development agreement entered on or after 1/4/2017. And it cannot be retrospective. It applies only to an area sharing agreement and not to a revenue sharing arrangement. These are very clear readings of 45(5)(a). Now, what happens because of that? Under 45(5)(a), if you read it very carefully, they say, they actually support the analogy of Kapadia and Dayalu. They say transfer takes place on the date of entering into the development agreement. Only the capital gains is paid on the date when the OC is received for the project. Read it very carefully. People thought that the transfer itself is postponed. No. The transfer takes place on the date of entering into a development agreement. It is only the capital gain payment which is postponed to the year of OC. What is the corollary effect of this reading? Is that if I have to invest in a house within 3 years, or I have to buy a house within 2 years, it starts from the date of the development agreement, not from the date of payment of capital gain. So please be careful about these things. Do not think 45(5)(a) is giving you any relief. It's actually compounded your problem. Next issue. What is the value at which you are supposed to pay the capital gain? Now they come up with a concept to say that it is at the point of completion of the project where OC comes, but it will be on the guideline value of the land or building received by you in return. Now look at a situation where it's a 60-40 JD. I have given 60% to the developer, I am keeping 40%. I have given up 60% land. What have I got in return? 40% of constructed area. Now a view which one of the celebrated speakers in the country has been addressing seminars all over India. I can't mention names, unfortunately. He says that the way the section is worded, it amounts to the landowner having transferred his entire 100% land to the developer and receives 40% land and building back in return. If you take that type of view, you are dead and gone, because you will be your index value will start from 1/4/2001 and on the entire 100% land. Your transfer will take place today on 100% of land. There's no chance for you to survive at all. And that view is blatantly wrong. Reason being, a transfer has happened only of 60% of land. The 40% of land of the landowner share continues to remain with him in undivided share. He's only getting constructed area in return. He's not getting land and building in return. Then I analyzed, why is that speaker saying so? He, after all, is one of the good speakers in the country, although I differed with him. Then I analyzed, the word used is, what land and building is received by you in return? I've not given land at all. What land can I get in return? Was my question. Then I realized that wording can be is used for a plotted development. And here I'm just sort of being presumptuous. that is for a plotted development, because in a plotted development, I am giving 10 acres of land and developer is taking 45 developed plots and giving me 35 developed plots. So, I'm giving up land, but I've got developed plot in return, which is again land only. So the guideline value of the developed plot which comes to me, my 35 plots, is my deemed value of consideration for giving up 45 plots of the developer. That is the reason land has been used in 45(5)(a). Not because I have given up 100% of land and taking it back. That concept is completely wrong. This is my opinion on the matter. Of course, people can have their own views. Next. Now the TDS issue on that. What happens to TDS? Somebody said, sir, under 194 IC, if there is a non-refundable deposit given along with the development agreement, there is TDS on non-refundable deposit. Therefore, will the tax not get preponed? No. The tax continues to be in the year in which you receive the OC. The TDS has to be carried forward by using the provisions of section 199 read with rule 37BA. The TDS has to be carried forward and will be taxed. That means the non-refundable deposit plus the guideline value of the building which came to you in return in the date of OC will be added as income in that year, and the TDS will be carried forward and taken as credit in that year. That's how you have to read the particular law. Now, next issue which came up was, in a traditional area sharing agreement, we are giving up the land 4 years back. You get 50 flats at the end of 4 years. But out of 50 flats, as a landowner, you have already entered into agreements to sell for 45 flats. Back-to-back agreements are done. So you get the land back you get your 50 flats in July 2023, out of which 45 you are selling it in August 2023 itself because you already got pre-contracts ready with you. What happens to taxation? Whether out of the apartments which came into you, whether the building will be short-term and the land long-term, whether both will be short-term or whether both will be long-term. This is another issue which comes up. Traditionally, we have taken a view since 40% of land remained with me from day one. As far as the land is concerned, it is long-term for the 45 apartments which I hold. The undivided share of land is long-term. As far as the building is concerned, since it came to me only in July and I sold it immediately in August, the period for which the capital asset was held by the assessee, which is the word used in section 48, was only 1 month. Therefore, building is short-term and land is long-term. The next, using our thinking caps as chartered accountants, then we used to advise our clients, when you make the sale deed, please ensure that there is a clear demarcation of consideration. If the builder had given you a cost certificate saying that it costed you 3,500 for construction cost, I used to sell the building only at 3,600, the balance I used to load on to land. So my short-term capital gain gets reduced. Now, the other end of the argument, which is a very credible argument, which if you all want to be adventurous, or rather your clients want to be adventurous and you want to help them out, you take a view. Take a view that we started the development agreement in 2016, plan sanctions were done. In January 2017, area allocation agreement has been done. In January 2017, I got possession in July 2023 of my apartments. Now I am selling it. I took a view, since the right to receive 50 apartments was on the date of allocation agreement, it is like an outside buyer giving me some advance and blocking my property. Since my right to receive crystallized in January 2017, even the apartments which I sell, even though I've actually physically got it in July 2023 only, is also long term. That's an adventurous view which can be taken, which is well supported by Supreme Court in the case of Sanjeev Lal, Shaila Motilal, Madhu Kaul, Vembu Vaidyanathan, which said that if a person even gives you an advance, he has a right to seek conveyance of the property. That itself is a capital asset. And if that capital asset is held for more than 3 years, it becomes long term. On that analogy, you can also take a view here that both land and building are long term. This is for the people who are rally drivers, right? You should have the courage, but yes, this is a very, very credible argument. And if the client is willing to take that argument, educate him properly and tell him, this is the argument I'm going to take. If you're fine with it, we go ahead. Otherwise, go by the traditional concept. Ensure that the profit percentage in the building is less, the land is taken care of, and therefore it's predominantly long term. Next issue was whether what the landowner has done is an adventure in the nature of trade. Chaparia sir was discussing with me before the show. Adventure in the nature of trade. I am a landowner. I have given a development to a developer. He gives me 100 flats in return, not one. Owner share is 100, developer share 150. For 100 flats, I appoint an agency to market. I collect GST. I file my GST returns. Do I then become a person who is no longer just a plain landowner? I have now converted myself to a businessman. I have now I've indulged in an adventure in the nature of trade because I've got 100 flats in return. I'm doing the organized activity of selling it by appointing a broker. I'm collecting GST for my share of apartments. Do I become a businessman? Is the question which is being raised. Now, Rangta Properties, Calcutta High Court comes to your favor and says, just because the landowner has done that does not mean it's become an adventure of the nature of trade. What he has got in return is only the apartments. It is to crystallize to monetize what he has got out of JDA, he's appointing a agency to sell. It doesn't change the character of his receipt of property. It continues to remain as a capital asset. We have got two more decisions of the Karnataka High Court and one Mupala Bhaskar Reddy, which is my own case, where I used Rangta Properties to get a judgment in my favor. But this is not a matter settled. Believe me, if a man has a 100-acre property and he wants to develop it into plots, therefore he converts it from agricultural to non-agricultural. He applies to the local area or the municipality for a plan sanction. He levels the land, he builds roads, he builds infrastructure. He does what all is required under the local law and then he sells it. Does that man who was holding 100 acres where his cattle were grazing, sheep and goat were grazing, if that now becomes a beautiful layout, has he now become a case, classic case where adventure of trade can be invoked? This is a very dangerous situation because in such cases, it's very clear that a man who was just an ordinary farmer where his goat and sheep were grazing has now developed that into a beautiful layout. He has applied for plan sanction in his name. He has got all conversions done in his name. He has done a layout plan. He has done all infrastructure as mandated under law, including your ducts, your pipes, your underground cabling, whatever. And then he's selling it. And he's also using a marketing agency to sell. He's collecting GST for it. Therefore, that case could be looked at very carefully by the department to say that it is an adventure in the nature of trade. So you people should be careful. In such cases, then apply section 45(2). You purposely get a certificate that the market value of the property on the date of plan sanction is very high from a registered valuer, so that comes under capital gain. Only the differential is taxed as business profit. Now quickly coming to revenue sharing arrangements, all the basics of joint development is same, except in the case of revenue sharing arrangement. The taxation, as far as I am concerned, there is no question of tax on the landowner on the date of entering into the development agreement. The landowner's tax arises only as and when the units in the project are sold to the ultimate buyers, the risks and rewards of ownership are transferred to the ultimate buyers of the project. Because in a revenue sharing arrangement, what is being shared is revenue. You are given a GPA to the builder to sell all the 100 units. The plan is on your name, but all 100 units are given to the GPA, to the builder to sell. What you are getting, your revenue share, is in essence only for sale of 100% of your land. What revenue share the builder is getting is in essence only for sale of 100% of the construction. That is the type of wording we have included in our revenue sharing arrangements. In our revenue sharing arrangements, not agreements, we have included wording to say revenue share means landowner's revenue share is 30% of the total gross revenue, of the distributable revenue. And in essence, the same is being received by the landowner for transfer of right, title and interest in the land on which the project is being developed. Developer 70% of distributable revenue is taken in essence for the transfer of the development of the constructed area which is done on the land. We mentioned those wordings in the agreement itself, which is legally also correct. Because at the end of the day, the landowner is not doing anything on development. He is only getting his revenue for the land which he holds. These are the fundamental concepts all of you all have to understand. The law of dual ownership is very much there in India. It may have vanished in England, but in India, the law of dual ownership is still very much prevalent. Somebody can own the building, somebody can own the land. Classic example. I asked the developers, If there's a fire in the middle of the development, or the building comes crashing down, who has got the insurable interest of the building? Who has got the insurable interest of the building? On the building. Developer has got the insurable interest of the building. So it's very clear that's the concept of dual ownership which is there. Somebody owns the land, somebody is constructing on that, and both of you all are selling your respective ownerships to an ultimate buyer. That's the way you have to read the law if you look at it very carefully. So in our development agreements, in revenue sharing arrangement basis, we have gotten beautiful terms. We use the term gross revenue, distributable revenue, pass-through charges, additional charges, other charges. So we say that gross revenue includes the pass-through charges, additional charges and other charges. Distributable revenue will include the gross revenue minus pass-through charges, which is GST, etc., which cannot be shared. It includes additional charges, just like as preferred location charges, sea-facing unit, then additional amounts collected for check bouncing or forfeiture of advances from clients. All that is taken as distributable revenue. Other charges, where developer collects for legal costs, developer collects for subdividing kata, developer collects for getting an electricity meter. That is other charges where the landowner cannot get a share. So that is called other charges. So the distributable revenue becomes gross revenue minus pass-through charges minus other charges. The distributable revenue includes the net revenue plus your additional charges, which is your preferred location charges, plus your forfeiture charges, cancellation charges, interest paid by the unit holders for late payment of installments. All that is distributed between both the landowner and the developer. Those things should be minutely written in the agreements. Because this is where most of the arbitrations are as to what has to be shared. Sinking fund to be collected for the future association. Again, it is a other charge. It cannot be part of a distributable revenue. So all that should be written in the agreements. Next. Again, in the case of the compensation clause should be same because RERA mandates so. Then the same clause on here, the only thing is the developer can obtain construction finance by mortgaging his developer's revenue share, not area share. That is permissible. Most of the banks have been lending now for enough number of years. The original title deeds have to be deposited in the bank. They give an endorsement that the owner's share of revenue is not encumbered. It's only the developer share of, which is encumbered. Then the standard clause, commencement, delay, etc., force majeure, all is there in the agreement. Again here, price parity. I said Rama Krishna, very relevant for revenue share. More relevant than area share because in revenue share, 100% GPA is given to the developer to sell all the units. There is no owner share, developer share. Everything can be sold by the developer. So if he pockets all the Krishna, you won't have a clue what is happening. So every quarterly, there has to be a clause saying that the landowner and the developer should meet and fix the price for the next quarter. These are compulsory clauses to be required in a development agreement of the revenue share. Now, what are the issues arising in revenue sharing agreements? As far as I'm concerned, very quickly I am mentioning to you, what is the point of tax for a landowner? As I said, the landowner's revenue share is in essence only for 100% sale of land. So as far as landowner is concerned, he will have to pay tax only when the risks and rewards of ownership of the individual units are transferred to the ultimate buyers of units in the apartment, which includes the undivided share of land. Till such time he can show it as advances, as liability. The landowner need not adopt the percentage of completion method for declaring revenue. In my own case, which I will give in the next slide, we have fought this battle and we won in the tribunal. It was a 350 crore order in my favor, where they asked the landowner also to follow the percentage of completion method in a revenue sharing arrangement, saying that the developers already declared revenue in all these years, you also have to declare. We said we have got nothing to do with it. We will go as per AS9 read with ICDS 4. They said you have to go as per AS 7 and ICDS 3. We contended that Commissioner appeals without giving us hearing passed against us. In the tribunal, we got a categorical judgment of 139 pages to say that landowner has got every right to follow a consistent method adopted by him of declaring the revenue from his revenue share only as and when the risks and rewards of units are transferred. He need not follow the percentage of completion method. So these are the judgments which are in our favor. And these two judgments of Trishul Biltek and Matike Ramaya. Trishul Biltek was grandfathered by me. That's my own client, where we won the case in the Bangalore Tribunal, which is the order which is now being challenged by the department in the High Court. Another battle is there, but I'm very confident that the type of principles we have laid down in the judgment are very, are good enough for us to sustain the legal challenge. That's my personal opinion. I hope that when I address you all next time, High Court also would have ruled in my favor by then. So these are the judgments. So landowner need not adopt the percentage of completion method. Now, as far as developer is concerned, it is very clear. Chaparia ji wanted me to cover that, so I'm covering it. If the developer constructs himself, then he has to follow the percentage of completion method. If the developer has outsourced all his activities, civil construction to somebody, plumbing to somebody, water to somebody, your landscaping to somebody, then all those subservient service providers, only they should follow percentage of completion method. As far as developer is concerned, he can continue to follow the risk and rewards of ownership method if he opts to do so. This is my clear opinion on the matter, as long as he has consistently followed the same method of accounting. Now, what was the problem? I'll tell you. It's our own people who create the problem. Some of the listed companies who are developers, they, even though they've outsourced their entire work to L&T or Shirke, etc., they want to show better results. They are going and opting for the percentage of completion method because they want to show better results. Because of them, the department is now taking a stand that, see, all of them have adopted percentage of completion. Why in your case you are going under AS9? Read with ICDS 4, read with section 145.2. So we are finding challenges because our own people, for their own selfish reasons, are trying to prepone revenue. That's where the problem is starting, and that's the time when we have to do much more homework to support our case. Because we have got cases shown to us. Dekho, ye aisa kar raha hai, tum kyun aisa kar raha hai? So we should be wary of those things. Now, in the case of revenue share, what are the advantages? Postponement of tax for landowner. There is no GST on the works contract because the builder is not rendering any service for the landowner by way of construction of the owner's constructed area. So there is no GST. The provisions of section 50D is not applicable to a revenue share. It applies only to an area share. Disadvantages is the owners cannot hold on to the stock. Suppose in an area sharing agreement, the owner can say, you sell off all your stock. I'll wait for the building to get fully complete. Then I will start selling slowly because I'll get a better price. That is not possible because once you give your GPA to the developer, he can keep on selling and monetizing the benefit for both of us, subject to Ramakrishna minimum price parity clause. Please remember that again and again. Then there is no recourse available to a landowner if in the middle of the project it stands abandoned. That is the problem in revenue sharing. Because you have handed over entire GPA. You have given him the rights to the market. In this case, we could have had a clause saying that you cannot execute a deed of absolute sale and conveyance till you hand over my area to me in habitable condition. That cannot be put in the case of revenue share. So you have less control on the developer in that regard. Then the department can take a contention that in a revenue sharing arrangement at least, that it's an AOP. It's an association of persons between the landowner and the developer because both of you are sharing revenue from the same project. Again, there are case laws in the next slide which clearly says that for us to be an AOP, it's simply not just a matter of sharing revenue. It's also a matter of sharing risks. So, if my risks are clearly distinct and independent from that of a developer, then it cannot be an AOP. If the landowner's risk is related only to the title of the property and the developer's risk is related to all matters connected to the development, you are not sharing common risks. Therefore, it cannot be an AOP. Just because you are sharing revenue, for which there are some judgments which have been given by me. I'll share it. Fakir Chand Gulati versus Uppal Agencies, Housing Corporation, then Indra Balkrishna, very old judgment of 39 ITR Supreme Court, Murugeshan and Brothers, all of them are very clear that it cannot be an AOP just because you share revenue. Yes. GST on transfer of development rights, which is the next huge issue in the real estate segment, applies whether it's an area share or a revenue sharing arrangement. On that, there is no escape. Now, we are at 4:15. So, what can be, I will finish 10 minutes of this. Then I'll get on to the GST aspect of it, which probably people may also like to know. What are the structures which can be evolved? Now, if you understand, when I go to GST, you'll understand that you have issues like there's a GST on building construction services rendered by the developer on the landowner's share. The developer is paid by forward charge and collects it from the landowner. There is a GST on supply of development rights by the landowner to the developer. For allowing him to enter the property and construct, there is supply of a development right by the landowner to the developer, on which developer is supposed to pay GST or reverse charge for projects after 1/4/2019. Right. These are making projects unviable because both of them input credit is not available under the new regime of charging 5% on the residential apartments. Input credit is not available, so it's become unsustainable. So can we look at some new concepts where, and one other thing about Dayalu, Jairaj, point of taxation, where the cost of construction should be taken or 50D should be taken, what is the cost of construction to be taken, etc., will vanish if I follow this method. What is the method I follow? I ask the landowner to bring in his land into a SPV. It could be a firm, it could be LLP, it could be a company. The landowner pays tax under 45(3) on day one. Based on his index cost, it could be a land bought recently, therefore there may not be much tax. It could be a Hyder Ali Jamana land, so 2001 inflation index into 3.4 times. There could be a capital gains tax, there's no doubt about it. But the beauty of this is, when a person is bringing his land into a SPV, it could be a firm, it could be LLP, it could be a company. He pays tax under 45(3). But the consideration which is adopted in the books of accounts of the LLP or firm or company can be decided by both developer and the landowner together. It is completely our domain. So, when you bring in property, it's taxed at 22.9% under capital gains. But when the same land hits the profit loss account of the LLP or the firm or the company, it hits at a tax rate of 35% or 25% as the case may be. So, you have actually a 12% saving in this entire scenario. How you have a 12% saving? You have bought the land at 23.92%. If you are going to take it as LLP and that hits the profit loss account when it's ultimately sold to customers, it's hitting the profit loss account at the rate of 34.95% in the case of LLP and firm. In the case of company, it's hitting at 25% if you are under the new regime. So, in both the ways, you do have an advantage. So, both of you all can commercially map it, decide even though he pays capital gain today, which anyway he would have paid 3 years later. What is the cost of money? The developer funds the capital gain by bringing that capital into the LLP, which is drawn by the landowner to pay the capital gain. But both of them gain 12% if the SPV is going to be an LLP or a firm. Why we prefer an LLP and not a firm is because of the unlimited liability concept, which you are all well aware of. Now in Karnataka, beautifully, LLP has got a separate insertion under the Stamp Act, which says that the stamp duty when I bring a property into LLP is only 0.1%. How much is it? 500 for every 5,000. Recently, government made it 1,000 for every 5,000. So it's 0.2%. And that too, they say it's on the capital, not even on the value of land. So we have fooled around enough with that provision now. So we bring in land into LLP based on the capital gain which is paid, and then we do the project in the LLP itself. LLP registers for RERA, LLP registers for GST, LLP carries out the entire development, LLP pays tax at 35%, and the profits are shared in the ratio which is worked out on. Normally what we do is, in these agreements, we define how the profit is to be shared. We will say revenue for landowner will be revenue of X number of apartments minus his land cost booked in the firm's name minus his tax liability. For developer, it will be revenue from X apartments minus construction cost minus tax liability. But you cannot write that in the LLP agreement per se. Because when you upload your form, some LLP, form 3 or something, my juniors keep telling me, it doesn't allow you to do a profit sharing in this way. It allows you only a percentage. So therefore, what we do in the LLP agreement, we mention a percentage to the nearest accuracy, but we have a memorandum of understanding clearly saying what is going to be the profit share, and we say that both have to be read harmoniously, and that will prevail over the LLP agreement. Ultimately, towards the end of the project, we ensure that there is a supplementary agreement entered into, wherein the profit and loss is shared according to the memorandum of understanding and not according to the LLP agreement. Now, the danger of this is also there. I am talking very nicely about solving all these problems. The danger is there. Let's assume that I put my land into the LLP. Fair enough. 60-40, developer 60, me 40. Developer has not put a single rupee into the LLP on day one. Within 3 months, he asked for liquidation of LLP. Developer asked for liquidation of LLP. In a case of a partnership firm, a partner asks for dissolution of the firm. Section 43 of the Indian Partnership Act, please read it again and again when you go back, you will be shocked. The day a partner issues a notice for dissolution, the firm stands dissolved. The firm stands dissolved. So, the developer will coolly, then what happens? When the property is distributed, he gets 60, they get 40 without having put a single rupee. So, we learned from all this. So, we put a clause in the LLP agreement of the firm that the developer has no right to seek the dissolution or liquidation till he invests X amount of money into the LLP for the purpose of project. We'll put, depending on the total cost, we will say till he invests 25 crores, till he invests 35 crores, till he invests 40 crores. He doesn't have the power to seek liquidation or dissolution, and only after that the power comes. Similarly, we say the landowner also cannot seek dissolution till he can seek dissolution only, for example, if the developer says, I'll get the plan sanction within 9 months. He doesn't turn up at all. 2 years are up, nothing is happening. Then the landowner has got a right to seek dissolution. But if the developer is performing his obligations and there are some marginal delays, he cannot seek dissolution. So we bring in those clauses in these agreements, which are binding on the parties because of the principles of the contract itself, which is the partnership deed. So we should be a little careful while doing those type of things. But as tax planning measure, both from the GST angle and from the, especially in commercial, where the property is being let out and not for sale, subject to safari retreats judgment of the Supreme Court, we are all waiting for safari retreats. In that case, believe me, the GST on development right, GST on works contract, it is not possible to do a commercial development in this country anymore. Because the GST incurred is not allowed as input credit against the rental being earned in future by the specific restriction under section 17 bracket 5 bracket C of the CGST Act. Now safari retreats, Orissa High Court held in our favor. It read down 17.5. The matter was argued extensively before Supreme Court 3 months back. The Supreme Court has reserved its judgment. We are all waiting anxiously for this judgment. And I would like to make a submission here that if that judgment comes in our favor, I would have to pat myself on the back also. Because one of the leading advocates of this country, I can't name him, who argued the case, who front-ended for safari retreats against the department, is probably the best advocate in the country today on these matters. Of all the people, he asked me to give him 2 pages of my submissions as to why safari retreats is good law and why 17.5C is to be read down as discriminatory and violative of ... So I made a 2-page note to the said advocate. He has included that without changing comma and full stop in his submissions before Supreme Court. That's the pride I take. And if it comes in my favor, believe me, I would have added a very small, I'll be one of the few people who have been part of the exercise to get relief for the... But knowing the volume of relief which will come, maybe about 50,000 crores, I don't know whether the apex court will hold in our favor. But if they hold, I would just pat myself on the back and say, okay, I've also done a small contribution in this regard. So the LLP concept, etc. is very, very useful when it comes to a commercial development where you're only going to earn rentals in future and you're not going to sell. So I'm just skipping all this because I think I have to go to the next stage. Third, via media, developer to be treated as a contractor. What happens? It's a 100 by 120 site. We want to have 8 apartments, 4 for landowner, 4 for developer. Do you want to enter into a development agreement, get GST on development right, get GST on works contract, then all this other tamasha, Dayalu, Jayaraj, Ashok Raghavan coming and speaking, all not required at all. You can simply make the developer as a contractor for the entire 8 flats. He starts spending as a contractor. The agreement will state that instead of paying you money, as consideration for your contract fee, I am going to give you 4 apartments to sell after you complete the project. So he will keep getting his subcontractors' bills. He will levy GST on me, on my entire 8 apartments. He will get, for a works contract, if it's commercial, he will get relief on all the input. On residential, he can charge me only 5%, he will not get input. But the beauty of the matter is that he will be a contractor, he will not be a developer. So the question of GST on development rights will vanish at the threshold itself. And even the GST which I have lost on construction services, I will be adding to the price anyway when I sell that apartment to the ultimate buyer. So I will be giving 4 apartments to the developer as a contract fee, for which he will charge me GST, which anyway I would have got charged even by the even under the joint development model. In this method, what will happen? The land will be continued to be owned by me. I will follow AS9 read with ICDS 4, and I will pay tax only when the risks and rewards of ownership are transferred. The contractor will pay tax on the percentage of completion method, there is no doubt about that. And by this method, you will be able to do small projects by making a developer in the form of a contractor. Here the only thing is, you shouldn't allow him to borrow, because it's a small project. That's one thing you have to keep it in mind. Now we will come to GST on development agreements. Yeah. So, again this goods and service tax, which came from 1/7/2017, has created such a paranoia, I would say, in every sector, including real estate. Having gone so deep into it, initially I was not a GST consultant at all, but being forced to draft documents, I was telling Chaparyaji, to draft a development agreement, I need to know RERA, I need to know GST, I need to know income tax, I need to know the Transfer of Property Act, the Indian Easements Act, the Registration Act, the Stamp Act of every state, without which I should not even venture into drafting a development agreement. At least I should have a working knowledge of all these acts. That's where a chartered accountant is always having an advantage compared to an advocate. I used to tell my brother, my twin brother, when Chidambaram was the finance minister, there was no GST and there was no service tax on advocates, if you remember. Even now, there's no GST on individual advocates, only if it's a firm they pay tax because they don't render any service. But that apart, I'm just saying, we have to learn so much under the new legislation, especially GST, because it is a notification-based law. You can change the procedures, you can change the levy by way of notifications. So every single day, as I said, the day you think you know everything, you know nothing. You have to be on the desk, you have to be on the boil to do a tax planning on GST. Now, GST, in short, I'll just put it in 3 phases. One, prior to 1/7/2007, service tax and VAT era. I'm talking only about development agreements. One, between 1/7/2017 and 25/1/2018. 25/1/2018. You can see the notification there. The third is after, between 25/1/2018 and 31/3/2019. Fourth is after 1/4/2019. There are 4 timelines you have to keep in mind when we discuss on indirect tax which affects development agreements. One, VAT and service tax era prior to 1/7/2017. One, GST area between 1/7/2017 to 25/1/2018. One is between 26/1/2018 to 31st March 2019. Other one is after 1/4/2019. So that is the way you have to read this law. If anybody comes to you with an opinion of what happens to GST, I signed this agreement on so and so day, developer suddenly coming with a bill of 15 crores and saying, unless you pay me, I'm not going to hand over your keys. What do I do? Can I go to court? Can I do specific performance? Can I put it to arbitration? These are things we are facing every day. That's why the agreement should be drafted crystal clear now in the GST regime. Now, I'll just take it one by one. As far as service tax and VAT era was concerned, there was one circular 152/2/2012, 151/12/2012 under service tax, where they attempted to first time to charge service tax on development agreements, where the concept bought in the concept of owner, developer, etc., and said at what point of time it has to be taxed, to who has to pay the tax, etc., etc. In that particular circular also, 151/2/2012, it clearly stated that there is definitely a incidence of service tax on a development agreement, especially after the L&T judgment of 26th September 2013, and on building construction services, development rights was never part of service tax regime. If anybody is trying to levy service tax, development rights under service tax regime, the concept itself never existed. Be very clear about that. But as far as works contract was concerned, building construction services are concerned, the law was very clear that the developer is liable to pay the service tax on services rendered. He can collect it from the landowner by way of a contract. This was held in the case of Bala Bhaskar versus Union of India by the Madras High Court, confirmed by the Supreme Court, wherein they said that the onus of paying GST on works contract, on building construction services, whether it's landowner share or developer share, is on the developer. By a contractual agreement, he can collect that GST from the landowner. So what happens if development agreements do not have a clause for developer to collect it from the landowner? According to me, the landowner is not liable to pay service tax to the developer. Developer has to bear everything. There are many cases in arbitration on this point itself. But if the development agreement those days had a clause saying that the service tax and VAT can be collected from the landowner, then the developer has got a case. Otherwise, developer has got no case to even levy on the landowner the VAT and service tax. Now, after GST regime came, first one is very clear. By way of notification 12/2019 itself, there is a specific entry number 3,997, which clearly says GST and works contract is liable to tax. So that was 30th June 2017 when GST law was about to be enacted. The law says there is GST on works contract. Nothing mentioned about development rights. But there's a residuary clause in notification 12. Any other service not covered above 18%. So development rights can come under the residuary clause. Now the first attempt under the GST law to tax both construction services and development rights was by notification 25th of Jan 2018, wherein they said where a registered landowner supplies development rights to a developer for developing his land, the registered landowner has to register for GST and he has to pay the GST on forward charge, point 1. Second paragraph says a registered developer has to supply building construction services and he has to levy GST on the landowner. And the point of levy of GST was also mentioned. It is at the point when there is an instrument of conveyance, example allotment letter was the word which is written there. So, for a constructed complex, the word uses constructed complex. So, the view taken by the department was when you enter into an allocation agreement after plan sanction, immediately you have to pay GST because at that point of time, there is an allotment letter type of concept and therefore you have to pay GST. But we argued successfully, no, the word used is constructed complex, not complex under construction. The word used is constructed complex. So in the case of Vajra Ceramics, which is there in the next page, Andhra Pradesh Advanced Ruling Authority held the word constructed complex should obviously mean complex which has already been constructed. So no question of preponing GST doesn't arise. The GST would have to be paid on construction services only when the complex is constructed. Similarly, development rights also have to be paid only when the complex is constructed. That was sort of fortified by notification 6/2019 under the new GST regime, wherein they said both the development rights and the construction services are postponed to the date of receipt of the OC. This was indirectly given on 25th January, but department was interpreting it differently. We managed to succeed. Same thing has now been sort of formalized by notification 6/2019. The problem with notification of 25th January 2018 was, he says registered person being a landowner. How many landowners were registered for GST when they entered into a development agreement, sir? You are all practicing. How many landowners have registered themselves for GST before they entered into a development agreement? 0. तो डेवलपर मर गया, मरने दो. Okay. So the notification 4/2018 says, registered landowner supplying development rights, registered developer supplying building construction services. What is the landowners not registered? Will reverse charge apply? Will section 9(3) apply? Will section 9(4) apply? Will the builder be liable to pay GST on development rights because the landowner is not registered? This itself has taken me about 100 hours of research. Believe me, such a complicated question, I'm making it so simple here. The problem is, if you look at the act very clearly, GST came on 1/7/2017. It was July, August, September. On October 13th, 2017, they brought in a notification to say that all reverse charge mechanism is going to be suspended, since they wanted to find out the value at which the reverse charge has to be considered. So from October 13, 2017 to February 1st, 2019, section 9(3) was in suspended animation. You have heard only about assembly being in suspended animation. This is a law which was in suspended animation. So if that development agreement is entered in that period, then there is no reverse charge also on the developer, neither there is a forward charge on the landowner. Look at it very, very carefully. But if the development agreement is entered prior to that, after February 2019, it's entered on 8th March 2019, and landowner is still unregistered. Landowner is still unregistered. What happens to development right? Because it's not a project after 1/4/2019, it's a project prior to 1/4/2019. Development agreement entered into on March 8th, 2019. So what happens? Suspended animation is over, the law is now in force. Does it come under 9(4)? Now you look at notification 9(4), then 9(4) originally said reverse charge will be based on all services which are going to be notified. Later on in 2017 they came up saying that reverse charge will be applicable only to these services. Now if you look at notification 7 of 2019, which was a addition to notification 13 of 2017, which talked about reverse charge, it does not specify the supply of development right as a reverse charge service. Notification 7/2019 clearly states which are the services where reverse charge will come into play. There, conspicuously development right is absent. Sir is thinking like this. No, it's not so easy, right? The problem is, so we take that view. Then they issued another circular. Notification number 23/2019 dated 30th September 2019, 6 months after the new law came into force, saying that notification 4/2018 does not apply anymore for development rights which are given after 1/4/2019. So the notification comes in September 2019 stating that for this notification talked about landowner giving development rights and builder giving construction services. They said as far as the first paragraph is concerned, it doesn't apply anymore for any project after 1/4/2019. So I was very happy. Moment notification 23 came, I said the development right damn thing is out of my head now. Unfortunately I was wrong. Because if notification 5/2019 you read, they have clearly said services by way of development right in brackets TDR, entire liability is on the developer on reverse charge. Entire liability is on. So then I understood, oh, these fellows woke up late, they issued a notification in September because they already had covered it under notification 5 in the month of March itself. So now the law is, as far as if a development right is given, if it is prior to, if it is in March 2018 or prior to 25th of Jan 2018, then the landowner is unregistered, then the developer will be hauled up under reverse charge and he has to fight the battle saying that under section 9(4), I don't come under that particular bracket at all. That way he can fight his battle. Now if the project is after 1/4/2019, the law says developer would have to pay GST on development rights on reverse charge under notification 5/2019. And they say the value of development rights is equal to the value of the first sale of unit in the project. So just imagine, and development right is for both owner share and developer share. It's for all the 100 apartments you are giving a person the right to develop, not only for developer share. Please look at that. And for residential apartments, they say GST on development right has to be paid only on the unbooked apartments lying at the time of OC. But in the case of commercial, they don't say such a thing. That means on the entire apartments of commercial development agreements, GST on development rights has to be paid on the sale of the first unit in the project. Now coming to the reading between the lines, I have to read the ocean somehow. I have to travel through all the tributaries and escape tax. Now I'll come to a fantastic finding. Now whether you agree with me or you want to implement it is left to you. Look at the way I look at it. All notifications for projects after 1/4/2019, which are relevant to me today, clearly use the word project, use the word RREP. Residential real estate project, use the word REP. And all are linked to RERA. All definitions are imported directly from RERA. All. Notification 3, Notification 4, Notification 5, Notification 6, Notification 7. So in other words, let's assume that we are doing a development agreement for a commercial property. Chaparya ji, आपका थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनना ये बात. आप पहले बात किए से अंदर. I'm doing a development agreement, area sharing for a commercial development. Safari retreats, assume I'm not going to get relief, so I don't get input against my rental, so it becomes a cost to me and my developer. So what do? Look at the notification 5/2019. It says in reference to a project. Project means real estate project. Real estate project means real estate project under RERA. Real estate project under RERA means developing an apartment, blah, 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 for the purpose of sale. For the purpose of sale. So if both of us are developing a commercial project only for the purpose of rental and not for the purpose of sale, and we don't even make an attempt to sell a single unit when RERA triggers in, which I told you a long time back, in my opinion, it doesn't come under the definition of project under notification 5, not notification 3, not notification 4. If it doesn't come under a definition of project, it doesn't come under the definition of REP or RREP. Therefore, notification 5 is not applicable to you. That is over. I'm out of notification 5. Then what happens? Can I then still say, sorry, you're liable under notification 12/2017 because that was the basis of charge? Somebody can say that notification 12/2017, as I said, entry 3 only talks about construction services, doesn't talk about development rights. But under residuary clause, they say anything other than those covered above 18%. The officer can say, Ashok, you're very intelligent, I agree with you, but we will go back to notification 12. Under any other service, we will say development right has to be taxed at 18%. So we need to find an answer for that. But if you look at it very carefully, they have consciously brought in notification 23 on September 30th of 2019, saying that it does. Notification 4/2018 doesn't apply to a development right granted after 1/4/2019. Then they bring in notification 5/2019, saying it applies only to a project, RREP and REP. In other words, if you cancel all these things, end of the day, you have a very eminently arguable case to say that if you are a project where you're going only for rental and you need not go under RERA, the question of paying GST on development right doesn't arise. But GST on building construction services is very much alive because that has not been removed by notification 23. Only the development right part has been removed. And under notification 3 and 4, they are very clear that the developer has to charge 5% on the landowner towards landowner share. The landowner can get input credit of that. In residential apartments, after 1/4/2019 notification number 3, for landowner share, developer has to raise an invoice of 5% on the landowner, 7.5%, 1/3 land you take out. That 5% the landowner can get input credit to the extent of apartments sold by him prior to OC at a value not lower than the value which was charged by the developer to him. If the developer charged 5% at 3,500, if the landowner sells 40 out of 50 flats prior to OC, he will be able to get input credit. Please understand this. People think there's no input credit under the new regime, they are wrong. The landowner can get input credit on whatever charged by him, by the developer. Somebody has already written a question. Next is development right. GST on development right and residential is on the value of unbooked apartments lying in stock as on the date of OC. Now unbooked apartments kiska hai? Is it for the entire project? Landowner share, mera share, sab leke. On unbooked apartments, should I bear GST on development rights? As I said, under an area sharing, the landowner may say, why should I sell initially? I will sell after the project is over. I'll get more price for me. Let the developer sell his share and go. So landowner stock will invariably be lying unbooked. Your part of apartments, the developer also may have many unbooked apartments. So this GST on unbooked apartments lying in stock as on the date of OC, does it include the entire stock or only the stock of the developer? Can anybody give me an answer? So there is a conflict here itself. This is what I want basically. The issue is, the word uses unbooked apartments in the project. But to add to what I said under income tax law, when I do an allocation agreement, what have I done? I've given the right to so-and-so to get an apartment from me after completion. That means what? That apartment has already been booked by the landowner. So landowner also becomes the customer. So landowners share, the moment you enter into allocation agreement, it's deemed to be booked because the landowners has now taken over that basket of apartments like a single customer. So I can take a view that what is the developer share of unbooked apartments only should be liable for GST. It cannot be belonging to the landowner's share. Or in the GST agreement, in the development agreement, you may put in a very clear clause saying that in the event of GST being levied on the landowner's unbooked apartments on the developer, the landowner will indemnify the developer for all losses, damages and costs because the landowner has chosen not to sell. It is not the fault of the developer. So that type clause has to be there. But unmindful of that clause, we can take an eminently arguable agreement, position that the moment you enter into an allotment letter, it's a deemed allotment of X amount of flats to the landowner, which is a booking of apartments by the landowner. It cannot be part of unbooked apartments. So that's the thing we can take. So he cannot pay, sir. It's faster on the developer under the new regime. There's no question of him paying at all. It's under reverse charge under notification bracket 4/2019. You can read that. So, all I was trying to tell you is, the other important thing, for anybody, for the landowner to get input credit, please remember, you need to pay the GST which is being, see there are two ways. One under notification 6, the developer can levy GST only at the point of OC. But if the landowner has to get input credit, like I told you 1 minute back, it is for landowner to advise the developer to actually levy periodically. So it is lying in his input ledger, and when he starts selling apartments prior to OC, he will be able to get input credit. But for that, the landowner has to physically pay the GST to the developer to the extent of the GST under section 16 read with rule 37. If he makes the mistake of passing a journal entry, he will not get input credit. The GST component, so what we have done master stroke is, we know landowner doesn't have money. So what we are writing in our agreement is that the landowner will pay GST within 7 days of the date of invoice. The money received by the developer from the landowner towards GST will be paid back by the developer as a refundable deposit to the landowner. So circle entry karte hain hum log to avoid this whole. So these are the practical things I am giving you. You understood? What I am saying is, don't wait for notification 6. Tell him to levy periodically. Section 16 says you have to pay GST. Pay GST, next day take it back from a refundable deposit. So refundable deposit will keep on increasing. There will be one more clause in every development agreement. In case the landowner is unable to pay the refundable deposit, so much of units will be transferred to the developer. Even those units to be transferred to the developer, please do not transfer it before OC. If you do that before OC, there's a reverse issue then. Then the landowner has supplied services to the developer and developer has to then pay the GST on that. Please understand, there are many agreements which state that if the landowner is unable to pay the electricity deposit, water deposit, refundable deposit at the point of OC for whatever reason, or 30 days after OC for whatever reason, so much of area shall be transferred to the developer. Please ensure that the transfer takes place only after OC. If you try to do that before OC, because the developer will say, I want to sell that off also, then there's a reverse issue coming up. That means the landowner has already paid GST on that to the extent of what share constructed up to that stage. Now landowner again has to supply services to the developer because he becomes a builder in that extent. So don't make these fundamental errors. Ensure that The area is given back only after the OC is over. Now GST on non-refundable deposit. GST on non-refundable deposit. Refundable deposit, answer is clear. Consideration by its very definition under GST excludes a refundable deposit. What about GST on non-refundable deposit? How do you work around it? Is it first of all liable for GST? Answer is squarely yes. GST on non-refundable deposit partakes the character of consideration under notification 6/2019. GST will have to be levied on a forward charge by the developer on the landowner, paid a tax by the developer on forward charge and collected from the landowner because he's paying the non-refundable deposit to the landowner. So I cannot say it on stage, but luckily there are no revenue officials sitting here. So what we do is very simple. We write it as refundable deposit in the development agreement. We take a side letter or MOU saying that after development agreement, within 1 month there was renegotiation and it is now be treated as a non-refundable deposit. That's not a public document. We keep it in escrow. Now the new tax planning which I have done, this is very interesting. In the development agreement, I put one line. It's a very innocuous way of writing it. I put one line that the developer will pay liquidated damages to the landowner in the case of delay in construction or deficiency in quality of construction as agreed upon. So the other day, one of my top developers, Ashok, why are you writing this? I've never heard about this clause. I said, keep quiet, just write it and leave. Somehow I convinced them. Why I'm writing that now is because new circular came on 3rd of August 2022 under GST, which talks about whether there is GST on liquidated damages, whether there is GST on so many other matters for tolerating an act. Because under para 7 of schedule 2, agreement to refrain from doing an act or obligation or for tolerating an act or to do an act is a supply of service. That means sitting, standing is a service, as simple as that. Agreement to refrain from doing an act or to tolerate an act or to do an act itself is service. So now, look at the beauty of it. Now, I am now purposely, the question then came up, liquidated damages. When somebody is being paid liquidated damages, is it for tolerating an act? Because I've tolerated an act of getting a delayed apartment. The developer is paying you liquidated damages for having given the apartment late to you. Does it mean I'm getting that money because I've tolerated his inefficiency? Now the circular says it's the other way around. You are getting the money for not tolerating that act. Because the delay is non-toleration, it's not toleration. Therefore, they say under August 3rd, 2022 circular, there will be no GST on liquidated damages, provided it is there in the agreement that liquidated damages has to be paid. And actually it is for non-toleration of an act, not for tolerating an act. So therefore, reading from that, what I've done now is, I mischievously put one sentence like that. Then after the OC comes, I then enter into an agreement saying that 10 crores of refundable deposit, he raised the claim on liquidated damages for me for 10 crores or 9.99 crores. Saying that you gave it to me late, your deficiency in quality. I pay that to him as liquidated damages after OC. So the entire GST on non-refundable deposit is finished off. This is a huge planning which we can do, but do it keep your homework clean. Enter your agreement in such a way, ensure that you have a side letter, keep it in escrow. After OC is over, ensure that you create a situation where liquidated damages is payable. We are masters in all that. We need not teach you. Especially Calcutta Chartered Accountants, no chance. I can't teach. So therefore, these are the things where, these are being practiced by me. I'm just not telling you things which are academic here. Because I do it every day. I know what I'm doing. I'm telling you, these are ways where you can save money for your clients. Because this money is wasteful. GST on development rights is a ridiculous concept. And a land has got a bundle of rights. It has got ownership right, easement right, mortgage rights, tenancy rights. It's got a bundle of rights. And you're telling me that just to give an agreement to somebody to develop a property is a service? It's preposterous. Of course, we have challenged the constitutional validity which is lying in the Telangana High Court. One of my clients has challenged it. Unfortunately, COVID came in and it's lying in the furnace for the last 2 years. But we're waiting for a result for that particular challenge on GST and development rights, the constitutional validity itself, saying that it's nothing but immovable property. Is what under the General Clauses Act, because it includes 3(26) of General Clauses Act includes any rights therein. We have quoted so many case laws and we are fighting the battle. Let's hope we succeed. Therefore, as far as I am concerned, they can be planning on GST on non-refundable deposit in that way. Now, I've covered all this already. Last one I repeated, no debit and credit, actual cash payment has to be there. If you think debit and credit is the way forward, you're not going to get your GST input as far as landowner is concerned. And under notification bracket 3, bracket 2020, the department has clarified that the developer can charge GST on the landowner periodically also. He need not wait for notification 6. Option is available to him. Now, what is the GST be levied on? The para 1A of notification 3 and explanation 2A of notification 4 says it has to be linked to the GST on the first sale of unit in the project. Whatever was the first sale, that should be the value for charging both works contract and development right. Now take a case where I said, I am developing it for the purpose of rental. We don't want to sell at all. So what happens in that case? Can department take the rate which is of a project which is the nearest project to the development and say compare that rate and give it to me? Can department invoke that? Or can I say rule 27 doesn't apply because you cannot arrive at the market value of a unit. Therefore, I'll go to rule 30. Under rule 30, I will levy GST only at cost plus 10%. Rule 27 fails, then I can go to rule 30. In this case, since both of us are developing not for the purpose of sale, the department does not have the first unit sale in its record to levy GST. So can I take a view that therefore those two explanations, notification 1A and 2A don't apply, therefore rule 27 doesn't apply, therefore I will go to rule 30. Is it a correct approach? In my opinion, it's very much a correct approach to take because we do not have a sale of first unit in my project. You cannot go compare myself to another project which may be distinct in its own ways, which may have different type of material, which may have its own contours, right? So this is one more area which I wanted to cover. GST on plotted development. This is the last one before I conclude. We are at 5 o'clock. I've timed myself perfectly. I had a huge session on how to draft agreements. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it today. It's a huge on drafting agreements. GST on plotted development. Initially, there was crazy views given by the Gujarat appellate AAR in the case of Deepesh Kumar, wherein they said that when I'm doing a plotted development and I engage a developer, the character of the entire property changes. So the land which was barren land becomes a developed plot. Therefore, there will be GST on the entire developed plot, even though the buyer is paying stamp duty as an immovable property. Then Karnataka came up with a ruling in the case of marquee spaces, which said that if I'm giving a plotted development to a developer and we are sharing that ratio as 60 developed plots for the developer and 40 developed plots for the landowner, the sale price of 60 developed plots of the developer is equal to the service fee which the developer should have levied the landowner for the common area infrastructure. Now the developer comes and does your roads, he does your culverts, he does your drains, for which he is given 50 sites. They say the cost, the value of the service rendered for doing the construction activity on the common area is equal to the sale value of 50 sites given to you. Therefore, you levy 18% on the landowner. And the judgment was upheld even by the appellate authority, which is a correct judgment. They are right. So we were fed up with all this. We were saying how to escape all this nonsense. Finally, we got a circular in August 3rd, 2022, the same circular, which said as far as GST and plots are concerned, even if there is some development on those plots by way of electricity lines, water lines, roads, etc., it will continue to be immovable property and therefore it is not chargeable to tax. But prior to that period, all these advanced ruling authorities are against you. So in some cases, we adopted a model of collecting an infrastructure fee separately from the clients, collecting a sale of plot fee from the clients, not taking GST on this, taking only on the infrastructure fee. Against that, we set off the entire the input credit against subcontractors and we paid the difference. But after this new circular came, now the question of charging GST doesn't arise. So if you engage a developer, you're in big trouble because if you are going to hand over 50 plots to a developer and he cannot charge it to the end customer and he has to charge you 18% of the sale value of his 50 plots, it's a dead letter. So then go back to my option of creating a SPV. Do the entire plotted development in LLP or a firm or a company, subject to stamp duty and section 45(3). That is the only way to arrive at a proper solution under plotted development. Now these are the changes in real estate documentation for which I don't have the time today. You look at the type of drafting we do. We do something called absolute completion. We do a term called allottee. Absolute completion is linked to OC. Practical completion is linked to architect certificate. Then we draft something called association of allottees, association agreement, carpet area, because under RERA we are allowed to sell only carpet area. And we are allowed to, we do 3 terms. One is carpet area, which is thickness of the walls excluding. One is saleable area, which includes the thickness of the walls, the exclusive use of the balcony, terrace and the exclusive garden space, and proportionate common area is the saleable area. Because you cannot sell your own balcony. You have to only have a right to use your own balcony. You can sell only carpet area. So we define something called a saleable area. I'll come to that. Now we define common areas. This is how our development agreements are drafted by us. So imagine how many pages it will run to. Then we define dedicated developers promoter account under RERA. We define dedicated owners account under RERA. We do defective liability period, developers contract area, saleable area, exclusive balcony veranda area. Then we come to terrace area, garage, open car parking space, owner's contracted area. Open car parking space is part of common area. A garage is defined as where there are walls on 4 sides. So can a stilt car parking with only the marking done, without walls, can it be considered a garage? Answer is yes, because on the end of it there are 4 walls. So you should be very clear about what you're doing. Then, owner's saleable area, pass-through charges, it excludes GST, water, whatever. Then we come to practical completion. Then we come to project account. Then we come to promoter, purchaser, RERA. Restricted common area, we have a definition called restricted common area, where you have got your generator, you have got your utilities, where you cannot share it with everybody. You can't enter at any point of time. So it's called a restricted common area. Then we draft something called a saleable area, which I meant carpet area to be sold along with proportionate undivided share right title interest in the common areas, including land, exclusive right to use your balcony, exclusive right to enjoy garden area, exclusive right to enjoy car parking, along with the common area. Super built area is the saleable area plus carpet area. So this is the way you draft an agreement now. You just cannot draft one definition and think you have done with it. Then important clauses to be included in development agreements post RERA. I said my RERA clause will run into 4 pages. Here it is. This is how I drafted RERA clause. I draft a clause completely under what rule, who is liable for what does section 4 say, what does promoter account say, who is responsible for title, who is responsible for the development, who pays for delay in development, who pays for defect in title, how do they cross indemnify each other. Entire drafting is done under RERA clause, which I am sharing with all of you all. I have no problem, please use it, because as I said, knowledge in the cupboard is equal useless as the wood which it is made of. So everything is drafted by me. It goes on to pages and pages and pages. Can you see a RERA clause going into so many pages? That is the type of drafting you have to do if you want to escape any responsibility, counterproductive between landowner and developer. Then the GPA, I have given the standard GPA, what all has to be included. In GPA now, you have to add one clause. The developer should be responsible for taking care of all development-related activities under RERA and answerable to all claims made under RERA by the aggrieved persons under section 31 of RERA. That should be included under GPA now, which was not included earlier. Then I have said, I told you now about the sharing, additional charges which have to be shared in revenue sharing agreements between 2 parties. Includes all these things. Then approvals are given a definition. Clubhouse charges, customization costs. The interest also I have linked it to RERA. Other charges, this will not be shared between developer and landowner. So I defined that. For the buyer to know, payment plan, purchaser specifications. So then general clauses are there about rights and obligations of the purchaser, representation, vendor, registration and other consequential matters. So an agreement has to be drafted. I have taken another 1.5 hours of this session, but I know it's 5 o'clock. I can't be helped for that. So this is the type of drafting we need to do to ensure that neither the owner, neither the developer is shortchanged in the gamut of this development agreement concept. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I think managed to keep most of you all awake for 2 hours. So that is itself an achievement. So thanks, Views Exchange once more, and any questions you're welcome to ask. I will answer it to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Direct tax, GST and RERA, and referring to the various other acts, including the Transfer of Property Act, Specific Clauses Act, and all other acts. And in fact, you have shared also the draft clauses which need to be entered into any joint development agreement. It can be a ready referencer for all of us, because normally a JDA vetting gives a good fees to any chartered accountant, any professional, so we can have a ready referencer to all the clauses which have been mentioned here. Sir, being a chairman, I have a couple of questions to ask. 1 or 2 questions.
Chairman questioning you.
Sir, you mentioned that about the forming a LLP, wherein the landowner bring in his land as a capital contribution to the LLP. So whether 56(2)(10) can apply, especially.
I've got his point. See, prior to 1/4/2017, when you used to bring a property as capital contribution into a firm or LLP, the law said that whatever is the deemed value of consideration recorded in the partnership deed will be the deemed value as of consideration for the purpose of transfer. So we took a view that 45(3) overrides section 50C. 50C guideline value has got no effect when I'm contributing a property into a firm or LLP. There are many judgments in our favor. So we managed to tell one deeming fiction which is specific overrides the general deeming fiction which is 50C, and therefore all judgments came in our favor that 45(3) prevails over 50C. So as far as we are concerned, up to 1/4/2017, if I bring a property into an LLP or a firm at the old cost, when I bought it 20 years back, there cannot be a tax levied on you. But after 1/4/2017, with the advent of section 56(2)(7) that time and now 56(2)(10), now the law says where the immovable property is received by a person, they don't say transferred, where the immovable property is received by a person at a value below the guideline value, then the receiver has to pay tax under income from other sources as a deemed gift. So that you cannot escape now, in my opinion. 56(2)(10) will categorically trigger, unless you have the guts to say, even now a firm is not a legal entity in this country, it's only an abridged name of partners. Go back to Adanki Narayanappa versus Bhaskar Krishnappa, Purushottam Lal versus Harit, Malabar Fisheries, Sunil Siddhartha Bai, etc., and say, the firm is not a legal entity in India, it is only an abridged name of partners. Therefore, question of gifting one to another does not arise in the case of a firm. Therefore, I will not pay under 56(2)(10). That's a very adventurous way of taking out. And you cannot take that in LLP, because LLP is an independent legal entity under Section 3 of the LLP Act. So you cannot take that view for LLP, even though under Section 2 of the Income Tax Act, LLP is treated as a firm. But under LLP Act, it's a distinct legal entity. So in my opinion, 56(2)(10) will trigger after 1/4/2017.
Comes again from this reply only. What if the LLP treats that immovable property as a stock in trade?
Brilliant. Now, the LLP is treating it as stock in trade. When it was received by the LLP, was it received as a capital asset or stock in trade? Stock in trade. That's where the problem is coming. Go back to the judgment of the Delhi High Court in that very big builder, not Ansal, builder, where they said, if a person brings his property into a partnership firm, whatever be the character in his hands has got no relevance. It becomes the capital asset in the firm first, then it gets converted to stock in trade. So at the point of entry, it continues to be a capital asset, unmindful of the fact it becomes a stock in trade by default in the hands of the firm. So I'm afraid that unsold properties may go against you. So I'm still saying 56(2)(10) taking such an adventurous opinion now is going to be difficult. Otherwise, I'm the first one to say.
Sir, again a question comes from here. The LLP treat it as a capital asset and then it convert into a stock in trade.
56(2)(10) will trigger if at all you're doing below guideline value. But once it's converted to stock in trade in the hands of LLP, then nothing to worry, 45(2) will come into picture.
So the deferment of tax.
Absolutely fine.
Sir, another.
Stealing words from my mouth.
One more question before I give the questions to the. Sir, you have referred to another option whereby contractor developer I mean, there is a JDA whereby the developer acts as a contractor, and whereby the developer gets some portion of the flat, some portion of the completed space that the developer gets. And you said that in that case, there can be a method whereby the percentage completion method will apply on the developer. So my question is, so, but the developer is not getting any money in this case. The developer is only getting the percentage of the completed space. So how the sale value will be determined in that case?
So the problem is, here the consideration is being paid in kind, not in cash. But the consideration is being paid for construction as a contractor. So as far as I am concerned, ICDS 3 ready with our AS7 would straight away come into play. So I am going to have a problem that he has to follow the percentage of completion method. Just because I am getting the consideration deferred doesn't mean my rudiments of a construction contract fails. Construction contract is very much there. So AS7 read with ICDS 3 read with 145.2 will still prevail. He will have to go under percentage of completion method.
Now I have the questions from the delegates present here. Yes. Can someone give the mic to that lady? I would request you to first introduce yourself, then ask the question.
This pertains to revenue sharing agreement. This person is receiving money every year as per the allotment letter. The project is under construction, sold also.
Who's the person, landowner or developer?
Landowner. So now, but he will, the point of taxation will be only once either the conveyancing is done in the name of the purchaser or the completion certificate is. Achha, now the second thing is for
no completion certificate, only when the units are transferred.
Only when
completion certificate 45(5)(a) refers only to area sharing, doesn't come for revenue sharing arrangement.
Okay, thank you. And second thing is, the date of transfer will be which date for taking advantage of section 54 in case he wants to buy something?
I'm repeating to you, madam, under section 45(5)(a) doesn't apply to a revenue sharing arrangement. Under 45(5)(a) only there's a transfer at the point of entering into a definitive agreement. Definitive agreement for the purpose of 45(5)(a) is only an area sharing agreement. Revenue sharing agreement doesn't come under 45(5)(a). So you go back to the old principles, the transfer of the developer share of area is given when I receive my area, my owner's share of area. In other words, it will happen only when the project is complete and he's handing over my share to me. So you can wait for 3 years after that if you're a landowner to do whatever planning you want.
Thank you.
I hope you got me right. Vikas wanted to ask something. Sir.
Sir, my question is on regarding GST implication on construction of commercial complex on a leased land.
Yeah.
So will there be an ITC or the dual ownership, selling the land by one person and selling the superstructure by another person?
So unfortunately, lease rights itself is taxable. If you go to notification 5,
yes.
If you take a GST on lease, on reverse charge, you're supposed to pay the development rights on day one. And even on the construction, you're supposed to pay GST. So that will not work in GST. You look at the notifications from 3 to 5. They have also talked about a case where a long-term lease is taken and construction is done on that. So they say GST is leviable, treating that as a transfer of a development right, even though it's only a lease. So because it's a lease, you will have to end up paying a GST both on works contract and on development right.
No, sir, if we sell the superstructure by a separate entity, can the buyer take ITC of that superstructure?
Buyer taking ITC, what type of buyer is he?
He is a commercial office buyer.
The question doesn't arise, no, sir. It will add it to his cost. He does not have output service at all, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, he doesn't have output service, sir. One more important thing, which I said as tax planning, I forgot to mention. If you still want to live with section 17(5), presuming safari retreats will be struck down by the Supreme Court in favor of the revenue, please take care to ensure that your rental agreements are clearly split into rental for the building, higher charges for the AC duct, for the machinery, for the generator, separate agreement for the maintenance, and to that extent you will be able to get input credit.
Yes, sir.
Please take care of those things. And one more thing, wherever we have advised people, because of safari retreats, we have even claimed a GST on input credit on the building construction services, and we have left it in the balance sheet. In case, God willing, safari retreats comes in our favor, we will be able to get credit. So we have managed to have that foresight to tell them.
Sir, no question. Just want. Sir, no question, sir. Just want to express my feelings a little bit. Both of you are dear friends, KK and Ashok sir. माधवन का गाना याद आता है, वो एक सांस में पूरा गाना सुनाता है. आपका 2 घंटे का सेशन सुन के ऐसा लग रहा है कि we like, you know, it's that kind of a song, right? Amazing just to hear you. Anna, 14 years of friendship now. On just a call, I think Mohit was there and KK was there. We, one session we were having and we had some question answers. And I said, look, I've read this article and I know this gentleman and you came over to Calcutta on a call. 14 years, you've mesmerized us in Calcutta. And we really appreciate the kind of knowledge. And more than that, a lot of speakers just give a flavor and glimpse of the subject. Baki फिर ना chamber में आना. आप अपना agreement का draft दे रहे हो, clauses बता रहे हो कि this is what you can use. You're sharing your knowledge. That's even more to be appreciated.
सर मैं क्या बोलता हूँ सर, फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि कलकत्ता का लोग मेरे पास नहीं आते सर, ये यूज करने दो, प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. लेकिन बेंगलोर का लोग के पास हम मत चाहिए. मोहित जी वहाँ के बेटा तो मेरा प्रैक्टिस करेगा.
More than that, sir, just as the personal thing.
My only request is, this is for everybody. My father, in fact, my great father told me, first thing, we used to write books together. I mean, all this comes from him only. He said the same thing. Unless you give your knowledge in front of hundreds of people, your ignorance will not be exposed. My ignorance. Unless you go and deliberate, somewhere you will find yourself ignorant within. And that's the way you develop your whole system, I think it's very apt in my opinion. Today I may have Mohit here, you here, or any of stalwarts here, or Sir was sitting and nodding his head. It's all right. Chaparia is there. But I may get something today which I have not got in the previous conferences. That's why I love coming to Calcutta, even if it's an audience of 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, because you people are intuitive brains. I'm sure you all will take it home and add value to it. You will not diminish the value. Whereas some people will just come for the CP credit. I'm sorry to say I'm dead against that damn concept. It has to be buried. If at all Mr. More becomes a Central Council member, my request to him is please banish that CP business. Because I jokingly told Mr. T.N. Manoharan, who was my godfather, sir, why don't you amend Section 55 of the Income Tax Act to include CP credits as the intangible asset? I want to sell it. Because it became a joke. There are people who are coming in the hall, signing the register and going. We are struggling coming from Bangalore. We are trying to impart our knowledge. We are doing so much of work. And people come, sign, register and go. Ye kya bakwas hai yaar? Don't sit at all. In fact, in E-Road, I was the only one who had the arrogance. I'm sorry to use that word. G. Ramaswamy was the former president was there. In E-Road, I told the audience very clearly, there were 150 people. I said, if anybody is coming here for CP, please leave the auditorium right now. I don't mind 10 people sitting here, but somebody comes and signs the register and go, let them go before I start speaking. Because it's an insult to me or any speaker who comes in this country. Because that's the effort we put in to come and share the knowledge. We may be bad in our presentation, that's a different matter. But don't insult somebody by just signing a register and going. That's the reason I'm totally against that CP business. I think it has to stop.
Sir, that was short on time. I think you have a flight also and there's some other program to continue. But before he asks the question, just one last thing to say. I'm a real estate consultant, I'm a chartered accountant, but I don't practice. But I think I have a USP with all the builders in Calcutta because they have some queries. They know I'm a CA, they ask me, and my phone goes to Ashok sir, कि sir ये कैसे होगा? He gives me and I take the credit. So a lot of happiness has come that. So thank you so much, sir, for coming here and for taking our request. Somebody has a question, I'll just pass them.
Because thanks for introducing me again to Calcutta and to Views Exchange. I still remember that, yeah.
Good
It's
evening,
your
sir.
fault, look at it. But I only get my good Sandesh every time, so I'm happy, yeah.
Good evening, sir. This is Aditya Dhanuka. I have a query with respect to investors. Say a project is under construction and an investor invests a chunk amount. Now what happens that as a guarantee, a number of units are allocated to him. Now the investor will be selling those units at a bumped up price to gain his margin. What about the taxation in those aspects? What I understand that since this is just a surrender of right on part of the investor, he should be charging entire 18% GST on the consideration.
Aditya, very valid point. Thanks for bringing it. This is very simply a difference between what the service tax law on services definition was as compared to the GST law on services. Services under GST law means anything other than goods, including sitting and standing. In service tax, there was very clear, there was exemption for transfer of title and an immovable property. So we took a view under service tax that if even as a conforming party, I am palming off my right to somebody else, it's still a transfer of title, so there is no service rendered. But under GST, I'm afraid you cannot take that stand. So suppose you go and book 10 flats at the rate of 3,000 because you're close to the promoter and you know it's going to be sold at 5,000 and you join the ultimate sale deed and you take 2,000 as a fee for being a confirming party, then there is going to be a GST to be levied by you on that difference which you take as a confirming party. I will give you one wild thought for you to defend yourself. Suppose you're an individual, you're not a broker who's blocking 15-20 apartments. Suppose you're an individual who's now booked an apartment with Vikash's development. Finally, Vikash knows him very well, he gives a launch price 3,500 mein de diya. After 3 years, it becomes 6,000. So, he has already paid Vikash 3,400. So, the buyer pays Vikash 100, he pays me the balance 2,500. I join the agreement as a confirming party, I vanish into thin air. Vikash doesn't charge GST if it is after OC because it has become immovable property. Now, this 2,500 whether it's liable for GST or not because it's not transfer of immovable property, it's transfer of a right in an immovable property. So, prima facie, it is taxable, but under Section 7 bracket 1 of the GST Act, read with Section 7 1A of the GST Act, please look at what is read. And Section 7.2. It says, all these services should be rendered in furtherance of business. Suppose the individual is not in the business of buy and selling, then Schedule 2 doesn't apply. If Schedule 2 doesn't apply, then the question of GST, even on the confirming party, does not arise.
So this applies.
But there are many leading developers who will use Vikash and say, आपका पूरा कार्टेल को मिलके 10-10 अपार्टमेंट पहला दिन में बुक करो, हम सोल्ड आउट दिखना चाहते हैं पेपर में, everything sold out. So if there are 10 cartels booking 20 apartments, then they are doing it in furtherance of business. For such people, this will trouble. But for individuals, it will not trouble. That's the answer I'd like to give you.
Yes, sir. Sir, just to continue further, for those cartel people, now what I perceive, sir, that the consideration, say 3.5 is the original price and they're reselling it for 6, should not tax be charged on the entire 6 because ultimately 3.5 I am coloring it in the nature of reimbursement, but ultimately my consideration for surrendering is 6,000 and not 3.5.
Absolutely fine. They can take, the department will take a stand, it's a supply of a development right, and it's supply of a right, and
Yes,
the
sir.
value of supply is 6,000. But I would defend it by saying, as I said again in my speech, immovable property's got a bundle of rights. Ownership right continues to be there only with Vikash. You have only got a right to transfer your bundle of rights, which is a right of obtaining a purchase of a immovable property. As I said, Section 54 agreement to sell does not even confer an interest in you. It only confers a right to obtain an property. Therefore, you can then take that argument to say my supply of services to be restricted only to 2,500 and not 6,000.
Okay, sir.
Because of the bundle of rights concept. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think we have to restrict this to be the last question.
Good evening, sir. Sir, it's Arvind Patwari. Sir, I've got a question relating to 194 IC.
IC?
Where the landowner is a company and the JDA is under the revenue sharing. Will there be a TDS, sir?
I'm repeating 150 times. Section 45(5)(a) doesn't apply to a revenue sharing arrangement. Section 194(ia) clearly links 45(5)(a). Okay. If you read 194(ic), it says, in terms of agreement under 45(5)(a). If 45(5)(a) fails, 194(ic) can never be invoked. So the question of deducting TDS on a non-refundable deposit in the case of revenue sharing, 194(ic) will not apply.
Thank you so much, sir.
No question, because it's not towards consideration. I got it clear? I was also telling them before we started, the department has gone to such an extent, now they are saying there is going to be GST on solatium. Solatium is a compensation received for acquisition of your property. Now department has given notices to us saying that we are giving you money to take your property for widening the road. So even though you have surrendered your land, you are tolerating my act and therefore you have to pay GST on the compensation. Can you believe this? The preposterous way this country is progressing. But that's why we are also practicing. Take it that way.
So we have to conclude now session. So we can have some questions at the time of tea break. No issue on that. So now I have to give it to the organizers now to offer a formal vote of thanks.
You can take my mail ID and anytime you can write it.
Thank you, sir. We are thankful to Chaparia ji for having chaired the session very in the right manner, and we are very much thankful to Ashok Raghavan ji for giving a detailed presentation and reply to each and every question. We were having many questions in our mind, and many questions were already answered before asking the question because of the deliberation made by him. We are actually thankful for coming here only for the program and going back just after attending this program and just after having the deliberation. So give a big round of applause to Ashok Raghavanji. Thank you, sir. Now we change the session. Before changing, I just make my point that we are celebrating 22nd January for Sri Ram. So yes, Sri Ram, and I just request each and every person to have celebration at their home and celebrate to the fullest. Thank you. Jai Sri Ram. We are just having a break for 5 to 10 minutes. We are having the high tea outside. We are having the high tea outside, or we can circulate here also. No, not allowed. So just have the high tea outside, and we'll again join after 5-10 minutes.
All the participants are requested to please come back. Without wasting any more time, I would request sir to please start the. I would request Jhavarji to please offer our token of love to sir. Mohit sir. I would request Binayji to please come up and offer a token of a memento and love to Mohan sir. I would request Pankajji to please come up and offer a flower bouquet to Jhavarji. A memento also. Yeah. Ravi ji, please come up on stage. Ravi sir's profile is this. Is a rank holder, and Mohan sir's profile is this. All of us can look. I would request our deputy to offer a vote of flower bouquet to sir. Mohan sir, let's start the deliberation. Open. I think
there are three speakers.
We can ask the chairman.
There are three speakers. I think all speakers will get around 30 minutes time because and all the speakers will be speaking on companies law or SEBI legal laws. So first of all, I shall request Sri Mohitji to give his deliberations. Mohitji is well known to all. He is a speaker in lot of the meetings relating to company law, RBI Act, and he has given a lot of articles in various journals. He is also in the various committees in the institute also. He is the past president of Huge Exchange also. Now, without wasting time, since time is short, I will request Mohitji to start his deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jhavarji. I have a bad throat. Today we are going to discuss three topics. One is the notices issued by ROC, and perhaps all of us know that this process has started sometimes around 2017 and 18. They had started issuing notices under Section 206 to the companies for non-compliance with the provisions of Companies Act and accounting standards. And the process has not yet ended, and still they are in process of issuing notices. Now, since we are now on V3 portal, so the intent of the ministry is that as soon as you file a return, any error which the systems detect, they will suo moto send you a penalty notice. And we have the company's adjudication of penalties order, where penalties orders are passed by ROC. ROC are very reluctant to give any concession in the matter of levy of penalty. You can expect any relief from the regional director if you intend to file an appeal against the order of the penalty. So the message, although this topic will be dealt by Mohanji, so the message is, while you are preparing financial statements, please ensure that the company is in compliance with Schedule 3 of the Companies Act, give all disclosures. The company is in compliance with Accounting Standard Rules 2021. Ensure that there is no non-compliance of accounting standard. For each of the violation, the company and its officers on default are liable to a fine which may extend from 50,000 to 5 lakh rupees. And say if you have violated accounting standard AS1, it is a single offense. If you violated AS10, it is a single offense. For each offense, if the company goes to compounding, it has to shelve a lot of money, which may range for 1 year from minimum of 50,000 to 5 lakhs. So if we have say 5 or 6 violations in a balance sheet relating to accounting standard, which may be a very small one, the penalty could range for 6 violations per director, 3 lakhs to 30 lakhs. Plus the auditor is liable to a penalty. Plus the auditor has to face disciplinary action if the matter is referred to the Institute of Chartered Accountants. And those companies which are doing Ind AS, the matter does not end here. It goes to NAFRA. And NAFRA, if you see the website nafra.gov.in, every week one order is there on the NAFRA website where a CA is suspended and huge penalties are levied. The recent one, which was circulated in WhatsApp group also, was a penalty of 50 lakhs levied upon a chartered accountant. Plus, he was suspended for 10 years for a wrong certificate under section 80JJ of income tax, which relates to deduction, additional deduction account of employee wages. So, whether you are a listed company or an unlisted company, one has to be quite serious. NAFRA is not only going into cases post the enactment of the Companies Act 2030, post enactment constitution of NAFRA, but it is also going into cases where NAFRA, pertaining to years where NAFRA was not constituted at the relevant point of time. It is even going to 1718. NAFRA was not constituted in 1718, but it is also going into 1718 cases, and this has been upheld by recently by Bombay High Court in the case of, I think it was the first case, ILFS case. So one has to be very careful in preparation as auditors as well as those companies. Now there is 2 issues more which we are going to discuss. One is on the SBO. So SBO is not a new concept. We have all seen Section 90, application of Section 90 to companies. So what is here important in the context of LBO, of SBO, as far as LLP is concerned, they talk of declaration of beneficial interest by HUF, they talk of declaration of beneficial interest by trusts. As such, there are many entities who have formed LLPs or partnership firm with HUF as partner. There are court decisions and even MCA circular that HUF cannot be a partner in a partnership firm as per the judgment of Supreme Court, and there is a specific circular by MCA which says that HUF cannot be a partner in an LLP. Therefore, if you have done so, it is incorrect. Although the rules also talk of declaration of SBO by HUF, but maybe it was inadvertent and they have copy-pasted what was there in the context of companies. In case of trust, only registered trust, certain registered trust under SEBI are allowed to be partners in LLP, not all trusts. Therefore, a private trust cannot become a partner in LLP. But it has come to our knowledge that there are many companies who have converted to an LLP with private trusts as partners of LLP. That is not correct. Moreover, this disclosure, SBO disclosure also talks of a disclosure of beneficial interest in trust, but that is not correct. The third point which they will be taking, we will be discussing is Section 89. This is a very recent amendment where all companies have been required to designate a person who will be responsible for telling the MCA that who is the beneficial owner of the shares. If shares are held by partnership firm, the shares are not held by partners, but the shares are not by the partnership firm, but it is held by partners, and the company gets a disclosure from the partner that, look, I am the registered owner, I am not the beneficial owner. The beneficial owner is the partnership firm. Shares are held in my name as in the capacity of partner of partnership firm. So the shareholder, the partner gives declaration to the company then forwards this declaration in MGT 456, I think these are the relevant forms, to the MCA. Many companies have failed to do this. Now, we find that many companies are doing business of share dealing in partnership firms. They say, मेरा फैमिली में 5 इंडिविजुअल्स है, पांचों के नाम पे काम करने में बहुत दिक्कत आता है फंड मैनेजमेंट का, हमने एक पार्टनरशिप फर्म बनाया, सारा रिसोर्स उसमें पूल किया, नाउ वी आर डीलिंग इन शेयर्स. So shares are held in demat form, but they are held in the name of the depository. They are held in the name of the partners as joints because they open account with DP in joint names A, B, C, D, E. But shares belong to the partnership firm. They do not do declaration of Section 89 because Section 89 says if you are not the registered owner but the beneficial owner, but you are not the beneficial owner but the registered owner, you are required to give declaration. So all the 3 parties will give declaration. The partnership firm, the partners and the company will give requisite declaration and return to MCA. Many people have not done this. And more so the problem arises in case of joint holdings. Husband and wife, they are joint holders. So wife is taken as a joint holder just for the purpose of convenience. So actually no money has come from the accounts of the wife to acquire the shares. It is the husband who has acquired the shares out of his own money, but for convenience he adds the name as second and third holder, maybe of his wife or his son. So those people have not forwarded declarations to MCA. So again, Section 89 requires that you have to disclose beneficial interest. The problem more so arises in case where the first owner dies. So when the first owner dies, the Articles of Association of the company says, on the death of the member, the survivor is the only person who is entitled to the shares. So automatically the name of first holder is deleted, the second holder becomes owner of the shares. Now when he becomes the owner of the shares, he does not part with, actually these shares do not belong to him. But to avoid the company from this legal entangle, the Act as well as the articles contain such provision. Now the second holder calls himself to be a owner of the shares. So what happens in many families where shares are held in the name of father and one son, and maybe the second son is not a joint owner, then it causes lot of problem for the second son to claim his share, because now the son will say, these shares are my shares, I had acquired these shares out of my own money, who will look into the accounts 10, 20, 15 years ago. So technically what happens, in this case, after the death of the father, the name of the father is removed, the son becomes the second owner, but de facto he becomes the owner in the books of the company, correct? So now when the other brother wants to claim his shares, at all if he can claim is only 50% of the shares, because now the first son will say that, okay, after the death of my father, even if the shares have been transmitted to me, I have 50% right, because I paid 50% of consideration, because shares are held in the name of A and B. So you are only entitled to remaining 50%, and out of that 50%, half is mine, half is yours, assuming only there are 2 there. So for joint holding, at times we are very careless when it comes to this also. So declaration of beneficial interest is very important, else the son, who is the joint holder, gets title to the shares. Last point on Section 89, which I think Ravi will dwell upon, is disclosure. So the Act says that within immediately you have to disclose who is the designated person. And they said that in the annual return, give the details of the person. A question was there whether if we have already filed annual return, because I think this circular came sometimes around after September or in the month of November, I believe, October. And by that time, all companies, most of the companies had filed annual return. So therefore, the question is, till next annual return, how the company, MCA will come to know who is your designated person. The law also requires that if there is a change, then you have to intimate. Therefore, a question arises, that today say Mr. X is the designated person. Tomorrow I want to designate Y as a designated person. If intimation of X is not given to the government, how will I give intimation of Y to the government? And say that happens before the next annual return is to be filed. So we generally advise the client that to take a defensive approach, file GNL2, intimate MCA that who is your designated person, and this should be done ASAP because they have not prescribed any timelines, they have said immediately. So therefore immediately if you do not do, I do not know what may happen in future, whether MCA would say that the companies have failed to file GNL2 or not. So advice to our clients has been that please uniformly all the companies file GNL2 because you have to designate a person, irrespective whether you may have or may not have joint holdings or you or may not have separate registered and beneficial owners. So with this opening remarks, may I request Mohanji first to start the deliberation. Since we are running late, Mohanji you have 30 minutes, then Ravi would have 30 minutes, and then we'll take 15 minutes question answer. Okay, thank you.
Thanks to Mohit ji and to Views Exchange for inviting me today to deliberate regarding the DMAT and the issue of notices. First, I will take only 5 minutes regarding the DMAT. I will discuss. DMAT, the amendment came on 27th October. On that day, four amendment came on same day. And we are discussing only DMAT on that day. So here, as per this amendment, there are two things in DMAT we will discuss. First, regarding this amendment, which already you know, here, what we have to do, the companies which are other than small companies, मीन्स 4 करोड़ 40 करोड़ के ऊपर वाली जो कंपनियां रहेगी उन सबको डीमेट करवाना है. कब तक? 30 सितंबर 2024 तक. 18 महीने का टाइम दिया है फ्रॉम द क्लोजर ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल ईयर. तो देयरफॉर अपने को 30 सितंबर 24 तक उनको डीमेट करवाना है, जो ऑलरेडी 31 मार्च 2023 का हम लोग बैलेंस शीट फाइल कर चुके हैं. हियर व्हाट इज द प्रोसेस? हियर वी हैव टू गो, वी हैव टू अप्रोच टू द रजिस्ट्रार, जो ट्री पार्टी एग्रीमेंट करना उनके साथ में वी हैव टू डू द ट्री पार्टी एग्रीमेंट. And any of the professionals or the companies who are working on this particular field, so therefore other than small company, again I am repeating, other than small companies means 4 करोड़ 40 करोड़ के ऊपर के जो भी टर्नओवर रहेगा, सपोज अपना पेड अप कैपिटल है 3 करोड़ लेकिन टर्नओवर है 70 करोड़, तो इट विल फॉल अंडर दैट. जैसे कारो भी एप्लीकेबल हो रहा है आप लोग के. तो सेम हियर वी हैव टू गो एंड डू द शेयर डीमेट. अब आप बोलेंगे हम डीमेट नहीं करवाएंगे, तो इफ यू डोंट डू द डीमेट वी कैन नॉट गो फॉर इश्यू ऑफ शेयर्स, वी कैन नॉट गो फॉर बाईबैक ऑफ शेयर्स, वी कैन नॉट गो फॉर बोनस इशू, राइट इशू, कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते आप. अब डीमेट करवाना मैंडेटरी है? यस मैंडेटरी है. कब तक? 30 सितंबर 2024 तक का टाइम दिया इन्होंने. एंड एज पर दैट किसके किसके शेयर डीमेट होंगे? अपने को ISIN नंबर लेना है. ISIN नंबर लेने के बाद में प्रोमोटर, डायरेक्टर एंड KMP, यदि KMP है तो कंपनी के अंदर में, नहीं तो प्रोमोटर डायरेक्टर का शेयर इमीडिएटली अपने को डीमेट में डालना पड़ेगा. बाकी सारे शेयर होल्डर्स मैंडेटरी नहीं है, ये खाली शेयर होल्डर्स मैंडेटरी है. अपने को याद है 2 अक्टूबर 2018 को पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी का डीमेट आ गया था. अब आज के दिन में हम लोग कोई भी काम करने जाते हैं, मर्जर करने जाते हैं, शिफ्टिंग करने जाते हैं, प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहा है. कौन? गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स, वहाँ से प्रॉब्लम आ रही है. रेगुलेटर्स रेगुलर प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहा है कि आप डीमेट नहीं किए हैं तो आप काम शिफ्टिंग नहीं करेंगे. मर्जर के अंदर प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. मतलब कोई भी एक्टिविटी आप करने जाएंगे तो वी कैन नॉट डू दैट एक्टिविटी. सिंपली they will create again the problem, they will start sending the so-called notices, again the notices will issued and we have to pay the fine penalty as applicable to that. So this is one thing. DMAT before transfer to every holders of securities of private company, after the date when it is required to comply with this rules. So this is the particular amendment. इसमें रूल 9 पूरा applicable हुआ है. And as per that पूरा प्रोसेस जो भी डीमेट का है, रजिस्ट्रार को अपॉइंट करना है, रजिस्ट्रार के साथ के अंदर बैठ के आपको नेगोशिएशन करना पड़ेगा. जो भी फीस आपकी फाइनल होगी उसका फीस प्रॉपर्ली 2 साल 3 साल का जो भी क्राइटेरिया उसके हिसाब से उसको एडवांस पेमेंट करना है. आई एम नॉट गोइंग इन दैट. फर्स्ट थिंग इज दिस. सेकेंड थिंग इज रिगार्डिंग द जो भी लिस्टेड कंपनियों की अभी 1100 नोटिस इशू किया है कलकत्ता स्टॉक एक्सचेंज ने. 1100 नोटिस इशू हुई है ऑफिशियली लास्ट 15-20 दिन के अंदर में. इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रही है? इसमें ये प्रॉब्लम हो रही है जो वहाँ पर प्रोमोटर्स डायरेक्टर्स हैं या प्रोमोटर्स हैं उन सब के डीमेट अकाउंट फ्रीज कर रहा है. हो क्या रहा है? कलकत्ता स्टॉक एक्सचेंज ने नोटिस इशू किया, उसने पहले नोटिस इशू किया था, सपोज 1 तारीख को नोटिस इशू किया कि आप LODR का कंप्लायंस पूरा करिए. कंपनी कुछ नहीं की, कंपनी चुपचाप सो रही थी कि भाई नोटिस तो ठीक है ऐसे आती है क्या करना है. उसके 1 हफ्ता 10 दिन बाद में इमीडिएटली नोटिस इशू किया, मिनिमम पब्लिक शेयर होल्डिंग आपका मेंटेन नहीं है. अब मिनिमम पब्लिक शेयर होल्डिंग का यदि क्राइटेरिया आप देखेंगे, उसका फाइन पेनल्टी देखेंगे तो दैट इज कमिंग टू 30 लाख 40 लाख. और इमीडिएटली हाथों हाथ दूसरे तीसरे दिन इमीडिएटली जितने प्रोमोटर के डायरेक्टर के जो भी डीमेट अकाउंट है, मतलब यदि आप पर्सनल अपना कोई ट्रांजेक्शन कर रहे हैं, फ्यूचर ऑप्शन में काम कर रहे हैं, आपका पर्सनल भी शेयर होल्ड किया हुआ है, सारे अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिए. और पैनिक हो रखा पूरा जोरों से इसको लेकर के. काफ़ी कलकत्ता मार्केट के अंदर में तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही है, क्योंकि मैक्सिमम कंपनियां कलकत्ता की काफ़ी लिस्टेड जो है कलकत्ता स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में सबको प्रॉब्लम आ रही है. इसका वे आउट क्या है? इसके वे आउट यही है, आप मिनिमम पब्लिक शेयर होल्डिंग में मत जाइए, इमीडिएटली किसी को भेज के पहले कलकत्ता स्टॉक में पता करिए कि कितना मेरा पैसा बाकी है, उसमें जितनी भी टोटल लिस्टिंग फीस है वो पेमेंट देना पड़ेगा. 1 साल का कंप्लायंस करना पड़ेगा एज पर LODR. मीन्स 4 क्वार्टर का आपको शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न बनाना है, 4 क्वार्टर का रिजल्ट बनाना है, सारा बना करके वहाँ देना है. अभी जैसे मन कल एक कंपनी का पता करवाया तो 4.5 लाख के आसपास उसका फीस आया टोटल, जो ऑफिशियली स्टॉक एक्सचेंज को पेमेंट करना पड़ेगा. और पेमेंट करने के बाद अपने को बोलना है कि सर मैं मिनिमम पब्लिक शेयर होल्डिंग में नहीं कराएंगे. हम बोले कि हम लोग रिवोकेशन ऑफ सस्पेंशन करिए, क्योंकि ये भी जो भी नोटिस इशू हुई है 1100, उनमें मैक्सिमम सारी कंपनियों को सस्पेंड हो रखी हैं शेयर्स, दे आर ऑलरेडी सस्पेंडेड इन द स्टॉक एक्सचेंज। तो अपने को उसमें प्रेयर करना है कि वी विल गो फॉर रिवोकेशन ऑफ सस्पेंशन। उसमें फीस बहुत मिनिमम आ रही है, उसमें रिवोकेशन ऑफ सस्पेंशन का फीस ही बहुत कम है स्टॉक एक्सचेंज का, 50,000 समथिंग है। तो टोटल 4.5 लाख रुपया दे करके हम रिवोकेशन ऑफ सस्पेंशन करवा के नॉर्मल करवाएंगे, उसके बाद में आप डीलिस्टिंग वाला प्रोसेस में जाइए। You don't go and touch the minimum public shareholding criteria. If you go and touch in that criteria, उसके अंदर में the fine will come to 30 lakh, 40 lakh something. So this is one of the demat shares issue which we should take care as a professionals. If anything is coming to you, kindly go for that. Send somebody to stock exchange, क्योंकि वहाँ पर दो चीज़ हो रहा है। एक, ये पैसा दीजिए, इमीडिएटली रिवोकेशन ऑफ सस्पेंस हो जाएगा, और आपका 10 दिन के अंदर में, 15 दिन में आपका डीमेट अकाउंट जो भी प्रमोटर का फ्रीज हुआ है वो खुल जा रहा है। फर्स्ट थिंग। सेकंड थिंग, उसके बाद में फिर आप डीलिस्टिंग का प्रोसेस करिए। डीलिस्टिंग का प्रोसेस में ज़्यादा कोई झमेला नहीं है, मर्चेंट बैंकर अपॉइंट करना है, मर्चेंट बैंकर डिपेंड करता है, कोई 50,000 ले रहा है, कोई 1 लाख ले रहा है। सेकंड, उसके बाद में फिर आप डीलिस्टिंग का जो प्रोसेस है उसके अंदर में आपकी जो फीस ऑफिशियली स्टॉक एक्सचेंज की ऑफिशियली फीस है 1.5 लाख प्लस GST, उसके अलावा आपकी प्रोफेशनल फीस है बस। उसके बाद आपको अपना ऑफर देना है मर्चेंट बैंकर के हिसाब से, जो भी एग्जिट रूट देना है शेयर होल्डर्स को, एंड आफ्टर दैट यू कैन डू द कंपल्सरी। यू डोंट गो फॉर कंपल्सरी डीलिस्टिंग। अभी सेबी का एक नया अमेंडमेंट आया, उसके अंदर कंपल्सरी डीलिस्टिंग कर रहा है, और स्टॉक एक्सचेंज जो भी चिट्ठी दे रहा है उसमें सबको लेटर में लिख रहा है कि वी आर गोइंग फॉर कंपल्सरी डीलिस्टिंग। यदि आप कंपल्सरी डीलिस्टिंग में हाँ भर लेंगे, प्रोमोटर बोला नहीं मेरे को कुछ नहीं करना है, सर 10 साल तक प्रोमोटर कुछ नहीं कर सकेगा। जो भी उस कंपनी में प्रोमोटर डायरेक्टर है 10 साल तक वो लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकेंगे, उनके सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आ जाएगी, दे कैन नॉट बिकम द डायरेक्टर्स इन एनी ऑफ द कंपनीज फॉर डूइंग फॉर एनी IPO। बड़ी कंपनी में कहीं IPO नहीं ला सकेंगे, एंड मेनी अदर थिंग्स आर देयर, तो दे कैन नॉट गो फॉर दैट। तो देयरफॉर इट इज हम्बली वी आर सजेस्टिंग टू ऑल आवर प्रोफेशनल फ्रेंड कि डोंट गो फॉर कंपल्सरी डीलिस्टिंग। रिवोकेशन ऑफ सस्पेंशन करवाइए, उसके बाद में आप डीलिस्टिंग वाला प्रोसेस में जाइए यदि डीलिस्टिंग करना है तो। नाउ वी विल गो फॉर 206 इंक्वायरी इंस्पेक्शन इन्वेस्टिगेशन। अभी 15 तारीख को ऑफिशियली अनाउंसमेंट नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन हम लोग रेगुलेटर्स के पास में रेगुलरली विजिट कर रहे हैं, तो वहाँ से हम लोग को यही इन्फॉर्मेशन है कि 15 तारीख से जितने भी फॉर्म्स हैं, 12-13 तरह के फॉर्म्स हैं, वो सारे यहाँ से बंद हो रहे हैं। तो 206 की नोटिस इशू हो रही है, अभी भी करंट भी नोटिस है। मैं एक लाइव नोटिस दिखाऊंगा और उसका अपने कैसे रिप्लाई बनाना है, विल डिस्कस समथिंग एज पर द टाइम परमिट्स। एंड ऑलरेडी 206 की नोटिस, जैसे मोहित जी ने बताया, 1717 में 2017 से 18 के अंदर में अराउंड 1800 नोटिस इशू हुई थी। ऑन दैट बेसिस उन्होंने नोटिस छोड़े थे सबको, वी सबमिटेड द रिप्लाई। लेकिन क्या हुआ था, हम लोग आज कोई भी कॉर्पोरेट आ रहा है, बोला कि नोटिस इशू हुआ है, ठीक है, आज भी हम लोग को फिर नोटिस इशू हो रहा है। हम लोग विवाद से विश्वास स्कीम के अंदर में 30% टैक्स जमा दे के आ गए। मेरा 10 करोड़ के ऊपर में इनकम टैक्स वाला मेरे से ऑलरेडी 30% टैक्स ले चुका है, फिर ये ROC क्यों है हम लोग हैरेसमेंट कर रहा है, हो रहा है क्योंकि ऑलरेडी उन्होंने रेफर कर चुके हैं वो लोग ROC को मैटर, तो इसमें कुछ नहीं कर सक रहे हैं। ROC को आपको जो भी उनका रिप्लाई देना पड़ेगा प्रॉपर्ली, उसमें जो भी मैटर को रिजॉल्व करना पड़ेगा। अब इसमें वे आउट क्या है, जो सर ने बताया वही फैक्ट है। शेड्यूल 3 हम लोग फॉलो नहीं करते। हम लोग मर्जर कर रहे हैं या कोई भी एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं तब हम लोग को रेगुलेटर्स पकड़ता है, या फिर क्या होता है कि हम लोग कौन पकड़ता है, इनकम टैक्स से कंप्लेन आ रही है तो पकड़ा जाता है, या दिल्ली से नोटिस आती है, दिल्ली से इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है कि आप ये नॉन कंप्लायंस कर रहे हैं, उस केस के अंदर में नोटिस इशू होता है, या कोई मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर में वहाँ से प्रेशर आता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का, तब आपका फाइल में इन्वेस्टिगेशन, इंक्वायरी इंस्पेक्शन इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट होता है। और फ्यूचर क्या है अपने प्रोफेशन का, सर फॉर्म सारे STP हो रहे हैं। अभी 15 फॉर्म्स ऑलरेडी 15 जनवरी को यहाँ से चले गए हैं, ऑफिशियल नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया, कुछ दिन में ऑफिशियल नोटिफिकेशन आना है। क्या क्या फॉर्म्स गए, बाईबैक के सारे फॉर्म चले गए, MGT 14 चला गया, NC 24-27 चले गए, मतलब कहाँ गया, ये सब मनीसर में चला गया, अब सब मनीसर से अप्रूव होगा। जैसे STK 2 चला गया था 1 अप्रैल 2023 को, और ये सारे फॉर्म्स 15 जनवरी को प्राय चले गए। ऑफिशियली अनाउंसमेंट आने वाला, यहाँ पर प्रोसेसिंग नहीं कर रहे लोग, कम से कम प्रोसेसिंग हो रहा है। तो द थिंग टू टेल यू दैट सर डाउन द लाइन 1-2 महीने के अंदर में ये सिचुएशन आएगी, सारे फॉर्म्स STP हो जाएंगे। द बर्डन्स विल लाई ऑन द प्रोफेशनल्स एंड द कंपनीज KMPs हु इज साइनिंग द पर्टिकुलर फॉर्म्स। हम लोग के ऊपर भी नोटिस इशू हो रहा है, रेगुलर नोटिस इशू हो रहा है, अलॉन्ग विद द कंपनी डायरेक्टर, ऑडिटर, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट, जो भी प्रोफेशनल सर्टिफाई कर रहा है फॉर्म या बैलेंस शीट सही कर रहा है, दे आर आल्सो बीइंग द इशूड द नोटिस। हम लोग क्या गलती कर रहे हैं सर, ये जो भी आइटम है, लोन गिवन टेकन इन्वेस्टमेंट, मैक्सिमम देखेंगे जमा खर्चे वाली कंपनियां ज़्यादा पकड़ रहे हैं। लिस्टेड कंपनी का कंप्लायंस पूरा होता है अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से, IAS के हिसाब से। छोटी छोटी कंपनियों के अंदर हम लोग डिटेल नहीं देना चाहते। सर शेड्यूल 3 में आ गया, क्लियरली आ गया कि आप डिटेल दीजिए, फिर भी कोई डिटेल नहीं देना चाहता है। वो छोटा छोटा पॉइंट पकड़ता है, लोन एडवांस का डिटेल नहीं दिया, इन्वेस्टमेंट का डिटेल नहीं दिया, उसको लेकर के नोटिस इशू कर देते। कंप्लायंसेस नहीं करते हैं, वो लोग जाकर के धमकी देते हैं। अब कल ही मैं एक डिस्कशन कर रहा था रेगुलेटर साथ में बोल के, बोले मैं 447 लगा दूंगा इसके ऊपर। मैं सर क्यों लगा देंगे आप 447? बोला नहीं तुमने इसमें डिटेल ही नहीं दिया। तो इनको कुछ भी नहीं दिखता है ना, घूम पर के 447 लग जाता है सबके ऊपर में। और 447 लगेगा तो दैट इज वेरी डेंजरस थिंग, बिकॉज दैट इज नॉन बेलेबल, नॉन कंपाउंडेबल, दैट विल अगेन गो टू मिनिस्ट्री, इफ मिनिस्ट्री टेक ए कॉल, क्योंकि उसका कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, दैट इज प्रॉब्लमेटिक। तो देयरफॉर वी शुड ट्राई, एटलीस्ट वी शुड ट्राई टू गिव द डिटेल्स। वी आर द स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिटर ऑफ द कंपनी। तो हम लोग डिटेल क्यों नहीं देते जानबूझ करके? अपने क्लाइंट बोल देता है भैया मत दो तुम, तो वी डजंट गिव। तो दैट वी शुड अवॉइड एज ए प्रोफेसर, वी शुड ट्राई टू गिव दैट, अदरवाइज वी आर आल्सो बीइंग द इशूड द नोटिस। 143 के अंदर में ऑडिटर को भी नोटिस इशू कर रहे हैं लोग। नॉन कंप्लायंस, सीएफएस अप्लीकेबल है, सीएफएस फाइल नहीं करता। 90% केस हमारे पास में रेगुलर आ रहे हैं, अप्लीकेबल है सीएस, सर 20% से बेसी है जहाँ सीएफएस हो गया अप्लीकेबल, क्यों नहीं फाइल कर रहे हैं? आप करवा दीजिए, प्रॉपर्ली गाइड करिए अपने कंपनीज को कि भैया आप साथ साथ में सीएफएस अप्लीकेबल है, सीएफएस साथ में लगेगा, आपको फाइल करना पड़ेगा। एमजीटी 14, ये एमजीटी 14 भी दिल्ली जा रहा है ऑलरेडी, और इसमें किस में अप्लीकेबल है? जिसमें भी अप्लीकेबल है, तो दे हैव टू फाइल द एमजीटी 14 एज अप्लीकेबल टू देम। डायरेक्टर रिपोर्ट एरर हो रहा है, मेमोरेंडम में ऑब्जेक्ट क्लॉज है, अब 45 आएगा, बहुत मेजर वायलेशन निकल रहा है। छोटी छोटी कंपनी में ज़्यादा निकल रहा है, हम लोग खाली इंटरेस्ट इनकम दिखाते हैं। सर आप 200 रुपया भी इंटरेस्ट इनकम दिखा रहे हो तो 500 रुपया रेवेन्यू फ्रॉम ऑपरेशन में कोई दूसरा दिखा दीजिए ना। 50% बोल रहा है, 50% से बेसी यदि दूसरा इनकम रहेगा तो दैट विल नॉट फॉल। उसमें है 50% ऑफ द इनकम यदि फाइनेंशियल इनकम से है, एंड असेट्स 50% से बेसी, तो असेट्स में समझ लिए पूरा ही रहता है। ये 10 करोड़ का असेट्स है तो पैसा मैक्सिमम आपका लोन और इन्वेस्टमेंट में लगा रहता है, तो उसमें तो पूरा कवर हो जाता है। सेकेंड पॉइंट तो एमजीटी 14 है, वो पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी में अप्लीकेबल है। पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी में जहां अपने को अकाउंट अप्रूवल करना पड़ता है, हाँ प्राइवेट ऑब्लिक पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी, तो प्राइवेट कंपनी के अंदर में जहां अप्लीकेबल होगा वहां आएगा। प्राइवेट कंपनी प्राय अप्लीकेबल नहीं होता है, लेकिन प्राइवेट कंपनी में कुछ कुछ जहां अप्लीकेबल हो रहा है वहां आ रहा है। अदरवाइज पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी तो मैंडेटरी अप्लीकेबल है ही है, बोर्ड रिपोर्ट के अंदर में डायरेक्टर रिपोर्ट एंड अकाउंट अप्रूवल का आपको फाइल करना ही पड़ेगा। अदर्स, अब शेयर होल्डर्स का प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। आप जो शेयर होल्डर्स लगा रहे हैं इन्वेस्टमेंट में, सपोज आप वहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं रामश्याम लिमिटेड, अब आपका यदि उस पर्टिकुलर कंपनी में जाएंगे राम कंपनी लिमिटेड के अंदर में, वहाँ देखेंगे उसका नाम ही नहीं है, गायब हो गया। सर ये वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं रेगुलेटर्स, करके पकड़ रहा है, पकड़ के 206 का नोटिस इशू कर रहा है। तो आप बोलेंगे मेरा ड्यूटी है, यस, जब आप स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिटर आपका ड्यूटी है उसको वेरीफाई करने का, क्योंकि हम लोग जब मर्जर करने जा रहे हैं हम लोग पास में तो ऑडिटिंग के लिए आएगा नहीं, जब हम लोग पास में आगे फर्दर वर्क के लिए जाते हैं हम लोग वहाँ पर पकड़ लेते हैं गवर्नमेंट, अब पकड़ के रेगुलेटर्स नोटिस इशू कर देता है, तो वी आर अनेबल टू रिप्लाई दैट। So we should try to verify this thing so that these such type of error doesn't occur. Now non current investment का भी इतना बड़ा फॉर्मेट दिया, हम लोग इसको फॉलो नहीं करते हैं। क्यों नहीं फॉलो करते? फॉलो करना चाहिए। उसका आप खोलेंगे एमसीए के अंदर में, यदि फॉर्म खोलेंगे इंडिविजुअल के नाम में तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कंपनी वाले में पकड़ रहे हैं, कंपनी वाले में गलती मिल रही है। यहाँ 5000 शेयर दिखाया हुआ है रामश्याम कंपनी लिमिटेड, और वहाँ रामश्याम कंपनी के अंदर में नाम ही नहीं है, गायब हो गया उसका नाम। 186 वाला जो सेक्शन है बहुत डेंजर सेक्शन है सर, नॉन बेलेबल नॉन कंपाउंडेबल सेक्शन है, और 186 इज एप्लीकेबल टू पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी, प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी बोथ, और हम लोग प्राइवेट कंपनी में ध्यान ही नहीं देते 186 के ऊपर में। अभी कुछ दिन पहले हम लोग का एक केस आया, एनसीएलटी में केस गया, हम लोग केस खा गए उसके अंदर, नॉन बेलेबल नॉन कंपाउंडेबल सेक्शन है 186, खाली एक ही सेक्शन में बता रहा हूँ, तो काइंडली लुक एट दैट। यदि है तो सर उसमें कुछ नहीं करना, सिंपल है, एमजीटी 14 फाइल करना, एक छोटा सा एमजीटी 14 फाइल करना। अपने लिमिट ले लेंगे 500 करोड़ का, 800 करोड़ का, अपना पेडअप कैपिटल 10 करोड़ का, रिजर्व्स 10 करोड़ के अंदर में, तो कहाँ से होगा फिर? नॉन बेलेबल नॉन कंपाउंडेबल है 186, काइंडली लुक एट दैट, वी शुड ट्राई टू कंप्लाई दैट थिंग। फाइल तो हो रहा है, एमजीटी 14 बीच में फाइल नहीं हो रहा था, CG1 का अप्रूवल लेना पड़ता था, लेकिन अभी वो बंद हो गया। 7 जनवरी 2023 से जब से ये V3 आया तब से CG1 वाला सिस्टम इन लोगों ने बंद कर दिया दिल्ली से। अब एमजीटी 14 हम लोग पुराना में भी सारा फाइल किए हैं, 8-8 10-10 साल का ही फाइल किया, सिस्टम फाइल हो गया, 8,000 रुपये फाइन दे करके फाइल हो गया, मतलब एडिशनल फाइन दे करके। अभी हम लोग का मर्जर के अंदर ही पकड़ा था एमजीटी 14 कि 4 साल का तुम एमजीटी 14 नहीं जमा दिया, पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी था, मर्जर में रोक दिया उसको, एनसीएलटी के अंदर एफिडेविट डाल दिया रीजनल डायरेक्टर ने जाकर के, तो हम लोग इमीडिएटली 4 साल का एमजीटी 14 जमा कर दिया, हो गया, फिर कंप्लायंस निकल गया वहाँ से। तो फाइल तो हम लोग कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो वायलेशन देखिए कंटिन्यू रहेगा, यदि वो पकड़ लेगा तो प्रॉब्लम है, अदरवाइज नहीं पकड़ेगा निकल जाएगा। तो ये कंप्लीट हो रहा है यहाँ पर। आई विल शो यू नाउ वन नोटिस ऑफ द ROC, कि कोई टाइम इज नॉट दैट मच। एकदम रिसेंटली नोटिस इशू हुई है सर, 15 आया नहीं क्या सिस्टम? सर B3 का अभी B3 के बाद भी इशू हो रहा है। B3 तो 7 जनवरी 2023 को आ गया था। अच्छा,
टेक्निकल स्नैक
यहाँ उड़ गया। यहाँ नहीं आएगा, तो वहीं से देख बोले उसमें आगे मूव करेगा। देखिए नोटिस इशू हुई है 15 दिसंबर को, एकदम लेटेस्ट नोटिस है। 2064 के अंदर में डिटेल मांग रहा है सर, 10 साल का डिटेल मांग रहा है। हम 8 साल से बेसी का डिटेल क्यों देंगे? 128 बोलता है सेक्शन कि हम 8 साल से बेसी का डिटेल नहीं देंगे। हमने बुक्स पकड़ रखा ही नहीं, हम डिटेल क्यों देने जाएंगे? अब हम लोग 2-4 सेक्शन इसमें डिस्कशन करेंगे फटाफट। 266F मीन्स डिन नंबर नहीं दिया। अब कब का पकड़ा है? पुराना पकड़ा है, डिन नंबर नहीं दिया। लेकिन इसके अंदर में देखिए तोड़ है यहाँ पर एक तो, वो लिखा है रिटर्न्स एवरी पर्सन और कंपनी व्हाइल फर्निशिंग एनी रिटर्न। तो रिटर्न में तुमने फिलअप किया है, डॉक्यूमेंट में नहीं लगाया हमने खाली। तो हमको यही रिप्लाई देना पड़ेगा जो हमने दिया है इसके अंदर में, रिटर्न के अंदर हमने फिलअप किया है, तो इसलिए हमने वायलेट तो किया नहीं है। डॉक्यूमेंट में नहीं लिखा, ठीक है, उसको हम लोग चुपचाप बैठ जाएंगे। लेकिन रिटर्न्स के अंदर में दिया इन्फॉर्मेशन और पर्टिकुलर्स एज आर रिक्वायर्ड टू बी फर्निश्ड अंडर दिस एक्ट, बस इसका साइलेंट हो गया। शैल कोड द डिन नंबर इन सच रिटर्न इन्फॉर्मेशन और पर्टिकुलर्स इन सच रिटर्न्स इन्फॉर्मेशन और पर्टिकुलर्स रिलेट टू द डायरेक्टर्स और कंटेन रेफरेंस। तो रिटर्न हम लोग 23 AC जमा दिए, उसमें हमने दिया है, तो कोई वायलेशन नहीं है मेरा। सर रिप्लाई प्रॉपर्ली बनानी पड़ेगी, हम रिप्लाई भी दिखाएंगे थोड़ा सा आपको कि कैसे बनाना है अपने को। सेकंड पॉइंट, इसमें क्या पकड़ रहा है मेरे को? 166 ड्यूटी ऑफ द डायरेक्टर। सर ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर कौन डिफाइन कर सकता है? हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम कैसे काम कर रहे हैं, हम सही काम कर रहे हैं, गलत काम कर रहे हैं, वो कौन होगा डिसाइड करने वाला? हम अपना तरफ से आदमी अपना तरफ से पैसा लगाएगा। अब वो बोल रहा है पैसा जो तुमने लगाया लॉन्ग टर्म लोन से एडवांसेज 1 करोड़ 47 लाख 2 करोड़ तुमने प्रॉपर्ली नहीं किया, तुमने बैंक रेट के हिसाब से तुमको 1.5% ब्याज देना चाहिए था, तो 1.5% का ब्याज भी नहीं मिला तुमको। अरे 1.5% छोड़िए ना, यदि हम उस पैसा को सही में लगाते क्या होता? हम दीवान हाउसिंग फाइनेंस में लगाते क्या होता? जीरो हो जाता। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में लगाते जीरो हो जाता। हम वही रिप्लाई में डालेंगे उसको। तो आदमी अपनी नॉलेज से काम करेगा, बेस्ट ऑफ द नॉलेज, अच्छा से अच्छा जो पैसा लगाएगा। यदि पैसा डूबेगा अच्छा रहेगा तो बचाने आएगा, और नहीं बचाने आएगा। तो अपने को रिप्लाई प्रॉपर्ली उस तरह से बनाना पड़ेगा कि वो कौन डिसाइड करने वाला है। तो ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर में जबरदस्ती पकड़ा है इसके अंदर में, और ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर लोग मान नहीं रहे हैं। सर लोन एडवांसेज है, उसके अंदर वो आगे जाकर बोला द कंपनी हैज अर्न अराउंड 1.2% पर एनम व्हिच इज सिग्निफिकेंट लोअर देन द बैंक रेट। सर ये ओल्ड एक्ट में पकड़ा है मेरे को, नए एक्ट में भी पकड़ा है, तो आरबीआई के से नहीं दे सकते, मालूम है 186 सब सेक्शन 5 में बोल रहा है आरबीआई रेट का। लेकिन यहाँ ये लोग इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन दे रखा है, इसमें कोई इंटरेस्ट दिया ही नहीं है। वो पॉइंट नहीं पकड़ा है, यहाँ पॉइंट दूसरा पकड़ा है, ड्यूटी ऑफ द डायरेक्टर। वो पॉइंट पकड़ता है तो हम उसमें आते हैं। हम उसमें जाएंगे क्योंकि वो नॉन वेलेबल नॉन कंपाउंडेबल सेक्शन है, उसमें तो पूरा मरण ही है अपना, कुछ नहीं है जवाब उसके पास में। तो अपने को 166 ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर को बचाना है, जिसमें पकड़ रहा है अपने को, तो हम ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर में अपने हिसाब से सबमिशन करेंगे। बेस्ट ऑफ द माइंड, बेस्ट ऑफ आवर नॉलेज, वी हैव टू सबमिट दैट थिंग। क्योंकि क्या कर रहे हैं लोग, इसके बाद में केस फाइल कर देगा। केस फाइल करने के बाद अपने नहीं बच सक रहे हैं। हमारे एक कंपनी में केस फाइल कर रखा, हम 4 साल से घूम रहे हैं, रेगुलेटर्स के पीछे कुछ नहीं कर सके। क्योंकि केस फाइल करने के बाद के अंदर में वो अलीपुर कोर्ट से रेगुलर वहाँ मैनेज करके आप डेट लेते रहिए, और कोई उपाय नहीं आपके पास के अंदर में। विड्रॉ नहीं कर सकते ये लोग। ये बोलते हैं विड्रॉ करने के लिए आपको मिनिस्ट्री को लिखना पड़ेगा दिल्ली में, दिल्ली से जब आएगा हमारे पास में कंफर्मेशन तब आपका विड्रॉ होगा, नहीं तो विड्रॉ। अब छोटा छोटा मैटर के लिए कोई नहीं लिखेगा, रेगुलेटर बोलते हम तो नहीं लिखेंगे मिनिस्ट्री को। तो दैट इज द प्रॉब्लमेटिक। तो आपको यही ड्रॉप करवाना पड़ेगा इसको। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट आ रहा है आपका a copy of the financial statement, 3 नंबर पॉइंट। If any along with the registrar 10(6) में पकड़ा है, इसमें जाकर के बोल रहा है कि रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिस स्टेट दैट इन केस रजिस्ट्रार ई फॉर्म डॉक्यूमेंट एसटीपी मोड के अंदर फॉर्म अप्रूव हो गया है, कंपनी शैल फाइल विद द रजिस्ट्रार विद इन 30 days ऑफ द डेट ऑफ द एजीएम अपॉन पेरोल ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट फॉर फाइनेंशियल इट इज ऑब्जर्व द कंपनी अलॉटेड शेयर ऑफ 2.5 लाख एंड द इन्वेस्टमेंट मेड इन द फाइनेंशियल इतना ऑल डाटा आर आर्बिट्रेरी एंड द सेड फॉर्म इशू ट्रीटेड एज डिफेक्टिव। और डिफेक्टिव करने के लिए लिख रहा है इस फॉर्म को। हम क्यों बोलेंगे डिफेक्टिव करने के लिए फॉर्म को? क्योंकि ये लोग अभी हुआ था, यदि आपको पता है तो 2019, 20, 21 का लास्ट अभी 6 महीना पहले इतने सारे मेल्स आए थे, इतने सारे लेटर्स इशू किया था एमसी ने पुराने सारे फॉर्म्स को डिफेक्टिव करने के लिए। नोटिस हैज बीन इशूड फॉर एडिटिव वन आल्सो। तो सेम थिंग इज हियर कि हम उसको डिफेक्टिव करना चाहेंगे। डिफेक्टिव करते तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगा। मेरा ऑलरेडी पैसा लिया हुआ है, पैसा फाइल किया हुआ है, तो उसमें हम लोग क्या सबमिट करेंगे? हम लोग फॉर्म लगाएंगे, प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंट दिखाएंगे, उसका रेजोल्यूशन देंगे, साथ के अंदर उसका बोर्ड मीटिंग का रेजोल्यूशन देंगे, प्रॉपर्ली पास किया है, एज पर लॉ पास किया हमने। तो दैट इज द आवर सबमिशन। नेक्स्ट मेन ऑब्जेक्ट को पकड़ रहा है आगे जाकर के फिर, एंड उसके बाद में जाके पकड़ा है मेरा सीएफएस। तो सीएफएस का एक पॉइंट दिखाता हूँ मैं यहाँ पर। ये डायरेक्टर रिपोर्ट पकड़ा है, नहीं 3 नंबर पॉइंट में मेरा सीएफएस ही पकड़ा है, सीएफएस पकड़ा है हाँ, अलॉन्ग विद द सीएफएस। तो एक कॉपी ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल अलॉन्ग विद द सीएफएस। तो सीएफएस वाले पॉइंट के अंदर में क्या है, हमने यहाँ पर स्टॉक इन ट्रेड दिखाया था, तो इसको 4-5 जगह कवर किया है इस पर्टिकुलर नोटिस के अंदर में। तो वो बोल रहा है स्टॉक इन ट्रेड के अंदर में आप क्यों दिखाएं, इसके अंदर स्टॉक इन ट्रेड में दिखाएं आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट है ये, और उसमें रेगुलर चला है मेरा ये 10 साल तक कंटिन्यूस चला है स्टॉक इन ट्रेड के अंदर में। अब स्टॉक इन ट्रेड के अंदर में हमने CFS का पॉइंट लिया था। CFS का यदि आप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड 21 देखेंगे उसमें बोल रहा है स्टॉक इन ट्रेड इज टेम्पररी इन नेचर, उसके अंदर में कोई डिटेल देने का जरूरत नहीं है मेरे को, तो सारे पॉइंट मेरे बच जाएंगे उसके अंदर में। CFS मेरे को जरूरत ही नहीं है उसके अंदर में, हम CFS क्यों लगाएंगे जब हम स्टॉक इन ट्रेड में जाएंगे, तो यदि मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट में हम दिखाते हैं तब हम CFS दिखाएंगे वहाँ पर, तो देन दैट इज अप्लीकेबल, अदरवाइज इट इज नॉट अप्लीकेबल। तो हम CFS का जो अकाउंटिंग स्टैंड 21 है उसको हम लेके डालेंगे। नाउ आई विल शो द रिप्लाई। इस तरह से काफ़ी पॉइंट्स है इसके अंदर में, ऑलरेडी नोटिस है 9 पेज का, तो दे आर अगेन टेकिंग 134 डायरेक्टर रिपोर्ट, देन अकाउंटिंग स्टैंड 20 पकड़ा इसके अंदर में। तो वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर द रिप्लाई, वी हैव टू सबमिट द रिप्लाई एंड सब्सटेंशिएट विद द डॉक्यूमेंट व्हाट एवर द डॉक्यूमेंट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन सबमिटेड। अब एक जगह पॉइंट उठाया उसके अंदर में 4 साल तक आप बैलेंस शीट सबमिट किए हैं, उसके अंदर में SD करके कॉपी सबमिट की है। सर जहाँ अपने को दिख रहा है हमारा गलती है वहाँ अपने के लिए बचने के लिए रास्ता सर वो साइन किया कॉपी लगा दी। लोन एडवांसेज का डिटेल नहीं दिए हैं, आप सबमिट कर चुके हैं, उसको आप चेंज कर नहीं सकते हैं, उसके लोन एडवांसेज का डिटेल दे दिए उसको। फॉर्मेट के हिसाब से, फॉर्मेट के हिसाब से एज पर शेड्यूल 3 का जो फॉर्मेट है या पुराना जो शेड्यूल था शेड्यूल 6 के हिसाब से जो फॉर्मेट था वो। सर फाइनली 2 मिनट लगेंगे लास्ट, नहीं ले रहे आप?
नहीं मैं बोला 10 मिनट।
नहीं इतना टाइम नहीं लगेगा। हाँ अब हाफ एन आवर बचा है अभी। देखिए हमने रिप्लाई बनाया इसके अंदर, पहला वाला जो पॉइंट था उसके लिए अपने रिप्लाई बना रहे हैं 266F, उसको कोट कर रहे हैं हम। उठा के पहले सेक्शन डालेंगे इसको, हमको रिप्लाई 2 पन्ने का नहीं देना, हम लोग रिप्लाई देना कम से कम 50 पन्ने का, उसके साथ में एनेक्चर लगाना है। हम 400 पन्ना का रिप्लाई देंगे वो पढ़ेगा नहीं खोल करके, रेगुलर देख रहे हैं, डेली देख रहे हैं, रेगुलर अपने रेगुलेटर के पास में जाते हैं, वहाँ पर इतना सारा रिप्लाई रहता है वो खोल के देखता ही नहीं, बोलता है इसका नट सेल बता दो, जिस्ट बता दो मेरे को खाली। अपने को प्रॉपर्ली इसमें सारा डिटेल डालना पड़ेगा। हम 266F इसमें डाले पहले, फिर 629A में गए, चेंज नहीं हुआ ना, चेंज
ये वर्ड में किया हुआ है।
हाँ ये वर्ड में किया,
इसीलिए प्रॉब्लम।
कोई बात नहीं, आप देख लीजिए।
इसको यहाँ से स्क्रॉल करना होगा,
स्क्रॉल हो रहा है ना,
स्क्रॉल तो होना चाहिए।
हाँ हो रहा है। 629A डाल दिए जो ओल्ड एक्ट का था 1956 एक्ट का, वो आपने डाले। वहाँ पर लिखते हैं अप्रूवल, सैंक्शन, कंसेंट, कंफर्मेशन, रिकॉग्निशन, उसको हाईलाइट कर रहे हैं अपने। उसके बाद अपने चलेंगे फिर 209 में आएंगे, इन रिगार्ड टू द बुक्स ऑफ द अकाउंट टू बी केप्ट बाय द। ये डिन वाला जवाब दे रहे हैं अपने, डिन का क्या जवाब देना 209 में देंगे अपने। 209 पूरा कॉपी कर दिया एक्ट अपने यहाँ पर कि अपने को लेंदी करना है इसको, सीधी सी बात एक ही है। फिर नॉट लेस देन 8 ईयर्स इमीडिएटली प्रेसिडिंग, वो 128 में हम चले गए यहाँ पर। बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट बाई एवरी कंपनी रिलेटिंग टू पीरियड नॉट लेस देन 8 ईयर प्रेसिडिंग द करंट ईयर। वो मांग रहा है मेरे से शुरू से 2010 का, अभी हम 2023 में बैठे हुए हैं, कितना पुराना मांग रहा है मेरे से, हम क्यों देंगे उतना पुराना। सेक्शन बोल रहा है यहाँ पर बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट रखना है अपने को 8 साल का, वो हम पेंशन करेंगे यहाँ पर। उसके बाद में दिस इज माई व्यू, दिस इज माई सबमिशन। नाउ आफ्टर रीडिंग ऑल द सेक्शंस we would like to submit that in this act, after reading the above various provisions of the section, it cleared that the provision of section 209 state that the books of accounts should be kept for 8 years, and here in the inquiry we have been asked for the document beyond the 8 years, and also in section 629A no such item is covered. The language, if read properly, state that it is applicable to approval, sanction, consent, confirmation, recognition, direction or exemption in relation to any matter has been accorded or given or granted. 629A बोलता है। Next in section 211 of that it is not mentioned in regard to the mentioning of the in the balance sheet, नहीं दिया हुआ है सर, बाद में आया ये चीज़ 1 अप्रैल 2014 के बाद से रेगुलर आ रहा है। फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट में हमको डिन नंबर देना पड़ेगा, वो 158F है मेरे ख्याल से, नया वाला सेक्शन, उसमें लिखा हुआ है। यदि आपने पुराना सेक्शन देखना है उसमें नहीं लिखा हुआ है, आपने पढ़े थे उसका लैंग्वेज, वो ROC का खुद का नोटिस में दिया हुआ था 3 लाइन के अंदर में कि आपको रिटर्न में मेंशन किया, तो रिटर्न में तो हम दिए हैं 23AC में, तो भरना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो मेरा फॉर्म ही नहीं फाइल होगा। Finally, in the return, as stated in 266F, the company has properly submitted the DIN in form 23AC ACA for all the financial year. The company has properly mentioned the DIN in all the return as submitted in MCA portal. Also in section 209, it is stated that the balance sheet to be kept for the 8 years, and also the MC not keeping any balance sheet beyond 8 years as per the law. आप MCA में जाके देखिए, वहाँ कुछ नहीं मिलेगा डॉक्यूमेंट, एक भी डॉक्यूमेंट अवेलेबल नहीं है 2006 के पहले का। ऑनलाइन में जो अवेलेबल है बस वही अवेलेबल है, उनका फाइल के अंदर में पूरा मिसमैच है, कुछ नहीं डॉक्यूमेंट मिलेगा वहाँ पर, वो खुद ही डिस्ट्रॉय कर देता है वो लोग 8 साल से बियॉन्ड का। So finally, we would like to submit that there is no contravention of any of the provisions of Section 266 Act of the Companies Act 1946 and the company duly filed the DIN in the return in 23 AC. ये एक सबमिशन हो गया. अब ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर में आते हैं. दूसरा पॉइंट, ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर पहले 160 से हम कॉपी कर देंगे. Here it is submitted that since the company is itself maintaining its assets properly and also saved it all assets from diminishing to negative value, or has saved up all from being wiped up all its capital, had it invested the same in the stock market, then the same would fetch the zero return and also the principal have vanished. Like suppose if it has been invested in Srei or Diwan Housing or Andhra Bank or Vedanta or Electro Steel or UCO Bank, secured non-convertible debenture oblique equity share, which once upon a time was in AAA plus credit rating, then finally landed in IBC or has been merged with other companies, and now none of the investors who invested in the secured debenture will get any return. अब वो हम लोग को सजेशन दे रहा है 160 ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर फॉलो करो. हमको अच्छा तरह से लिखना पड़ेगा उसको, अपने को मतलब लैंग्वेज में झाड़ना पड़ेगा उसको आगे जा करके. नाउ इन रिगार्ड टू ड्यूटी ऑफ द डायरेक्टर, इट हैज नो पैरामीटर. एवरी पर्सन इन द वर्ल्ड वर्क टू द बेस्ट ऑफ हिज नॉलेज एंड विजडम एंड वांट टू अर्न मैक्सिमम रिटर्न. सो नाउ वन कैन नॉट जज द विजडम ऑफ द अदर्स. नाउ इन रिगार्ड टू द ड्यूटी ऑफ द डायरेक्टर, हाउ एमसी कैन जस्टिफाई व्हाट इज रॉन्ग और राइट. The director of the company has invested in the correct way as their wisdom has guided them. Now the MC cannot say that the duty of the director has been followed properly. Now the luck of the persons also matter in their life. One person cannot get 1 crore on investing 1 lakh rupees and other person lose all money. So it is EY submitted the duty of director has been followed properly and compliance of the law. Sir, अपने को justify करना पड़ेगा, अपने को लिखना पड़ेगा, टाइम देनी पड़ेगी. रिप्लाई का पैसा देगा, ऐसा बात नहीं, क्लाइंट पैसा दे रहा है हम लोग को भी. आपको अच्छा से बनाना पड़ेगा उसके अंदर में. हम लोग लड़ाई किए हैं, रेगुलेटर के साथ में झगड़ा हुआ है. मैं सर आप बताइए, आप बोलते हैं यहाँ पैसा इन्वेस्ट करो, वहाँ पैसा इन्वेस्ट करो. आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, नाम हम नहीं बोल सकते हैं. डॉक्टर बना है अपना ROC, AROC डॉक्टर है, कुछ भी नहीं पता है सर कंपनी एक्ट के बारे में उन लोग को. ये इनकम टैक्स में भी हो ही रहा है, सब जगह हो रहा है. ये ICLS बैच से लोग आ रहे हैं, IAS का एग्जाम देते हैं, इंडियन कंपनी लॉ सर्विस में इनका अपॉइंटमेंट हो जाता है. सर होने के बाद के अंदर में ये नतीजा हो रहा है. जब उनसे डिस्कशन करने जाते हैं बोलता है डिवेंचर के अंदर वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट लाओ. क्या चीज़ का डिवेंचर वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट लगेगा? डिवेंचर लोन को कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद डिवेंचर इशू कर रहे हैं. समझाना पड़ेगा सर, उनसे डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा, उनको बताना पड़ेगा. कन्विंस कर रहे हैं, दे आर एग्रीड, यस तुम अपना रिप्लाई सबमिट करो, मानेंगे इस चीज़ को. तो सर आप कौन गाइड कर सकते हैं ड्यूटी ऑफ डायरेक्टर क्या होगा नहीं होगा? आदमी अपना बेस्ट ऑफ द नॉलेज काम करता है. एक आदमी 1 करोड़ कमा के 1 लाख रुपये कमा लेगा, एक आदमी 1 करोड़ कमा करके मनी को लूज कर देगा पूरा. हम प्रॉपर्ली पूरा एग्जाम्पल देके डालेंगे, सपोर्टिंग लगाएंगे इसमें. और मेरे पास सपोर्टिंग नहीं था, नहीं तो हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, कंपनी का इन्वेस्टमेंट देख रहे हैं कहाँ लगा हुआ है. वो भी हमने एक किया था कंपनी के अंदर, इन्वेस्टमेंट कहाँ लगा हुआ है. सपोज आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट 3 करोड़ रुपया कहीं लगा हुआ है, उस कंपनी को देखेंगे, उस कंपनी का आज के दिन में क्या वैल्यू है. यदि उस कंपनी में अच्छी जगह लगा हुआ है और 3 करोड़ का दिया 40 करोड़ मिल रहा है आज के दिन, उसका बुक वैल्यू भी 40 करोड़ है, तो उसका बैलेंस शीट उठा के लगा दे रहे हैं. उसमें सबमिशन कर रहे हैं, सर हमारा 3 करोड़ का 40 करोड़ है, आप खरीदेंगे कंपनी को. हम बाईबैक करने जाते हैं, मेरा 900 रुपया वैल्यू निकलता है, हम उसको 10 रुपये में खरीदते हैं. ROC बोलता है तुम 900 रुपये का 10 रुपये में खरीदा है. मत सर आप खरीदेंगे 10 रुपये के अंदर में, आपके लिए तो ये कूड़ा है. आप बोलेंगे 10 रुपये अभी हम क्यों देंगे, क्योंकि प्राइवेट कंपनी है. इसको कौन वैल्यू देगा? जो इसमें जुड़ा हुआ है, क्लोजली हेल्ड कंपनी है जो इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. हम 10 रुपये दे रहे, वो भी बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं. हम 10 रुपये में उसको खरीदना तो खरीदो, नहीं खरीदना मत खरीदो, जाओ. सर 10 रुपये भी देने वाला नहीं मिलेगा आपको. प्राइवेट कंपनी है ना, क्लोजली हेल्ड कंपनी है. ये रिलायंस का थोड़ी है जो ट्रेडेबल शेयर्स है मार्केट के अंदर में. ये तो क्लोजली हेल्ड जो ग्रुप में जानता है वही खरीदेगा, उसी के लिए वैल्यू है उसका. तो वी हैव टू कन्विंस देम. So this is our submissions. Any questions? Otherwise, we will take the questions at the end. बंद कर दीजिए. Thank you to everybody for patiently hearing.
We shall take up the question at the end. Now I shall request Sri Ravi Verma ji to give his deliberation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, at least I can hear it out. You all are patiently hearing me. Good evening. Am I audible? No. I think last May. Loud and clear. Thank you. So yeah, of course, thanks to Views Exchange for inviting me, and thanks to Mohit Bhuteria sir, and thanks to Chair as well, Jhamar ji and Monam Goenka ji for joining me, and then thanks to that side of Chair for inviting me for an interactive session with you. Now, having heard about notices, having heard about the dichotomy of that beneficial interest disclosure we'll be giving, I think most of my task, Mohit sir has made it already easy by giving insight on the pros and cons. ये जब हम disclosure देते हैं, ये recent changes आते हैं, like I will not go on the notices side because वो वाला post factor हो गया, post-mortem, कि notice आ गया तो अब reply कैसे करना है. But I think that why we need the post-mortem. Why can't we make the system robust? Because perhaps if you see down the line, the intent of ministry is very clear. Though don't think that I am a representative of ministry, huh? Because कई बार ऐसा सोच लेगा बोला ministry के behalf में बोला. The intent of ministry I am talking about, it's very clear that whatsoever compliances are required to be complied with has to be followed due diligently and in spirit. They are not going by the letters any longer. अब नोटिस के रिप्लाई करते कहते एक फनी नोट पे ले जाता हूँ कि अभी जो टॉपिक डिस्कस करने जा रहे हैं उसमें एक ब्लंडर हो गया. गया था कुछ और बताने, निकल गया कुछ और. मिनिस्ट्री बोला आ जाओ, यू हैव बीन कॉट. हम लोग देखे थे ना एमटीवी बकरा पे एक शो आता था, बोला आप देखिए आप बकरा बनाया जा रहा है आपको कैमरा पे. अभी वैसा ही कर रहा है थोड़ा बहुत समहाउ. आई होप मिनिस्ट्री ऑफिशियल्स आर नॉट अटेंडिंग. है तो थोड़ा वैसा ही हो रहा है. वी नीड टू बी केयरफुल. व्हाई वी नीड टू बी केयरफुल? बिकॉज द रीजन बीइंग, दादा अब ये V3 का उल्टा हो गया, इधर स्क्रीन पे नहीं आया, उधर चल गया, एक्सटेंडेड स्क्रीन पे चला गया आई गेस. सो नाउ व्हाई आई एम सेइंग सो that at times you need to be careful while dealing with the ministry query, while dealing with the ministry's amendment, because amendments looks like कि ठीक है हमारे पर applicable है कि नहीं है. कई बार हमको लगता है हमारा तो छोटा है, applicable ही नहीं होगा. अभी ministry सब बराबर है, बोला इधर उधर सब बराबर है. As you heard, demat company का dematalizations for the private company, though you know that there are 14 lakh private company, and out of which obviously there are many small company, I do agree, but despite all this the provision is going to be applicable from, like, we have hardly 9 months. September 24 is the compliance month for a dematerialization. The symbolic message is very clear that yes, we want you to comply with the requirements, be it a private or be it a small. Now my topic today will be discussing on the SBO, so I will keep the coverage confined towards the SBO only. Now the reason when we are talking about the SBO, first thing is to know, SBO is not a new concept. We all know, companies में आया ना सब में, जब हम लोग आए तो confuse हो गया था. Feb 2018 में आया, then everyone was taken aback, and किसी को समझ में नहीं आया. And thankfully अच्छी चीज़ ये थी कि मिनिस्ट्री को भी समझ में नहीं आया कि SBO होता क्या है. So then there later on they have entirely, means the entire rule was revised, and in Feb 2019 they have come out with a new set of rules. अब वो रूल्स तो ला दिया ठीक है, बट अगेन देयर वर सर्टेन थिंग्स ऑफ और सर्टेन क्लैरिटी वेर रिक्वायर्ड विच वाज नॉट क्लियर एट ऑल. लाइक आज भी हम डिस्कशन में अभी भी नहीं समझ पाते हैं. कई बार बोलता है एक सिग्निफिकेंट इन्फ्लुएंस, एंड इट हैज इट्स ओन डेफिनेशन. आप इसको एएस और कंपनीज एक्ट से रिलेट नहीं कर सकते. इट इज वेरी क्लियर अंडर द रूल इटसेल्फ which says the significant influence means that you have a right to participate in the decision making policy etc. Now we don't know इसको राइट को क्या बोलते हैं. पार्टनरशिप फर्म में ले लो, अब पार्टनरशिप फर्म में अगर सब पार्टनर है, सबका इक्वल राइट है, तो आप इसको सिग्निफिकेंट बोलोगे कि नहीं? दैट्स अ बिग क्वेश्चन. से फॉर एग्जांपल आई से कि माय फर्म हैज गॉट 6 पार्टनर. अब आप 1/6 अगर फ्रेगमेंट में निकालो तो इट इज लेसर देन 10%, राइट? Well, sorry, I am showing 1/6 is a wrong. It's if it is more than 10 partners, it will go into the lesser than 6%. Say for example 16 partners, right? It will come around 6%. Now will that constitute as my significant influence? हम इतने सारे पार्टनर्स हैं, हमारा तो कुछ पता ही नहीं, कोई सुनेगा भी कि नहीं सुनेगा. But still, since the definition is very clear that it directly or indirectly, so they are not saying that directly आपका 6% है तो आप बोलोगे नहीं मेरा तो है ही नहीं, इतने सारे पार्टनर है, मेरा क्या चलेगा. It is making you indirectly to comply with the requirement of making a disclosure that yes, your significant influence does exist. Now second question comes ki control. When we are talking about control, people do say, okay, should we follow the control definition as prescribed under the Companies Act? I will say no, because the Rule 3 sub-rules say very clear on this that controls means the right to appoint. The majority of direct control means against to participate in the voting management or management policies etc. Again, after reading that and reading with the significant influence, आप confuse हो जाओगे कि उसका control और significant influence है कि नहीं. You will turn around and you'll find that क्या करना है, disclose करना है कि नहीं करना है. तो my answer will be today very clear that yes, you have to do, because there is no clear definition. Why you have to do? Before we unfold the next page, beneficial interest and all, and let me just throw a highlight on one story of a Matek Electronics. I know that all of us, अभी पढ़ा होगा ना, न्यूज़ में आया था इस कंपनी का. This company is a China-based company. I don't know कितने लोगों ने पढ़ा इसका. उस पे आया कि ministry has caught this company under the curtail of SBO and has penalized the company, director, everyone. बट वो पढ़ने के बाद लोगों को लगा ना ये एसबीओ का इन्वेस्टिगेशन था, पकड़ लिया। उसमें एक येन और एक चेन थे, दोनों येन चेन और एक मिस्टर विशाल भारद्वाज डायरेक्टर्स वर देयर, दो वी हैव नथिंग टू डू विद द डायरेक्टर्स। बट कैसे नेक्सस डेवलप हुआ, जस्ट सी द आयरनी। दिस कंपनी हैज गॉट अ नोटिस फर्स्टली फॉर नॉन कंप्लायंस विद 118। That means they were saying that your minutes and everything are not getting recorded or everything are not properly page number, etc. It has been found during investigation. So this company has furnished the fresh minutes. बोला सीरियल नंबर करके लगा के दे दो, बोला जितना मांगा उतना दे दो। जैसे ही दिया तो बोला पहले वाला क्या था, बोला पहले वाला तो एकदम नंबर्ड नहीं था, ये वाला नंबर्ड है। तो आपने डेटा को मैनिपुलेट किया। नाउ डेटा मैनिपुलेशन हुआ तो विल गो इनटू द इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफ एवरीथिंग। जब अंदर गए और तो फिर एक एक निकल के आया। देन दे हैव वेंट टू द एक्सटेंट ऑफ शेयर होल्डिंग। दे फाइंड आउट दैट देयर आर 3 शेयर होल्डर्स, तीनों के नाम देखे, येन चेन एंड मिस्टर भारद्वाज। मिस्टर भारद्वाज का 0.01 था, दैट वाज अ डाउट फॉर सस्पिशियस बिकॉज रेस्ट ऑफ वेयर कंट्रोलिंग 99%. So they said 99% is being controlled in this company, Metek Electronics, and that too by the 2 persons who are running the affairs of the company. उनको बोला कि आप ही कंट्रोलर हो, उन्होंने बार बार जिद किया, बोला हाँ हम लोग ही है, वी आर द डायरेक्टर्स, वी आर द शेयर होल्डर्स। और उनके भी रिप्लाई बड़े बढ़िया क्लियर थे, बोले वी आर द डायरेक्टर्स एंड वी आर द शेयर होल्डर्स ओनली एंड देयर इज नो पर्सन बिहाइंड अस। बोला कोई बात नहीं, इट्स ट्रू। बोला यस। बोला चाइना रजिस्ट्री से डेटा निकाला, दे हैव फाउंड द सेम कंपनी एग्जिस्टिंग इन चाइना, दे हैव फाउंड द सेम कंपनी हैविंग अप्लाइंग फॉर द ट्रेडमार्क इन हांगकांग। सब डेटा निकाल लिए। डेटा निकाल के उनकी हियरिंग हुई दिसंबर मंथ में, बिकॉज दिस इज द फर्स्ट ऑर्डर ऑफ एओ। दिसंबर मंथ देयर वाज अ हियरिंग ऑफ ऑल दिस 3। वहां पर जब तीनों आए तो तीनों को कुछ भी पता नहीं, मिनट्स कैसे होती है, मीटिंग कैसे होती है। दे वर नॉट एबल टू आंसर प्रॉपर्ली बिकॉज वो क्या है ना, बेसिकली पेपर पे चला गया था बस राइटिंग सबमिशन पे। तो बोला कोई बात नहीं, तब भी वो मिनिस्ट्री बोला कोई बात नहीं, यू कांट आंसर, वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड। मिस्टर विशाल भारद्वाज से पूछ रहे, बोले आप क्या थे, आप कहाँ करते थे, सर्विस वगैरह सब रिकॉर्ड तो है ही। तो बोले मैं तो पहले सर्विस करता था, ये मिस्टर वैन थे, इनको रिपोर्ट करता था, मिस थी सॉरी मिसेस। तो बोला उनको रिपोर्ट करते थे, शी यूज्ड टू बी देयर, शी इज़ फ्रॉम दिस कंपनी एंड शी हैज़ बीन अ पार्टनर ऑफ दिस कंपनी, शी हैज़ बीन अ सप्लायर ऑफ दिस कंपनी। बोला ग्रेट। फिर फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट देखा, उसमें देखा 3 कंपनी अंडर कॉमन कंट्रोल डिक्लेयर है एंड दीज 3 कंपनी बिलोंग्स टू हांगकांग एंड दी चाइना जोन ओनली। From that they have found out कि why you are having a related party transactions with those companies which are under common control. Then after a diligent, you can say, investigation by the ministry found that ultimately the Metek Electronics, the same name exists in the Hong Kong just without the addition of word private. बोला same company exists कर रही है and सारा nexus बाहर निकल के आ गया and ultimately they have got penalized. And now you see they can't challenge it even as of now. And they have not challenged it because later on you don't know repercussion. अभी तो बोला हम SBO पे ही लगाए हैं because you should have disclosed it. That is why I am saying कि when we are talking about SBO, the only intent of ministry was that कि इतना सारा मिला कोई बात नहीं, आपने झूठ बोला वो भी चल जाएगा। बोला आपने disclose क्यों नहीं किया? Because you are not ultimately registered owner. Sorry, the actual owner. The registered owner you are, but behind you there is a beneficial ownership, which they should have disclosed by the form BN1, BN2 under the Companies Act for companies, and they were penalized. So this kind of things are emerging nowadays, and this is perhaps I am sharing the one beauty or classic example that why significant beneficial ownership disclosure becomes important for us. Not only this, if you look at the LLP framework, the ministry has not left it untouched because क्या हो रहा था ना, हम जहाँ भी कंपनीज एक्ट के लेक्चर देते थे ना तो लोग सुनने के बाद बड़ा पैनिक हो जाते हैं। कंपनीज एक्ट की पेनल्टी सुनने के बाद एक डिस्कशन जरूर आता था, बोला कोई बात नहीं LLP बनाना पड़ेगा। ये शुरू में बहुत हो रहा था, कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 जब आया तो हम लोग उसके बाद जहाँ भी बोलते ना निकलते हुए फीडबैक जरूर मिलता, बोला मिनिस्ट्री इतना कर रहा है ना अब LLP करना पड़ेगा। बोला कर लीजिए। बोला LLP कर लोगे तो LLP को थोड़ी ना हम छोड़ेंगे, LLP के पीछे पीछे भी आ गए। दे मेड मोस्ट ऑफ द सेक्शंस एप्लीकेबल टू LLP बाय नोटिफिकेशन 11 Feb 2022। वो जब नोटिफिकेशन आया बोला सेक्शन 90 विल अप्लाई, disqualification will apply, number of directorship will apply. Obviously for the term director you will read the designated partner, वो भी अप्लाई कर दिया, 2067 सब अप्लाई कर दिया, इन्वेस्टिगेशन वगैरह किस पे, LLP पे। क्यों? बिकॉज दे वॉन्ट इट टू बी रेगुलेटेड, and that is the reason if you look at the numbers so far, you know that there are hardly near around 3 lakhs LLP registered so far, and out of which there are almost on the record 20,000 which they have declared as a deactive or you can say strike off mode. Why? because of non-compliance issue. In such a short tenure, when the ministry has thought that this will be becoming a new hybrid form for the business cultivation, it has got a U-turn because of this reason. Second, immediately after that, they have come out with another rule, which they said beneficial interest आपको disclose करना होगा, because जब 90 applicable किया ना, तो Section 90 Companies Act का क्या बोलता है? Section 90 talks about significant beneficial ownership. तो लोग कंफ्यूज हो गए, बोले क्या करना है समझ में नहीं आ रहा। अब एसबीओ डिक्लेयर देंगे तो क्या फॉर्म है क्या नहीं है, सिर्फ सेक्शन एप्लीकेबल देके छोड़ दिया। तो एलएलपी बोला वेट करो, अक्टूबर 2023 में बेनिफिशियल इंटरेस्ट डिस्क्लोजर रूल ले आया, वंस एलएलपी बेनिफिशियल इंटरेस्ट रूल्स ले आया अमेंडमेंट बाय वेड ऑफ अमेंडमेंट। वाई? बोला अब आप जो रजिस्टर्ड और बेनिफिशियल ओनरशिप है आपके एलएलपीज में वो भी डिक्लेयर करिए। और ऑब्वियसली आई डोंट नीड टू गो इन डिटेल बिकॉज वी ऑल नो रजिस्टर्ड कौन है, जो बुक्स में है, पार्टनर्स के रजिस्टर में है, और सॉरी बेनिफिशियल कौन है, जो बैक ऑफ द कर्टेल है। देन उसके बाद उसी के साथ साथ उसी दिन उसी में रिक्वायरमेंट एक और ऐड कर दिया, बोला आप एलएलपी में एक डेजिग्नेट पर्सन करो हु विल बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर फर्निशिंग एंड कोऑपरेटिंग इन प्रोवाइडिंग द सर्विसेज। यू नो मिनिस्ट्री अपना काम भी इजी करता है। मिनिस्ट्री नोटिस लाता है ना, जब देता है नोटिस वगैरह आपको, तो आप लोग बोलते हो रिप्लाई कौन करेगा, छोड़ दो ना। क्या बोलते हैं किसको दिया है? बोला मार्क तो सभी कंपनी का सभी डायरेक्टर वायरेक्टर को है, या फिर एलएलपी हो तो डायरेक्ट सारा पार्टनर्स को है, डीपी को। तो बोला छोड़ दो ना, किसी को एड्रेस थोड़ी ना है पर्टिकुलर। बोला एक बार देखेंगे। तो बोला आप देखते रहो, लेट somebody be responsible for furnishing the information to me, because the reason being क्या होगा, अब वो जो designated partner जिसको आप designate करोगे, he will become a coordinator for the ministry. मिनिस्ट्री बोला मैं बाहर हूं, होके भी बोला आपके अंदर हूं। आप अगर माइथोलॉजिकल जाओ तो वो बोलता है मैं बाहर हूं बट होके भी आपके अंदर हूं, बिकॉज मेरा ही एक बंदा आपके यहां पर डेजिग्नेट पर्सन होके बैठेगा हु विल प्रोवाइड मी और फर्निश द इंफॉर्मेशन, बिकॉज इफ ही इज नॉट प्रोवाइडिंग आई विल हेल्ड हिम रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग। सो वो डरते डरते क्यों नहीं देगा, वो और भी 2-3 बात बता देगा, बोलेगा और सुनो कहानी और भी है, इतना ही क्यों, बाकी भी इसको सुन लो जब पकड़े हो तो। Right? The reason is that sub-rule 4 has been introduced to define a new concept of designate person, and this concept has come for the companies as well. Company में भी rule 9 ही लाया, वहां पर भी rule 9 लाके enter किया this designate person, यहाँ भी rule 9 लाके that designate person should be there in the company. Sorry, इधर here 22B4. So now we are saying कि ठीक है designate person कर देंगे, अगर नहीं किया तो ढीठ तो होते ही ना थोड़े बहुत। आई होप यू आर एंजॉइंग, राइट? इंटरेक्टिव है ना लास्ट वाले? हाँ ठीक है, लास्ट वाले की चिंता रहता है, फर्स्ट वाले तो सुनते हैं जबरदस्ती। सो व्हेन यू आर गिविंग द लिस्ट दैट डेजिग्नेट पर्सन करना है, बोला मैं नहीं करूंगा। बोला क्या हम तो ढीठ हैं ही, तारीख पे तारीख हम लोग का आदत है, क्या है? बोला मत करो। बोला एवरी डेजिग्नेटेड पार्टनर विल बिकम अ डेजिग्नेट पर्सन फॉर मी एंड दे आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल। एंड कंपनीज में अगर नहीं करो तो इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम द टॉप। बोला अगर आप नहीं करो, पहला तो सीएस ही गया, बोला सीएस नहीं करे तो बोला केएमपी, और बोला केएमपी भी नहीं किया हम अपॉइंट तो बोला ऑल डायरेक्टर्स विल बिकम द डेजिग्नेट पर्सन। तो बोला या तो कर लो चुपचाप या फिर नहीं करो। देन एसबीओ रूल फाइनली ये जो बचा था बोला ये भी ला दिया। बोला एसबीओ हम बताते क्या होता है। एंड एसबीओ रूल लाते वक्त आई विल जस्ट एड ऑन कि इन्होंने लाते वक्त सेम रिप्लिकेट कर दिया। फॉर दैट रीजन देयर वर सो मेनी ऑफ कंफ्यूजन कि भाई हमारा तो पार्टनर हो ही नहीं सकता एलएलपी में, तो पार्टनर कैसे होगा? एलएलपी में ट्रस्ट हो ही नहीं सकता एक्सेप्ट फॉर द सेबी रजिस्टर्ड ट्रस्ट, व्हिच एमसीए हैज क्लैरिफाइड वाइड October 2014 circular that only SEBI registered trust like InvIT or infrastructure trust, they can act as a partner in the LLPs. So except that how can there be a partnership by trust? Obviously true, वो नहीं हो सकता। वो क्या हुआ ना रिप्लिकेट, और साथ साथ मैं एक और बोलता हूँ, बिकॉज ये रिप्लिकेट तो नहीं हो सकता, बिकॉज जब रूल्स आ रहा था ना तो हमारे बहुत सारे डिस्कशंस होते हैं। एंड like very honestly, when MCA comes out with a draft discussion, we get a number of chances to make a representation or make discussion with the ministry. There also we got to know that ministry को बार बार बोला गया कि ये सब चीज़ हट जाएंगे, उनको बताया गया कि ये सब चीज़ हट जाएंगे, बट उन्होंने छोड़ दिया इसलिए ना, बोला जहाँ जहाँ पर अभी कई जगह पर ऐसा है, लाइक द कंपनी हैज गॉट कन्वर्टेड, द वन पर्टिकुलर एग्जाम्पल, उसमें ट्रस्ट वगैरह मेंबर्स हैं, जैसा यू वेर मेंशनिंग इन योर एग्जाम्पल कि कंपनी में पहले से ही ट्रस्ट मेंबर एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं और वो कन्वर्ट कर लिए और वो एग्जिस्ट कर गया है, तो उसमें क्या होगा आपको पता नहीं होगा, आप बोलोगे चलो डिक्लेरेशन फाइल कर दो भाई। नाउ फाइल द डिक्लेरेशन एंड यू विल बी कंट्रावेंशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ LLPs एज वेल। सो यू नीड टू बी वेरी केयरफुल, डोंट रीड द रूल्स इन स्पिरिट देयर। यहाँ पर जहाँ रूल का वो फंक्शनल पार्ट नहीं है उसको छोड़ देना, उसमें डिस्क्लोजर वगैरह में मत जाना। आप जहां एप्लीकेबल है अपने को वहीं पर डिस्क्लोजर करना है। Now, SBO, we all know Section 90. So this we not to elaborate, we need not need to elaborate further कि क्या होता है beneficial interest. Beneficial interest, पहला word ही start कर रहा है ना जो बहुत painful है. Acting alone or together. And बोला acting alone or together क्या होता है? Because जहाँ भी directly और indirectly word आता है ना, trust me, law में कहीं उसका कुछ clear definition नहीं होता है. कई लोग बोलते हैं कि हम go through वाला example करेंगे, मतलब हम maths लगाएंगे, वहाँ से 40, यहाँ से 20, 20 का 30, no maths, nothing. Nothing will work out when the word is indirectly. Only indirectly word जब है तो glass through means just make a disclosure because आपका indirectly interest arise हो गया है. So acting alone or together, the word was confusing कि what can be construed as acting alone or together. So Ministry said, don't worry, we will explain it. And in the rule 3, sub-rule K, where they have given the definition of SBO, the explanation 5 has provided very clearly that what can be the acting alone or together is that first common intent. बोला हमारा common intent हो, वो कैसे prove होगा, it's up to you. Second, बोला मेरा intention हो significant influence या control का, और third जो मेरे को वो exercise करने दे रहा है influence को. So if I am covering in all this parameter or any of this parameter, it is my acting alone or together. इसमें जानते हो आप husband wife भी हो तो आपको करना पड़ जाएगा, अगर वो भी indirectly है तो. बहुत बार that is a क्लासिक एग्जाम्पल, पीपल से इसकी ठीक है, उसको हम कैसे माने, वो तो मेरा डिक्लेयर है. जो एक्सेप्ट, बिकॉज एक्सप्लेनेशन 1 को आप रूल में पढ़ोगे बहुत क्लियर है कि अगर आप खुद डायरेक्ट होल्डिंग है, दैट मीन्स आई एम देयर इन द रजिस्टर ऑफ पार्टनर्स और रजिस्टर ऑफ मेंबर्स, आई एम एक्सक्लूडेड. इफ आई एम नॉट देयर इन द बुक्स, इट इज माई इनडायरेक्ट इंटरेस्ट, और इनडायरेक्ट यू कैन से beneficial interest arising in the company. So that you need to make a disclose, you need to find out whether in your partnership, LLP, who is having the beneficial interest. So these are the 3 factors which we generally account or check when we are deciding the beneficial interest. Now, LLP पे क्यों आ गया? LLP पे रूल 22B ले आया. बोला LLP को तब क्या करना है? अगर कोई रजिस्टर्ड ओनर है तो, जो रजिस्टर्ड ओनर है मीन्स जिनका रजिस्टर्ड नाम है LLP के पार्टनर्स में, रजिस्टर्ड में, दे विल गिव ए डिक्लेरेशन इन द फॉर्म 4B. और जो बेनिफिशियल है, जो पीछे हैं, बैकग्राउंड में हैं, they will give the declaration in the 4C. Let's say for example a body corporate is a partner to LLP. Now उस body corporate में say for example मेरा majority stake है, वो body corporate मेरा ही example, it is owned by me only, but I am not reflecting in the register of partners of LLP. तो बोला अब क्या होगा? अब situation is that I have to give a declaration that see, I am the beneficial owner. So it's my duty, I will give in the form 4C. The person, the body corporate which has been appointed or which has been made a partner to LLP will give a declaration in the form 4B. Both of us will be providing the declaration. तो बोला LLP को कुछ नहीं करना है? नहीं, LLP को भी करना है. LLP को declaration फाइल करना है फॉर्म 4D में. टाइमलाइन क्या है? सब 30 डेज है. बोला फॉर्म आ गए, बोला फॉर्म आ जाएंगे. राइट, सो यू हैव टू मेक अ डिक्लेरेशन. बोला अब हम लोग 4B और 4C वाला दे दे क्या? दैट doesn't stop you because that was very clear कि regulations आ गया, the picture gets triggered because there was a timeline. अब बोला कि एक काम करो, ये बताओ सर एक और चीज है, हमारा तो रजिस्टर्ड भी नहीं होता, उसमें पता कैसे चलेगा? हम तो बन गए, बस डीड में हैं. तो बोला कोई बात नहीं, एक और रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ा दिया. बोला रजिस्टर ऑफ पार्टनर्स भी मेंटेन करो. दैट ऑल्सो द रिक्वायरमेंट हैज बीन एडेड फॉर ए, बिकॉज वो अगर आपने अपडेट नहीं किया तो उसका टाइमलाइन भी लैप्स चला गया 1 मंथ. आपको 27 अक्टूबर को आया, 1 मंथ के अंदर वो अपडेट करके रखना था. हालांकि इंटरनल है तो अभी भी टाइम है वो इंटरनल करने का. अपडेट करके आप रख लो, वो रजिस्टर ऑफ LLP आपके रिकॉर्ड्स में होना चाहिए, बिकॉज यू नेवर नो, काल जब आता बता के नहीं आता है. तो आपके पास पढ़ो, हाँ रजिस्टर ऑफ पार्टनर्स है, और उसी में आपको ये एंट्रीज एंटर कर रही है. जब जब चेंज होंगे 4B और 4C की. 4D कब फाइल करेंगे? जब आ जाएगा विद इन 30 डेज वी रिसीव द डिक्लेरेशन, वी हैव टू फाइल द फॉर्म 4D. तो इन नटशेल द स्ट्रक्चर इज लाइक दैट. The registered owner will give in the form 4B, beneficial will give in the form 4C, and LLP will file in the form 4D. Designated person, as I said, you have to appoint under Rule 22B, Sub-Rule 4, of one person, a designated partner it will be only, who will act as a designated person for the purpose of furnishing information. Now, same requirement exists in the Companies Act. कंपनीज एक्ट में भी कंपनी लोगों को करना है, सभी कंपनी को, ये छोटी हो बड़ी हो. बोला हमारे यहाँ तो रिक्वायरमेंट ही नहीं एप्लीकेबल होती. कई बार ये लोग बोले हैं एक क्वेश्चन में अराइज ना कि मेरे यहाँ बेनिफिशियल इंटरेस्ट किसी का है ही नहीं, हो ही सकता है, बोला मेरा यहाँ है ही नहीं तो हम क्यों करें? लॉ का तो रिक्वायरमेंट है, बिकॉज आपके हो जाए तो मेरे को इंफॉर्मेशन कौन देगा? सो देयर ऑल्सो यू नीड टू अपॉइंट, हियर ऑल्सो इन द कंपनीज एक्ट दो अपॉइंटमेंट पे फॉर्म इज साइलेंट। वो जो अभी डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि एनुअल रिटर्न चला गया, बिकॉज एनुअल रिटर्न में देना है डिटेल्स, तो एनुअल रिटर्न तो चला गया अपना, जब अक्टूबर 2002 में आया हमारी तो रिटर्न्स वगैरह फाइल हो चुके थे लोगों के। तो बोला अब क्या करना है? बोला नेक्स्ट ईयर आएगा तब देंगे। बोला दैट्स गुड, बट नेक्स्ट ईयर भूल मत जाना, अगर भूलने का प्रॉब्लम हो तो अभी GNL2 फाइल कर देना, अदरवाइज यू कैन गिव इन द नेक्स्ट ईयर एनुअल रिटर्न। बट व्हेनेवर देयर इज अ चेंज, एक बार होने के बाद अगर आप चेंज कर रहे हो तो देन यू हैव टू सबमिट द GNL2 फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ कंपनीज। नाउ फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ LLP यू हैव टू गिव सच डिटेल इन द फॉर्म 4, अभी भी देना है, and it is a immediate requirement, there is no time threshold. I think it has been left intentionally कि देखते हैं कौन कितने दिन बाद आता है हमारे पास, so that there is no timeline, defined timeline कि 15 दिन, 30 दिन, 45 दिन, but immediate action is required. You can't slip on it कि हम तो 2 साल बाद भी कर देंगे या कोई requirement आएगा तभी करेंगे. That moment has got triggered, please do it, because I will also correlate with the one more example. You know, जो रजिस्टर्ड ओनर और बेनिफिशियल ओनरशिप को लाइटली लेते हैं ना कि ये फाइल नहीं हुआ, क्या है, कभी कभी नहीं भी फाइल होता है. जस्ट टू टेल यू, देयर वाज वन अनदर केस माइंड फिनटेक का. इट्स अ प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी, माइंड MYND, माइंड फिनटेक. उस कंपनी का क्या हुआ ना, उसकी भी ऐसे ही मतलब पता नहीं चलता ना काल कब आया है. उसने अपना रिटर्न सब फाइल कर दिया था. उसका क्या हुआ ना, स्टेटमेंट जो फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट है वहां से डिराइव हुआ कि द कंपनी इज अ होली ओन्ड सब्सिडरी, मीन्स 100% ओन्ड है. तो बोला इसके शेयर होल्डर को ना चेक कर लिया जाए. तो बोला शेयर होल्डर ऑब्वियसली यू कांट हैव द एंटायर शेयर होल्डिंग इन योर नेम, सो देयर विल बी अनदर मेंबर. 2 मेंबर्स चाहिए ना प्राइवेट में, तो 2 मेंबर है. बोला एक मेंबर को नॉमिनी बना के वो 10 शेयर्स देके वैसा शेयर होल्डिंग कर रखा था. बोला ठीक है, 2 शेयर होल्डर ने, इज नॉट बुराई. बोला इट्स गुड, बट बोला एक बार चेक करो रजिस्टर में MGT 4, 5, 6 का एंट्री आया था क्या, बिकॉज वहां पर क्या है ना, जो हम लोग अभी बात किए ना कि यहाँ पर हम लोग 4B 4C की बात कर रहे हैं, कंपनीज में MGT 4, 5 है. तो बोला एक बार चेक करो MGT 4, 5 आया. बोला नहीं आया. तो बोला कंपनी को नोटिस भेज दो. कंपनी को नोटिस भेज दिया. बोला आपका तो MGT 4, 5 कुछ भी नहीं आया और 6 भी नहीं है. बट होता ना कंपनी भी हड़बड़ में रिप्लाई कर दिया. क्यों किया उसका इंटेंशन नहीं पता था शायद. आई थिंक दे वांटेड टू सेव एटलीस्ट रजिस्टर्ड ऑफ बेनिफिशियल ओनर. तो कंपनी अपने ऊपर सारा कुछ ले लिया. महादेव की तरह बोले हम आएंगे, हम जहर पी लेंगे. बोला द कंपनी बोला जो मेरे रजिस्टर्ड ऑफ बेनिफिशियल ओनर है उन्होंने डिक्लेरेशन दिया है, बिकॉज उन्होंने बोला टाइमली दे दिया था क्योंकि वो फाइल नहीं किया हम लोगों ने. तो बोला कोई बात नहीं, आप कंपनी हो, आप ही के ऊपर आएगा. तो कंपनी हैज बीन पेनलाइज अ हेफ्टी फीस, समवेयर अराउंड इज 3 लाख दे हैव बीन पेनलाइज फॉर. सो द मिनिस्ट्री इज नॉट दैट लीनियंट. पेनल्टी पे एकदम भूल जाइए, रादर पेनल्टी दे आर सेइंग अर्न मोर, जितना बढ़ जाए उतना बढ़िया. Right, so that is the second case I highlighted intentionally, because the reason being, when you are providing information, you need to be careful. When you are doing compliance, you need to be careful that every compliance has certain background. Don't think that वो भूल से आ गया या जबरदस्ती कर दिया. They are coming with certain, you can say, background behind it to curve the entire gambit of private company LLB into one basket. Now LLP, SBO, I think everyone knows what is there. It says आपका नॉट लेस देन 10% कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन हो इनडायरेक्टली. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल से इट इज वेरी क्लियर दैट इट टॉक्स अबाउट इनडायरेक्ट कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन और इनडायरेक्ट सिग्निफिकेंट इन्फ्लुएंस एटसेट्रा. बिकॉज द रीजन बीइंग, इफ आई एम अ पार्टनर, मेरा नाम खुद का है रजिस्टर ऑफ पार्टनर में, तो मेरे को डिक्लेरेशन नहीं देना है. रादर देन गोइंग इनटू डेफिनेशन, आई विल जस्ट शो दिस स्लाइड. आई थिंक दिस विल हेल्प यू लॉट कि इनडायरेक्ट व्हाट कैन बी इनडायरेक्ट. Indirect, where not less than 10% contribution you are having. Indirect, when you are having not less than 10% of voting rights in the management decision. Indirect, when you are receiving 10% of the distributable profits. So all this tantamount to your indirect interest. And only indirect क्या हो सकता है? Only indirect तभी होगा जब आपका significant influence या control हो. बोला मेरा direct और indirect दोनों हैं, तो मेरे को करना चाहिए क्या? किसी का डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट तो करना चाहिए. जस्ट ऐसे पूछ लिया, थोड़ा बहुत इंटरेक्टिव करना पड़ेगा ना. हाँ करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज द रीजन बीइंग दे वांट टू नो योर क्वांटम. बोला डायरेक्ट में तो आप दिखा दोगे मेरा 5% है, से फॉर एग्जांपल कंट्रीब्यूशन डायरेक्ट में दिखा दिया 5% है, इनडायरेक्टली इट कैन बी 25% मोर. सो दे वांट टू नो योर टोटलिटी. indirect, direct, सारा मिला के. So in nutshell, if you see the SBO requirement is that they will file the LLP when one significant beneficial owner. The LLP will provide in the form Ben 2 and it will also maintain a register in the Ben 3. Register भी maintain करना है, yes, and this register is different from beneficial interest. Because beneficial वाला क्या है ना, उसमें clear हो जा रहा है. Beneficial वाले में एकदम clear हम आ रहे हैं, हम बोल रहे हैं हम ही owner है पीछे से. और हम अपना फॉर्म वगैरह दे रहे हैं MGT, sorry, this 4B and 4C. Whereas in the LLP SBO, it is not about 1% or 2%. Here we are saying we are having a significant ownership. So the moment it is arising more than 10%, then we are getting covered into the SBO. और जहाँ पर अगर आपने beneficial interest में disclosure दे दिया है, वो SBO में नहीं आता है. Because that means आप transparent हो गए. Suppose मैंने किसी corporate के through holding की, मेरा already register of beneficial interest declared है. So that means it is very clear. The picture is all clear that it is all mine. And that exemption is very clear given in the explanation 2 and 3 as well. But if I am holding indirectly channel through body corporate or through some person that yes, he is holding on my behalf, the beneficial ownership I am means registered ownership I am transferring to the other person, whereas I am continuing as a beneficial, I have to give this disclosure. बोला इतना डिस्क्लोजर तक से सारा काम हो जाएगा. जस्ट फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल, मतलब एक दो एग्जाम्पल लेने के बाद, बिकॉज वी आर रनिंग टाइम, मतलब ऑन अ टाइम ऑल्सो 5 minutes वी हैव. सो समय पे रहना महत्वपूर्ण है. नहीं, इंडिगो हमेशा बोलता है, मेरे को याद रहता है. सो ओनली लाइक जस्ट टेक फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लाइक से फॉर एग्जाम्पल हियर द पार्टनर्स आर हैविंग 11% or 9%. So what's your view? Is it like do they need to give any declaration? Yes, देना पड़ जाएगा. नहीं 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 नहीं, क्यों देना पड़ेगा? डायरेक्ट ही तो है मेरा. बोला डायरेक्ट है ना, मेरा तो नाम ही दिख रहा आपके रजिस्टर्ड में है, तो बोला क्यों दूंगा? राइट. सो देयर इट डजंट अराइज. नाउ आई एम टेकिंग टू द सम एग्जांपल, लाइक लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल हियर 11, 31, 20. इट्स ऑल डायरेक्ट. वी ऑल आर इन योर बुक्स. बोला तो 30% भी रखे तो क्या है, पूरा गांव को पता है. एक्चुअली पिक्चर क्या है ना कि आप इतना सा समझ जाओ, एसबीओ के पीछे इतना ही छोटा सा स्टोरी है. नवीन प्रभाकर कॉमेडी शो करता था कि पहचान कौन, वही वाला शो है कि बस पहचान कौन, जहां नहीं पता वहां पर बोला आप पता करो. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल XYZ LLP में द इंडिविजुअल इज होल्डिंग 9, दिस पानवाला लिमिटेड इज होल्डिंग 19%. नाउ वी डोंट नो ये पानवाला. बोला वी नो दैट, आई डोंट वांट टू कोट द नेम्स बिकॉज इट इज नॉट द राइट थिंग दैट टू एड्रेस द फोरम ऑन द प्रोफेशनल फोरम, बट वी ऑल नो. कई सारे कॉर्पोरेट स्कैम में क्या हुआ, मिनिस्ट्री थक गया ये पता करते करते कि एक्चुअल ओनर कौन है. मतलब ब्रह्मांड से भी ज्यादा बड़ा आपका अंदर कंपनी का कुंभा है कि हमको पता ही नहीं चला एक्चुअल ओनर कौन है. तो इसीलिए दे वांट टू मेक इट क्लियर कि यू डिक्लेयर इट. सो सी फॉर एग्जांपल हियर द पानवाला लिमिटेड इज होल्डिंग 19%, मोर देन 10%, राइट. Now we don't know that who is the controller. So what the duty is that this company should identify who is having the majority stake. Majority stake means इसमें वो 50% से ज़्यादा capital वगैरह hold कर रहा हो या voting right exercise कर रहा हो. Then that person will become a significant beneficial owner for this LLP. Right? Similarly, like see, here we got to know that the person is holding 59% through this company. So this person will make a disclosure कि I am your SBO. तो वो देगा बेन 1 में और अपने को फाइल करना है बेन 2 में, LLP बेन 2 में, और रजिस्टर मेंटेन करेंगे LLP 3. और ये चेन हमेशा चलता रहेगा. ऐसा ही नहीं है कि सिर्फ वो एक कॉर्पोरेट तक खत्म हो गया. इनफैक्ट द अल्टीमेट होल्डिंग कंपनी, कभी कभी होता है ना कि उस कंपनी में बोलेगा किसी का कंट्रोल नहीं. आप गए पान वाला से पूछने, पान वाला बोला नहीं हमारा भी कोई दारू वाला लिमिटेड होल्ड कर रहा है, कोई दूसरा होल्ड कर रहा है. तो बोला कोई बात नहीं, जो आपकी अल्टीमेट होल्डिंग कंपनी है ना, बोला उसमें कोई मेजोरिटी स्टेक वगैरह है क्या, वो बता दो. बोला हाँ है ना एक जन. बोला वो है 51% होल्ड करता है. तो बोला बस वही हो गया मेरा एसबीओ. बोला उसका डिस्क्लोजर. तो बोला ये तो बहुत फाइंड आउट करना पड़ेगा. नहीं देख के ऐसा लग रहा है. बोला ये फर्म को मत देखिए, बिकॉज पार्टनरशिप फर्म कैन नॉट बिकम अ पार्टनर. There are some trust also, but trust are exempted. You know that only except the SEBI registered trust that can become a partner, and that indirectly investment pooled vehicle trust have been exempted under the SBO rule. So trust और partnership firm पे अपने को focus नहीं करना है. एक क्वेश्चन मेरे मन में बार बार आता है कि मैं जब ये बोला कि इतना ये डिस्क्लोजर देना है, तो मिनिस्ट्री इतना शांत क्यों है? मतलब हमको कुछ नहीं करना है, मतलब अगला बंदा कैसे जानेगा कि उसको डिस्क्लोज करना है? हो सकता है ना. तो बोला कोई बात नहीं, बोला ये भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज ऑन एलएलपी। बोला हाउ कम? बोला अंडर रूल वी आर डिफाइनिंग द ड्यूटीज ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग एलएलपी। रिपोर्टिंग एलएलपी मीन्स द वन एलएलपी विच हैज आइडेंटिफाइड कि हु इज एसबीओ। बोला आपको क्या करना है? बोला यू फाइंड आउट कि हु आर द पर्संस हु आर हैविंग और हु कैन बी योर एसबीओ। तो बोला ये भी हमको करना है। बोला हाँ। बोला आप आइडेंटिफाई करो, से फॉर एग्जाम्पल इंडिविजुअल अगर है आपके सीधे रजिस्टर ऑफ पार्टनर्स में तो आपको कुछ करना ही नहीं है, बिकॉज इंडिविजुअल तो सीधा ही खुलासा हो गया रजिस्टर ऑफ पार्टनर्स में है। जहां इंडिविजुअल नहीं है आपके रजिस्टर्स ऑफ पार्टनर्स में, बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट है, इफ दे आर होल्डिंग नॉट लेस देन 10% ऑफ योर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन, वोटिंग राइट्स और डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेबल प्रॉफिट्स, गिव देम अ नोटिस। बोला किस में नोटिस देंगे? बोला बेन 4। बोला ये डरावना कुछ नोटिस है, ऐसा कुछ होगा कि एक्शन ले लिया जाएगा? बोला ना ना ना, नो एक्शन। इज एलएलपी बेन 4 नोटिस कि हमको डाउट हुआ, जैसे शोकोज नोटिस आता ना, तो शोकोज नोटिस को हम लोग बोलते हैं शोकोज नोटिस इज नॉट अ पेनल एक्शन, इट्स जस्ट आस्किंग यू टू प्रोवाइड द डेटा और व्हाई नॉट द एक्शन शुड बी इनिशिएटेड। तो बोला बेन 4 में आप उसको भेजो ना रिप्लाई कि भाई आप 10% से ज्यादा होल्ड करते हो, तो हमारा इमीडिएट एक्शनेबल क्या है? अभी हमारी जितनी भी एलएलपीज हैं, क्लाइंट एलएलपीज है, उसमें देखिए कि 10% किसका ज्यादा है बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट वगैरह में। अगर वो है तो वो एलएलपी उसको नोटिस भेज दे कि भाई इफ यू हैव समवन who can be behind the cartel means SBO for us, disclose it। आपको वो नोटिस देना है बेन 4 में। और अगर आपके पास खुद से ही चला के आ जाए तो कोई बात नहीं है, नहीं आए तो दीजिए जरूर, बिकॉज इट इज वन ऑफ द ड्यूटी। क्योंकि अभी आपको नहीं पता चलेगा ड्यूटी, इस ड्यूटी की ब्यूटी यू विल फाइंड व्हेन द एमसीए विल ओपन द केस, बिकॉज द रीजन बीइंग जब वो केस ओपन करेगा बोले कोई बात नहीं, इस पर्सन ने तो डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया, बट आपकी कंपनी ने रूल 4 में जो रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको कंप्लाई किया, या आपकी एलएलपी ने रिक्वायरमेंट को फुलफिल किया। आप बोलोगे नहीं, तो बोलेगा आप भी साथ में रहो। तो इट्स बेटर दैट यू सेंड द नोटिस। बोला नोटिस करने के बाद, द नोटिस करने के बाद अल्टीमेटली देर आर सर्टेन ग्राउंड्स, अगेन मिनिस्ट्री हैज लेफ्ट सर्टेन ओपन थिंग्स फॉर डिस्कशन, बिकॉज द मोमेंट दे सेड सेक्शन 90 विल अप्लाई टू द एलएलपीज एज वेल, एक्सेप्ट फॉर सबसेक्शन 12 वेयर 447 penalty measure is there, because in LLP we have altogether a different section 74 for the open-ended penalty, so they are not required to comply with the 447। बट उनमें क्या बोल दिया? बोला जब आप नोटिस दोगे ना किसी को, आपको कोई रीजन से बिलीव हो कि वो होल्ड करता है 10% और मोर, या फिर लास्ट 3 ईयर में एसबीओ रहा हो, तो आप उसको नोटिस दोगे। नोटिस देने के बाद अगर आपके उसके नोटिस आए ना तो उससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हो ना, तो आपको एनसीएलटी के पास भी जाना है। बट ये बहुत कम केसेस होंगे, बिकॉज एलएलपी ऑल टुगेदर वी आर मीन्स नॉन पीपल आर फॉर्मिंग द एलएलपी। बट फिर भी कहीं ऐसा हो जाए कि नहीं आया है प्रॉपर सेटिस्फेक्शन, देन इट इज योर ड्यूटी टू गो टू द एनसीएलटी ट्राइब्यूनल, एंड ट्राइब्यूनल व्हाट दे विल डू, ट्राइब्यूनल विल अटैच द transferable rights in the contribution, they will not allow them, they will attach those rights। ये ट्राइब्यूनल का एक्शन है। अगर कंपनीज एक्ट में जाओ तो अगर एज इट इज एप्लीकेबल के लिए छोड़ा, बट आई डोंट नो इधर अपील पे क्वेश्चन क्यों छोड़ा, बिकॉज हमारे कंपनीज एक्ट में तो और भी एक चीज है, बोलता है अगर अपील नहीं हुआ एनसीएलटी का ये जो डिसीजन है अटैच करने का शेयर्स वगैरह को, तो बोला हम शेयर्स को आईपीएफ में ट्रांसफर कर देंगे। दैट इज देयर इन द सेक्शन 90। आईपीएफ ऐसे भी आपको पता है 62 करोड़ लेके सबसे वन ऑफ द रिचेस्ट बॉडी बनने जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी दे आर हैविंग द 62 करोड़ ऑफ शेयर्स इन देयर किटी, एंड आउट ऑफ विच यू नो दैट रिक्लेम कितने हुए? ओनली 2 करोड़, मतलब रिफंडेड सो फार। सो आई थिंक आईपीएफ सबसे रिचेस्ट बॉडी होगा, थोड़े दिन में उसके भी शेयर्स आ जाएंगे, तो दैट दे आर टेकिंग द शेयर्स। सो देन कंपनीज एक्ट अगर आप नोटिस देते हो ये सेम एप्लीकेबल है, इट्स अ म्यूटेटिस म्यूटेंडिस यू कैन से अप्लाई टू द कंपनी। जब कंपनी भी एसबीओ को नोटिस देता है जो 10% से ज्यादा बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट्स है उनको, तो कंपनी में क्या है कि अगर उनको सेटिस्फेक्शन रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिला तो दे विल अटैच द शेयर्स एंड नो अपील इज फाइल्ड इन 1 ईयर, तो वो शेयर्स को भी आईपीएफ में ट्रांसफर कर देते हैं। यहां पर सिंस कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन है तो कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन तो आईपीएफ में जाना नहीं है, बिकॉज 125 में भी कहीं वो वन ऑफ द क्राइटेरिया में ट्रिगर नहीं होता, नीदर रूल 4 जो फंड से डील करता है आईपीएफ में। So I think probably in the upcoming days when the ministry will come out with the more clarity on the rules, that SBO rules to be amended suitably, because there are so many things where rule has been not suitably amended, then they will give the clarity of the thought that what will be the action, कि अगर आप उसके रिप्लाई से सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं हुए, आप एनसीएलटी में चले गए, एनसीएलटी अगर उसका अटैच कर दिया, उसके बाद नेक्स्ट क्या? So till that moment, what we need to do as a compliant, or you can say as a professional, our good practices should be that to advise the client on time for the all filings, whether it's for beneficial interest, whether for SPO. First actionable is that maintenance of register of partners. That is very clear. Second action is that the beneficial interest, that if anybody is there having a beneficial interest, 4A, 4B, 4C दे दे और LLP फाइल करेगा 4D. Third action is that to find out whether any body corporate means other than individual तो हमारे direct books में है, other than individual कोई भी है जिसका 10% से ज़्यादा वगैरह है, immediately serve them notice in LLP BN4 to make sure that your LLP remains compliant with the ongoing provisions. So with these words, I conclude here. Once again, thanking you. Thanks a lot, and thanks to all of you for patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Verma ji. Now we have 5 minutes time to ask questions to any of the speakers. If anyone has any questions.
PPT मुझे देना पड़ेगा, WhatsApp में दीजिए तब जाके होगा वो.
Yes. See, his question is that 6% I am direct putting in and 6% is indirect. Let's say through some vehicle or etc. So in totality, you are crossing the breach of 10%. So yes, you are required to make a disclosure. Irrespective कि हम directly, मेरा तो नाम है ही, directly जो नाम है वो 6 का है. मेरा PPT उसी में है.
PPT में ये बोलना है. PPT है इसमें.
अभी जो दिए
अभी तो एक तो पेन ड्राइव दिया है. हाँ सर जो किए अभी
सर वाला तो है इसमें.
नहीं आप इससे सर को बोलिए, एक कंपनी है
उसको डाउनलोड कर लिया क्या?
ये तो हो चुका, ये सर का हो चुका, अभी जो किए सर.
हाँ
वो कंप्लीट हो चुका.
तो हमको देना होगा, शेयर करना होगा मेल में.
which is formed in India. So Indian company is having 2 subscribers for sure. One is the company. हाँ वो ठीक है, one company उसमें भी nominate कर दिया गया company के भी behalf में, and the second is also nominated. हाँ तो they will give the MGT 45 declaration. Yeah, the company will file the 6. नहीं, because it is coming directly on your books. हाँ. अगर वो बेनिफिशियल इंटरेस्ट डिस्क्लोजर कर दिया है ना MGT 45, चाहे वो एक शेयर भी होल्ड कर रहा हो किसी के नॉमिनी पे, तो देन दी क्वेश्चंस ऑफ SBO डजंट अराइज, बिकॉज SBO का मेन इंटेंट क्या है, वेयर योर इनडायरेक्ट होल्डिंग. सो द मोमेंट आई एम फाइलिंग द MGT 45, इट इज गोइंग इनटू द रिपोजिटरी ऑफ MCA दैट सी आई एम द रजिस्टर्ड ओनर एंड ही इज द बेनिफिशियल ओनर. सो वी आर टुगेदर हियर बिफोर यू. So then we don't need to SBO. But the moment where we don't want to go together, then SBO is required to be good. Thank you so much. See here, 186 very clearly bars the investment 2 layers, right? So I will say that beyond that, there is no possibility of going. And your question, if I am right, you are asking to which extent I will go and will take this chain. I can understand mathematical calculation that 100, then 80. Then I will say, see, here again, this remains debatable. There is no end to it if you are going a chain like this. But obviously, your duty is that to go immediately one who is appearing on the register. The duties of reporting LLP, the duties of reporting company, as far as the Companies Act is concerned, is only limited to the actual one who is holding. And beyond that, that company has to identify. In reporting company? If nobody is holding 9%, then reporting company is under no obligation to serve notice. The obligation then in actual persons who might say, for example, acting alone or together, as I showed you. हो सकता है कि मैं 2-3 लोगों के क्लस्टर के साथ मिलकर 9-9 या 8-8 करके मेरा 10 से ऊपर जा रहा है, तो then that person is responsible, not that company, because company क्या है ना, identify नहीं कर सकती कि 8-8 करके कितने लोग होंगे ऐसे. नहीं, अगर उनका रिप्लाई आ जाए, कीप इट इन योर रिकॉर्ड. सी इफ दे हैव डिक्लेयर्ड दैट बेन4 में आपने उसको दिया, LLP बेन4 में, और उसने रिप्लाई कर दिया कि मेरा कोई नहीं है, ठीक है, कोई नहीं है. इट इज ओनली दैट योर रीजन टू हैव सम सस्पिशियस इज दैट, से फॉर एग्जांपल क्या होता है ना, कई बार देयर इज अ ट्रांसफर. व्हाई दे आर सेइंग दैट वेयर द कंपनी इज हैविंग अ डाउट और रीजनेबल कॉज टू बिलीव, बिकॉज क्या होता है ना, कई बार इंटर से ट्रांसफर्स होते हैं और वो पूरा ब्लॉक ही होता है. मतलब देखा गया कि वो इधर से इधर पूरा शेयर्स गया और बाद में उसी से उससे पूरा शेयर्स ट्रांसफर हुआ. तो उसमें क्या रीजन पता चल जाता है कि अल्टीमेटली कहीं ना कहीं ये सिंगल पर्सन का ही कंट्रोल है. ये अपने से पहले इसको दिया, फिर इससे दिलवा के इसको दे दिया. तो वो जहां पर ऐसा डाउट हो, देन यू कैन रेज अ फर्दर क्वेरी. अदरवाइज अगर किसी का सेटिस्फैक्टरी रिप्लाई आ जाए कि मेरा कोई नहीं है पीछे, अगेन अ प्रॉब्लम यहाँ इंडियन सब्सिडी है चाइनीज कंपनी का. हाँ हाँ तो दे आर सेइंग कि आवर कंपनी इज अंडर दी सोवरेन्स ऑफ लाइक गवर्नमेंट और वो गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल्ड है. हाँ तो ठीक है, फॉर यू दैट रिप्लाई इज गुड इनफ. हाँ, फॉर यू द गुड रिप्लाई इज गुड इनफ. You don't need to go into the investigation unless and until it is warranted.
One point just want to add. जैसे इन्होंने पूछा चेन ऑफ कंपनीज है 9% वाला. से देर आर चेन ऑफ 30-40 कंपनीज, बट आपको अल्टीमेटली मालूम है कि दिस बिलोंग्स टू मिस्टर ए. सो नन ऑफ द 29 कंपनीज हैव डिस्क्लोज्ड, but all 29 companies know that the owner is A, correct? So therefore they are an obligation to disclose the name of the SPO. Assuming you do not do so, then all companies would be held liable. Now you may say that numerically मेरे पास 12-9% के शेयर होल्डर है. So therefore, but जो एक पॉइंट है कि बेन 4 में company knows or reason to believe to know that no, Mr. A is the ultimate SBO. So therefore the company has to write either to him, whether you are not an SBO, or write to each of the companies. Under Ind AS आने के बाद क्या हो गया कि जब हम लोग डिस्क्लोज करते हैं who has the control over the company, so who are the directors and under whose instructions these directors are acting. So there is a group जहाँ पे से एक बड़ा promoter है, any big promoter, he has 20-30 companies. So जो भी उसमें directors है, who are they? Mostly they are his employees, or maybe not, or maybe independent directors. Under whose instructions these employees act? They ultimately act on the instructions of the so-called promoters. Correct? So they cannot say that no, I am acting on my own. कि अगर CK बिरला ग्रुप, BK बिरला ग्रुप, AB बिरला ग्रुप की कोई कंपनी है, उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी है ओरिएंट पेपर की या कोई भी टू से एनीबडी, तो who are under whose instructions are the CFO acting? करेक्ट. तो देयरफॉर इट इज ऑलवेज एडवाइजेबल कि इस तरह का अगर कोई ग्रुप हो जहां 20-30 कंपनी हो, एसबीओ डिक्लेयर करना चाहिए इररिस्पेक्टिव वेदर न्यूमेरिकल्स आर नॉट मेट.
No, the intent is coming very clear because see, if you go by the reading with the Companies Act and then LLB subsequently coming, their intent is very clear that your partner should become a designate. It's very clear that only the partners can be entrusted with the responsibility, because otherwise it loses the entire purpose of making somebody designated. Say for example, if I have to make the employee, again we will go back to the theory when the MCA has intentionally come out with the active form DIR3 KYC, reason being knowing that those who are non-officials, or you can say non on the payroll, are people assuming the charge. So that is not the intent. Company, though, it's a very clear company. They are saying that the flow is very clear, that the company, if there is a CS, he has to be appointed. If CS is not there, then managing director. And then if there is a no managing director or KMP, then there will be any of the director. Though the rule says every director, but it should be read as any of the director. And but in the Companies Act, though there is no like form prescribed for it, though I will like say as safe measure, he said that yes, you file the GNL too. So that's a good practice you can start with. But otherwise the next target, because if you don't file the GNL too, only thing is to remain in, keep in mind for this year, कि हमारा annual return जब आएगा ना, we never know whether the annual return, ministry is trying its best वो form में trigger करने का, because there will be a provision in the form. But company में होना तो एक और suggestion है कि resolution जरूर pass कर लीजिए, irrespective of anything, because annual return में भी जब आएगा ना तो आपसे date of resolution पूछेगा, और आप अभी का दिखाओगे तो कोई sense नहीं बनेगा. And similarly here in LLP also, I will say कि जब लोग designate करते हैं ना, it is a requirement of designating a partner to act as a designate person for this purpose. Otherwise every designated partner will become. So यहाँ पर क्या है ना, verbal saying has no, you can say merit before the law. If you read the schedule 1, your clauses 8 and 9 says very clearly, every decision shall be recorded by way of a minutes. तो ये भी properly minutes होना चाहिए, because law इतना investigation जो जा रहा है ना, they are not getting sufficient, or you can say satisfaction with the verbal reply. They all go into the documents, and at that point of time, providing all these documents becomes a challenge.
Thank you. I think most of the questions of the persons present here have been replied. All the three speakers, Mr. Bhutedia ji, Mr. Verma ji and Mr. Goenka ji, has given their best deliberations today relating to Companies Act, SBO, notices from the ROC. All are given their best to the audience. Now I shall request Sri Girdhariji Sharma, the Deputy Convener of Views Exchange Study Circle, to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Jawahar-ji, our past chairman. Thank you, Mohit-ji, for the elaborate discussions. Sri Mohan Ram-ji, Sri Barma-ji, for elaborate discussions on the company matters and the very relevant topic which we are facing every day-to-day life. We are looking forward for further sessions, and we want to listen from these speakers in next future also. With these words, we thank you with clapping of hands. We are also thankful to the persons. Those persons are very little. We expect more presence in the next tomorrow's program. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we have the seminar on GST. The circular has already been given. Most of the people have already registered for that.